about it, and to think that there's a ruling family that could be inclined in this way. It's extremely wholesome and endearing. It warms your heart, and then you see what happened to them, how they were betrayed. So they were led by their confidants because they thought they were escaping the Bolshevik Revolution. They were led to like a safe house, but the people leading them to the safe house were part of the Bolshevik Revolution. And they lined up the royal family to take a picture of them before that they would flee to England to reunite with the rest of their family. And then machine gunners came out and shot them all to death.
That's sickening. Wow.
Yeah.
That's how you seize the power. You seize it by any means and keep it by any means.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Kids. Yeah, and like I said, you find out who actually was involved. It's the usual suspects that did it. And that alone adds another whole layer to this that we can't talk about.
Damn it.
Yeah. So with the restrainer gone, World War I, World War II, World War III.
Oh, don't get me started on World Wars.
World War I started before, but yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. World War One's actually World War Two.
Yeah,
World War Two was actually
Yeah, World War I shouldn't have ever happened. That's for sure. Jeez. Yeah, and the usual suspects are involved in that too. But it's ugly, man. The history is so ugly, and we are at a very interesting point in time.
Yeah, we've got. I mean, I can speak only from really my experience. We've got a very diluted look back at history, especially coming from Britain, right? British Empire did some terrible bloody things, but it's all right. Tea and crumpets before four. Everything's okay.
Yeah, listen, man. The British. I mean, they were orthodox for hundreds of years. Yep, they were Orthodox Christian. You bet.
We get told our history is Catholic separation from the church.
Yeah.
Protestant and Catholic wars. Basically,
so even with the fold of Protestantism, dude, like Protestants are still operating from a Catholic worldview and don't even know it. That's the sickening part.
Yeah,
so
when
the East has these answers. The Eastern Orthodox Church has no pope.
Yeah, that's why I brought up earlier separation between you. We're here with the Pope in Rome. We're dealing with that guy at that time.
Leif Erikson, who discovered North America, he was Eastern Orthodox.
Wow.
When he made the sign of the cross, he'd go up, down, right, left, not up, down, left, right.
So well, that went by so fast. Can you say that again?
Yeah, so when you make the sign of the cross,
yeah,
you take your three fingers, your index, your middle finger, and your thumb, representing the Trinity, touch it to your forehead, below your navel, although Roman Catholics don't do this. Got to bring it all the way down, and then you put it on your right shoulder, and then you push to the left.
Okay.
Sometime after the schism, the Roman Catholics reversed it. And what's even worse, they don't just go from the left shoulder to the right in reversal, but when they go from the forehead, they go down to the heart. And then they go left to right. It's an upside down freaking cross, dude.
Wow, of course, yeah.
Yeah. It's these little things, we call them indicators.
Yeah.
So yeah, Leif Erikson, Eric the Red. I mean, Christians, they were doing the full freaking, up, way down, right, left. They're not doing the Roman Catholic upside down press.
Or with the right hand. With the
I
right
think they're
hand.
so smart, don't they? Doing
Yeah,
hand signals
you
that
always
only
use
they
the right hand.
know.
Okay.
So there's a monk from California. His name is Seraphim Rose. He's a priest. He's considered a father in the sense that he's a priest, and he's kind of on the short list of people who are up for becoming a saint. There's a whole process for that. He's considered by many very widely to be somewhat prophetic in his writings, and he has written a ton. I think he died in 1982 or 1983. He gave a lecture at UC Berkeley, of all places, back in 1981 or 82. His lecture is called "The End of the World," and it's about an hour long. And it is very eye-opening, even for today.
That's cool because I'm here in California. I'm by
Cool. He was in Platina.
the Los Angeles area.
I'll post a link publicly here in the chat. So it's a recording. Somebody set up a tape recorder or something in the lecture hall like 40 years ago.
Yeah. I can't hear anything. What is that?
Seraphim Rose used to be a hippie, and he was really big into Terence McKenna and mushrooms and LSD, acid, all that stuff. He was also big into theosophy and Gnosticism, Buddhism, Freemasonry. And he threw all of that away. He had a conversion experience. And I'm bringing this up. I mean, it's not about flat Earth, but with regards to the question about our timeline and history, it's a very appropriate topic. And I think I'll leave that there. So there you go. Enjoy.
Down for that, brother. Flat Earth, it's just another mystery school. You heard it here. You heard it there. You heard it everywhere. Most
I
flat
sure hope
earthers,
not.
most flat Earth, yeah. No. Most flat earthers, are nonsensical. Think
Yeah,
about it.
they're riding the goat.
They're all into all kind of esoteric woo-woo that they can't prove. It's all religious, spiritual, creation, nature of God claims. They have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, right? Like probably more than I would say 90% or more of the flat earthers are like that I've encountered.
No, you're totally right. Absolutely. And so I've got a document out there if you want it. Just send me a message, DM me. So it's on the church fathers. This goes from like 100 AD all the way up to the Reformation of men who are involved in the church who have written about the flat earth. This includes the the confessor of the Emperor of Constantinople. This includes St. John Chrysostom and so on, St. Athanasius, St. Basil, so many Eastern saints and Reformation people. They were all flat earthers. So you can break free of this crazy Gnostic occultism and flat earth and join us, graft yourself onto the branch of Christianity.
That was the other question I was going to ask you.
Oh, okay.
Just because I've seen, I always see how things change. We all do, right? It's just something that I've noticed, along with my venture into what I classified as Satan's little season and stuff. there are other people that seem to be further down the road talking about Gnosticism and the Gnostic text and a different, completely different way of looking at the Bible and Jesus Christ and who the creator is compared to Jesus, his actual father, and so on. So this is, I've heard this from other flat earthers and I've kind of come across it before. Have you got any thoughts on this or Gnosticism and what that means? Or should we not bother talking about it because it's really not talking about flat? And I'll appreciate and accept that.
That's a big topic. Like, there's no single one Gnosticism. You've got the
Yeah.
Sethians, the Valentinians, the Basilidinians, or whatever you call them, the Bogomils. You've got so many different branches. They don't all agree. I mean, it really all traces back to Greek Platonism, Plotinus. You know, there are people that call. So
No, Yoder. You may be
Yeah,
factually
what?
correct, but it's simpler than that. It's all about boobs and ass. That's what it's all
It's
about.
boobs and ass. You got it. It's all about. It's not just boobs and ass, but also like assholes of other men. And you don't
No,
want
I'm
any
being
of that.
serious though. See, some people heard me and they thought I was being tongue in cheek. I'm being serious. Most of these schisms like that occur because people can't reconcile the passions and desires of the flesh with the fact that the flesh is not inherently evil.
Yeah.
They can't reconcile that. They don't know how to square that circle. And so they have to condemn the things that they desire. And then they try to create this whole worldview, which justifies this struggle within themselves. So in other words, they're really horny. They can't get over the fact that every time they see a boobs in the ass, they get horny and they want to get it on because they think that's evil. So now they have to create this whole worldview, which justifies their brokenness.
Wow.
Yeah. So I got it. So the demi-urge is an urge to fuck and fuck you and fuck everything.
I get it.
Yeah. Think about it. Think about the great mystery. What is one of the great mysteries in the Bible? Marriage.
Yeah.
It says that the marriage between a man and a woman and they become one flesh it is exemplar of the relationship between God and his church, Christ and his bride. It's all one big mystery. So if you can make that perverted, then you can really screw people because you got to consider like the biological imperatives: eat, defend yourselves, and procreate. So procreate is 1/3 of your imperative. And if you make people think that procreation is evil, the Puritans did this, by the way, themselves. They said, desiring your own wife is evil. So when you have sex with your wife, you can't desire her. You have to like imagine she's ugly, and then like do it out of service, not out of pleasure. That all these people, dude, they're just pissed off that God created man and women to be together, and some of the erotic passions that men and women share for each other are perfectly natural, normal, and holy. And they cannot comprehend the fact that your wife wanted to lick your tip and take a little sip is holy. They can't comprehend it because they're perverts.
Now.
Yeah, they're perverts, bro. The wife that wants to get impaled by her husband and have her mons veneris on the top of her pubic bone get pounded into oblivion. She's not the one that's perverted. The other people who say that a husband and wife's passion for each other is perverted. That's who's perverted.
I got a question. How am I doing on selling Eastern Orthodoxy to a non-Orthodox guy?
It's intriguing me about selling it, dude, but I'm more open to it now than I was, say, 6 months ago. That's for sure. So yeah, I mean, you're explaining it really well, and I understand what you're saying for sure.
Okay, cool. How about you, AI?
I wasn't even paying attention.
Okay, fair. I mean, my foray into this wasn't by any means like from birth or I was forced into it. I was actually at a Lutheran seminary, and one of my adjunct professors was no shit, he was an Eastern Orthodox priest. So we'd be sitting there in the commons having like lunch or whatever. He'd come over, and he was big into the same kind of music I was. So we're talking like heavy metal and stuff. This is like 25 years ago, and he'd be talking about all the coolness of the ancient church, not Roman Catholic. So fast forward about 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and I'm checking this stuff out. No, I never became a Lutheran pastor. So did you know that
Yeah,
Bob
moments like this,
Marley
no,
is Eastern Orthodox?
really.
Yeah. And Cad Von D became Eastern Orthodox. Pretty sure Mel Gibson's on his way because he went to Mount Athos recently. Out by me, we had an entire Amish community. Yes, I actually do live amongst the Amish. We had an entire Amish community convert to
I always
Eastern
imagined you
Orthodox,
did.
and I had
So
nothing
I
to do
did.
with it.
I always imagined you
What?
did live among the Amish.
I freaking do. I live in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Big shocker, folks.
You've got
Oh,
internet in 1889 or whatever you live?
Sorry, what?
You've got internet in the times, like,
Yeah,
where do you
yeah, I
manage
do. My
all that?
Amish bishop allows me to use the internet for 2 hours every Thursday. It happens to be Thursday, and it's my 2 hour block.
Kind of funny how name and titles kind of describe people, because I remember when you joined the server, you had that name Amish, and in
Yeah.
my mind I depicted you when you spoke as an Amish, but it was just based on your name, on
Dude,
your.
it goes back even further, Gemsy. You checked me in along with Gospel Bearer, Orion, and Math. And I came in as Sporadic E. And I was given a Globe Skeptic role because I was not unsure at the time. And right after my check-in and my roles, you sent me a whole bunch of stuff about the sporadic meteor complex. Maybe because my name tipped you off. And I only knew about that because my mom was an astronomer. And I know a lot about astronomy from her. She actually worked at the Big Ear, the radio telescope lab in Ohio. Yeah, man, we go back. And then I changed my name to Amish. And now I'm Yoder. And Yoder's like the most popular Amish last name, let me tell you. Like if the Amish could have a phone book, Yoder would take up half the freaking book.
Do you guys sing Yoderehi Who?
I like Yoder. Still,
Amish
the
phone book,
sporadic
good joke.
complex and the observations of the radiant sources that we share, that's one of the most interesting observable phenomena that I've ever seen.
Yeah. For me too, man. It's the most, yeah. It's I think it's cooler than flat Earth, honestly.
What? I
Same
think the
here.
meteors are cooler than flat Earth.
Yeah, the sporadic meteor complex is cooler than flat Earth.
Why?
Let me tell you what, there's a shape of a cross that adorns the night sky every night.
Yeah.
From north to south poles across the equator. You can only see it in infrared.
Right. That's just astrotheology.
Honk honk.
Actually, infrared is one of the better looking, let's say, scans, but there's also radio surveys, which is not infrared, and there is also thermal imaging. And that phenomena is observable in all of those spectrums: infrared, uh, electro-optical, which is active infrared, radio, and thermal. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah, personally, Yoder, I think there's only one cool thing. There's only one cool thing. Everything else is waste of impression. What I mean by that is I'm not impressed at all. The only thing that
Okay.
impressed me is that separate sentient entities exist. Everything else is menial. The idea that physical things can have different permutations or be not what we expect it to be, like that's all subservient to the fact that a sentient entity and another sentient entity exist. But there's absolutely no reason for sentience to be translated from one entity to another. So, like when you give birth to a child, there's no reason for that child to be sentient whatsoever. There's nothing about you that can impart sentience onto it.
I gotcha. I mean,
So,
for
so
me,
in other words, if
what's
you
ultimate
extrapolate that
about
out,
this is the
real quick,
structure.
if you extrapolate that out to my whole metaphysics, nothing in the physical and natural world is impressive. The only thing that's impressive is that God created other sentient agents besides himself. All the other creations, like, what do you do compared to that?
Oh shit, are you a Gnostic? Just kidding.
No, that wouldn't make me a Gnostic.
Yeah, I mean, Gnostics are like rejecting the natural world because they think it's full of evil.
No, I'm just saying it's not. It's nothing. Like it's no big deal compared to
Yeah.
a sentient entity in itself.
No, I gotcha.
Like
I
a single
gotcha.
sentient entity is worth so much more than the entire physical natural world put together.
I agree with that. I think the sporadic meteor complex is higher than flat Earth, but underneath that.
Yeah.
How about that?
Like you get the cake for your child that they really wanted, and it makes their day, and they're smiling and they're happy inside. Like that's way better than some arrangement stars, by far.
Totally.
Which part of the problem with this heliocentric model, and I fell victim to it too, is where I got so romanticized with deep space that I used to fantasize about, all these stupid rocks doing stupid things way out in the depths of space. And then one day I had this epiphany, like, wow, that's retarded. Who cares about that stuff? This
Just
stuff's
mention
useless
the
and a big waste
just,
of time.
just mention the fantasies you had about green girlfriends from Mars or something.
No, my fantasies about deep space, besides traditional space opera type stuff, was that when
The
I
deep
died.
space and the girls.
No, I'm serious. When I died,
Okay.
then God would show me all of the mysteries. Like he would take me to, 3 trillion miles to the left and show me some stupid rock doing some stupid thing. I was like, oh man, it's gonna be so awesome when I see the stupid rock roll down the stupid rock hill into stupid space. It's gonna be awesome. Then I realized, wow, that's
And then he
really
shows you it is a
stupid.
stupid rock in a stupid space. You're
Yeah,
like, oh shit.
exactly. What a big waste! What a
Yeah.
big waste of a hope and dream. But
Yeah.
really, I should have been hoping and dreaming to like do things with like actual accomplishments, like being there for the people you love and all these other types of things that actually matter.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Like your experience matters. Your experience determines your fate forever.
Yeah, and the universe itself, without something to experience it, is pretty much useless. No matter what's going on in it, no matter how miraculous it is that it rains diamonds sideways out of Uranus, like none of that matters if there's nobody to observe it. It's literally a big waste of pointless
Oh,
time.
AI guy.
Yeah, but speaking of the history of religions, it's crazy how people don't realize that the globe paradigm is like entrenched in religious, uh, you know, back up from the past. They just don't get it. They think like the globe is just like the pure secular, dispassionate search for the truth, and has nothing to do with religious tainting from the past. It's like, dude, you haven't even been paying attention, bro.
Nobody cares anymore. I know you're doing a
Yeah, and the
replay.
globe and the solar system is all Kabbalah.
Yeah, it's all
So, like
Kabbalah.
in the Kabbalistic tree of life, the Sefer Yetzirah,
Yeah.
there is a point called Tifereth. In the middle, it's below Doth. It's above Malkut. It's right in the center of the diagram. It's called Tifereth. It's called the heart. It's called the solar awakening. It's called the sun. And
Well,
everything
he's
in this
almost
tree, in
here,
this
so.
diagram, which purports to be a representation of the emanation of things, which is a completely heretical, Gnostical thing. Everything basically emanates from it.
Right. But it's a twist, anybody that's listening to me. It's a
Yeah,
twist
and
of
this
the truth.
precedes any notions of the solar system.
How did they figure this shit out, though?
What?
Like, how did they figure the things that they said back in the day out? Like, from a religious
They
perspective.
didn't figure it out. It's called the Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
They didn't have to figure it out?
No, like the solar system's completely fake.
No, I'm saying like from like a religious perspective, the worldview that was figured out from that.
So there's no Big
Well,
Bang.
some
Big
say
Bang
it was
theory?
figured out. Some say they were influenced by other entities that had designs on humankind to steer humankind's evolution through
Are
knowledge
they on
to a
English
particular
Hub?
result,
Where are they hanging
which
out
will
at
ultimately
now?
put Satan as the god that everyone worships.
Are they on politics? Could I get like unbanned from their
So,
And then,
room?
of course, humans have their own machinations, right?
Yeah, but isn't it like some
Big Bang
person
theory.
sitting down and thinking and then saying something and then people believe it or something? I don't get it.
Yeah, but think about it this way, bro. Where in the world? Let's say you're a person. You have to make fire, cook your food. You have to hunt your food. You have to stab it so it dies, so then you can, so it's not running away. Right? Then you take a pee. Then you take a dump. Then you kiss your wife. And then you're like, oh, that must mean God has 7 spirits emanating out from his backside that all become magical words that float in the mystical sea of the ether. Like, how do you get any of that stuff from that? Doesn't make any sense.
Yes? Right? I understand that. So
Right, so then you're back where you started, which is how did they come up with these ideas in the first place? Well, I think the answer is obviously because there's more things in the world than just human minds. There's other minds, and those minds have influence on human minds. And they know things that we don't know, and they also know that they know better than us certain things, and so they're able to deceive us.
I want to be verified.
Hey, it's the man is that.
So you're just denying the math. Well, you can do the math properly if you like, if you come to a different number.
No, I'm not denying the math. I'm
Well,
gonna
what's
fucking
strange?
ban you if you do that gimmick one more time.
Wait, what?
You do that debate gimmick one more time, I'm gonna ban you out of this chat. Where I made an affirmative claim about how you were doing it wrong, and then you characterize that as a denial. That's the 3rd fucking time you tried that. You do it again, I'm banning you. You've been fucking warned. I don't do debate gimmicks, dude. I don't
I'm
do
not
like
trying to do a
little
debate
fucking
gimmick. I'll
debate
go back
gimmicks.
on mute. It's fine.
So yeah, go on mute.
Okay.
For your own fucking safety.
I did have this one question though, because I posted this and you probably do.
Yeah. Save it. So it's really fucking simple. Okay. I made a specific, well-reasoned, told him why, the geometric reason why, that's what he did was wrong. He said, I'm just denying it. I didn't just deny it. I didn't fucking not on it. And the fact you tried to characterize that either you don't understand what the objection was, But your claim that you measured the radius of the Earth using this technique and it matched is a fucking lie. Which is the third lie I've heard you say since I've been in here. Mark, if you want to know why, Matt, if you want to know why I'm mad, because this dude's a fucking liar, dude. And I don't like liars. I fucking flip out, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah. The radius of the circle that arc would eventually make would not be 3,959 miles. No way.
Why?
Why? Because
You're
it's not
taking
the
a
partial circumference.
Okay, think about this. You're looking at a ball, and on the surface of the ball, someone takes a fucking stick and runs it through the ball, and you're looking at it at a very low angle. Okay? From your
Right.
point of view, is that going to be a fucking cord connecting those 2 points? No, that's not what it's going to look like. Even though that's going to be what it is. But he's saying, I'm going to go from what the camera pic shows me, and I'm going to just draw 2 points on that fucking arc and say that's the chord. Can't do it like that. Because you're not in a Euclidean geometry or orthographic geometry. We see shit in perspective. So it needs to be perspective corrected into an orthographic view, which you can't actually do. But this is the bigger problem. And why I get irritated. People like him would rather you believe his lies and keep believing the globe than to concede truthful things. I don't care if he believes it's a globe or not, but he would rather lie to you.
Right.
That bothers me. Would you really, if you really thought the Earth was a globe, you got to think about it like this. Say there's 100 pieces of evidences for the globe.
Okay.
10 of those you're unsure of. And then to give the illusion that the globe is rock solid and has no flaws, you lie about that 10. Just to keep people believing the other 75, which are true. Okay? Why would you lie to make someone believe something? I don't understand that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because
But the Earth isn't a globe; it's a sphere.
Okay, whatever.
I mean,
dude.
it's not a sphere. No, sorry, I misspoke. It's not a sphere or a globe.
What is it?
Well, the Earth is a planet.
How do you know that?
That's you don't think the Earth is a planet?
Nope.
Okay.
Planet's a category, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what would put Earth in that category? That you observe, that we can observe.
We can observe it.
You've seen the Earth as a planet?
Yeah, I live on it.
Okay, what did you see about the Earth that told you it was a planet? Just tell me some of the properties or characteristics.
Well, we live on it for one.
Yes, but tell me some of the properties or characteristics that you observed about the Earth that justified you putting it in that category.
It's in space for one.
How do you know? How do you know that? You didn't observe the Earth in space.
Yes, I do.
How? From where?
Well, I'm in space.
How do you know that?
Because it's a priori.
So you don't know that? You just assume it?
No, I just told you it's a priori.
Yeah, you're just assuming it.
No, I'm using different categories to apply to my experience.
It doesn't tell me how you know the Earth is in space or how you know you're in space. By space, we're talking about a near infinite vacuum, right? Not metrical space, not the concept of space. We're talking about space as a feature of nature.
I don't know what that means.
They're two. Okay, so they claim that Earth and all the planets and stars and black holes and everything are in a gigantic fucking void that's 90 billion light years across. That space, outer space, vacuum. That's different than space 1D, 2D, 3D, 4D, right? Dimensional space, metric. What they technically term as metrical space.
I'm talking about space in terms of just like your intuition of being in space. Like this, I mean, the basis of all relations.
The abstract idea of space.
Yeah, sure.
Not outer space vacuum. It's 90 billion
I'm
light
not.
years
Well, I'm
across.
not talking about outer space. I'm talking about space, like space.
Well, okay, that's fine. I don't care either way you refer to it. I have no preference. But you said
You don't
the
wait.
Earth is the Earth is a planet because.
Well, that's a category. That's a definition. A planet,
It's celestial body. That's what it means.
Yeah, an astronomical body, a celestial body.
Okay, what did you observe about the Earth that told you it was a celestial body?
Well, everything about it.
Go, just give me one of the everything. Yeah.
Well, for instance, its magnitude.
What does that mean?
Its size, for one.
So size tells you something's a celestial body.
Well, partially, yeah. And the fact that it's in space.
That's assuming the conclusion, dude.
No, the conclusion is just a priori.
Dude, sophistry isn't going to work. Okay?
I'm not being sophistical.
Yeah, you are. Okay? Because you just did the word context fallacy again. For the Earth to be a planet, it has to be in the vacuum of space, not the metrical space concept. But you went right back to that. Doing a word context fallacy. We're not playing that game. We're going to talk about. So when you look up and you see Mars or Jupiter, they're supposed to be in the vacuum of space.
Just so we're clear, like you don't think space. You don't think Earth is a planet?
No, it doesn't fit. There's no property that you can observe about the Earth that would justify it going within that category.
Doesn't meet the criteria.
It doesn't mean so. Earth isn't a planet.
No,
not in the classical definition or by modern standards either.
Okay, what is it?
Earth.
What is that?
It's not in a category. It's not in a category. It's unique.
But I ask you what it is, and you said
it's Earth. It's unique. It's not in a category. You're asking us to put it in a category, like planet. It's not in a category.
So you think we live on something
that's unique, not like anything else? It's not. Look, it's not a part of the universe. It is the universe.
You think the Earth is the universe?
Yep, this is it. Just the Earth, and with the things above it that we see and can only see.
That sounds really dumb.
That's a great counter argument. That's dumb because you're so sophisticated. Because you believe the Copernican principle that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. Because you're sophisticated, and I'm sophisticated where I think that there's a giant void, and everything is very far apart and was created from something for nothing 9 billion years ago. Because I'm sophisticated. That sounds really dumb. You know that sounds really dumb? That you think the star is a fucking nuclear reaction 93 million miles away, and the moon, by some odd coincidence, it faces us the exact same way all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and just happens to be the exact same size as the moon?
Okay.
Earth is the only planet with liquid water. It's the only place with fucking life. It's the only place with all these things. But it's ridiculous to think that, from what we can observe, that's the case.
Okay, but where else have you gone that there's been no life?
There's nowhere. Did we take a telescope, look into space? Do you see life?
I don't know. Do you?
No. We don't see anything that resembles the Earth in outer space.
You think? Okay, so
I think the Earth is unique because all the properties that we observe about the Earth are unique from anything else we observe, which would tell you that it's unique. Now, you believe in something, a philosophy you didn't even know you had, in the Copernican principle, which is that the Earth has no unique place in the universe. That is a philosophical statement, right?
No, that would. I don't know what that
Really?
means.
That the Earth has no unique place in the universe, or what a philosophical statement is?
No, I don't know what it means. Like that the Earth has no special place in the universe. Like I don't know what that means.
It means that the Earth's not unique. It's like everything else. So when you look up in the sky and you see a planet, because if you take this philosophy, right, as an axiom, Earth has no unique place in the universe. If you look up in the sky, you see a planet, you go, well, Earth's not unique. It's just like that. Earth's a planet.
Do you believe Earth is made of matter?
Repeat back to me what I just said.
That the Earth has no special place in the universe, and
we know after that. So when I look up in the sky and I see a planet, it's justified to have the conclusion that the Earth is also a planet.
Wait, when are you seeing planets? I thought we didn't believe in planets.
We see planets in the sky. We named them.
How do you know it's a planet?
It's descriptive of what they do against the background stars. So there's the fixed stars, and the stars that aren't fixed. It's called planets.
Have you ever seen any of these stars?
Planets?
Or planets, yeah. Have you ever seen them?
Yes. I've seen Mars, I've seen Venus, I've seen Jupiter, I've seen Saturn. These are descriptive. They're qualitative descriptions.
When did you see them?
Through my whole life.
Okay, you've seen them your entire life.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to them?
No.
How could you? There's no space.
Bro, listen, you're confused. There's a difference between, hey, we see something and we named it a category, planet.
But what are you seeing?
It isn't a statement about what they're made out of, what their composition is. Okay?
Yeah.
Or whether they're terra firma, whether you can go there or how far away they are. Those properties, right, all these things are not what makes it a planet or not. What makes it a planet is, does it move different than the fixed stars?
Okay.
Planet means the wanderer.
Yeah.
Okay? It means wandering star. That's what planet means.
How do you know that it's moving?
Relative to the fixed stars?
You see it.
I fucking see it, dude.
Right. You think that's sufficient?
They even in astronomy, it's known as diurnal motion.
Sufficient.
Wait.
So that one day I go up and I see it on the right side of one star, then the next night I go out and it's on the left side of that star. Is that sufficient proof that it's not that it's moving different than the other stars? Yeah, it is.
So wait, your proof is just that you see it.
That it is a planet. That's the definition. Is that it moves different than the other stars. That's all I have to observe. Bro, that's all I have to observe to justify putting it in the category planet. Is moving different than the fixed stars.
Do you take what you see to be at face value? Do you take it?
Yeah, an event occurred. Yeah. The sophistry that you guys try, this ain't that channel, bro.
No, I'm not being sophistical. I'm just asking.
You're attempting.
No, I'm just asking you. Like, when you see something, do you take it that's what it is? Like, if you see,
it's a qualitative description. We're only describing what it. We're not making any quantitative statements. Is it moving further, closer? Is it orbiting? None of those things. You see, we have fixed stars. There's a bunch of dots of light in the sky, in case you haven't heard. Most of them all move together uniformly, with keeping the distance in equal proportions away from each other. But there's these other dots of light that don't do that. The ones that don't do that, those are called planets.
Right.
And so if you see one of these dots of light not moving with the other ones, That's all you need to see to reach the conclusion that's a planet.
Okay. So if you were to see a magic trick, would you believe in magic?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. That is intent. Nature isn't running around trying to trick you, dude.
Right. I didn't say nature is trying to trick you. I'm trying
so try our actual equivalence instead of a false one.
just trying to understand your logic here a little bit better, to be honest. Like
how words work, how the dictionary defines things, that's what you're trying to figure out?
no, that would be kind of trivial, but like I'm trying to understand your logic, like how you understand the world. Because I find
it's even described like.
Go ahead.
Sorry, if I may, just a moment. Like even in astronomy, it's known as diurnal motion. The apparent, they call it the apparent motion, right? It appears to move. All the stars, the sun, the moon, the planets, they appear to move across the sky daily, right, or nightly.
Right. I'll give you that they appear to move.
Right. Okay.
That's all we're saying,
That's what we're talking about.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you guys have a problem with descriptions and explanations. You just have problems with that. You guys don't understand. You think just seeing something and just describing what it does is making a statement about the how and why and all that. No, we're just describing. Hey, dude, we see these dots of light do this other thing. Let's call them something. Okay, we'll call them planets. We're not making a statement about what they are, what they're made of, how far away they are, what they're doing, or anything like that. It's purely descriptive of what you see.
Okay, but what do you mean by light?
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Electromagnetic radiation.
What does that mean?
What electromagnetic radiation means?
Yeah.
Go back to school, kid. I'm not teaching you this shit.
I thought light was plasma.
You thought light was plasma.
Yeah, that's the kind of matter that light is. That's what I was taught, at least.
You better go smack your whoever taught you that right in the head.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, they're wrong. Plasma's a fourth phase of matter, fourth phase of matter, in which the nucleus of the atoms is disconnected from the electrons in a plasma.
I don't know what you
almost
mean
like
by atoms.
Atoms.
You believe in atoms?
We're on the brink of what do you mean by that?
I believe in atoms. Yeah, we're not playing this game, dude. But Mom, why? But Mom, why?
Exactly. I was just going to say we're on the brink of the infinite regression of what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What does that mean?
And then?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so?
And then? And then.
You're being a time waster, Mark.
Well, I'm not trying to waste your time. I'm trying to learn about your epistemology.
You're trying to learn about then why don't you just ask me, what's your epistemology?
Yeah, empiricism.
Because you're obviously a brain in a jar person.
No, I'm not. Well, you think I'm like a rationalist or something?
No, I just think you think that you can't prove there's an external world.
Like a skeptic? Or do you think I'm a skeptic?
I think you can't prove the external world exists.
No, I think I can answer that question.
Do you think that the existence of the external world can be proven, yes or no?
What do you mean by proven?
Proven logically.
Yeah.
Deductively.
Yeah. Deductively, I'm not so sure about that, but.
And the answer is no.
I personally don't know about that, but I can tell you that I would not question the reality of the external world.
So, India, can you ask him if he has hands? Go ahead. You know that one.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Can you prove that you have hands, Mark?
Dude, to be honest, I'm going to level with you here and like kind of show you my cards. I wouldn't try to prove that I have hands or not. Like, it's evident that I have hands, okay? Just like you're an empiricist, I would say, look, empirically, here are my hands. Like, I don't have to prove anything. There's no logic or deductions involved in that.
Prove it. Like, if you, if you're just a brain in a jar, bro, who you proving
I'm not.
yourself?
No. I'm not an external world skeptic.
Oh, good. Thank God. Couldn't take another one of them guys. I'm a direct realist. I start from the proposition that the external world exists and that there is no internal world without it, as opposed to, seems to be the latest vogue of the last 500 years of philosophy, that it's what's called, which Thomas Reid calls the ideal system.
Yeah. See, that is closer to something that I don't want to say
you're an
believe
idealist.
in. Basically, yeah.
Well, why would you start from the proposition that the internal world is prime and the external world comes after?
I mean, that's how we experience it. That's how we
Really?
experience the external world.
You experience the internal world first and then the external world.
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, I have like my thoughts.
Are you sure
my
about that?
beliefs.
Are you sure that
Yeah.
you didn't experience the external world first, which created the internal world as a response to that external stimuli?
Well, that I might not be so sure about, but as far as idealism and materialism, I think idealism is the stronger position.
Go read Thomas Reid. Inquiry into the Human Mind on the Principles of Common Sense. Go read that.
Okay. I haven't read that.
It should be read because he refuted this ideal system in Descartes, and he lived at their time. He lived when they were alive, Malebranche and Hume, and specifically he wrote it to Hume.
Yeah.
And Hume never refuted it. Because the whole point, I get the gist of it is that the external world exists before there even is an internal world. The internal world forms from the external world, not vice versa. We aren't manifesting the external world through our perception. The external world exists, and like gives evidence, because there's plenty of evidence that this is the case. One piece of evidence is people in permanent vegetative states that have no brain function but respond to external stimuli. So it isn't their internal world and their thoughts making them respond to shit.
Well, okay, that's a really good point.
So if the internal world dictates whether there is an external world, how are these fucking people having any response to external stimuli when they're brain dead?
Yeah, but on the flip side of that, like what you put into the object is going to be constitutive of the object. I mean, like what you put into it is what you're going to get out. I mean, if you don't have a mind capable of understanding the external world, then it doesn't really mean much. You're a vegetable.
Yeah, well, meaning's a different question. It's a matter of existence.
Okay, yeah, sure. So maybe at like some kind of primordial level, there, like you're right that there's an external world and it's material and blah blah blah. But in terms of like everyday experience, that's all mediated through our faculties. Like that's all mediated through the mind.
Look, I mean, that's why I said not necessarily, because there's the sense, right, the sensorium, and that's just pure perception. You don't have to have thoughts about it. You don't have to think about it or draw conclusions about it, right? Like what is a sensory deprivation chamber, right?
Well, I don't. Yeah.
Why do people take drugs and alcohol and numb themselves? Right? They augment their senses to suppress their mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but the thing is, the sense is just pure perception. People try to tack on more to it than what it is.
Yeah, I mean, but like, okay, take the senses.
I have a unified view of this. I don't think the external and internal world are separate. We can separate them in language through analogy, but I don't think they actually are separate. I don't think there is a difference.
Okay, I would agree with you on that.
I think they're just both they're intertwined and inseparable things. And if you want to separate them, you can just come up with different examples of how they're separate.
But you don't think
like no functioning adult.
You don't think like the internal creates the external? Like you think you think it works the other way around?
How would that even work?
I don't know. I mean,
even if you imagined, even if it was complete imagination of the external world, within your mind, you've created a distinction, dividing them, even if it was illusory. But practically, there is an external world because the entire thing is a simulacrum, right? But within this simulacrum, there's an external world. So, like, you're not really even making a distinction in the end. You're creating a distinction within your mind. It's like, here's my brain in a jar, and in my imaginary brain in a jar, I'll imagine an external world that is not inside my mind. So, but for all intents and purposes, it might as well be real, right? Because you created a distinction. As soon as you create the distinction, the separation, it's just it's the same thing. There's no difference. But this is all academic nonsense, okay? And Reed's principal argument is this is just academic nonsense. No one actually believes this shit, okay?
I mean,
so
I do.
If skeptics like Hume and Descartes and all that people actually believed what they thought, they never would have wrote a book for anybody to read it. Because who are they writing it to, themselves?
Well, people do read Descartes.
But, really? No, because if we're all just figments of Descartes' fucking brain in a jar imagination, he's reading
Descartes
himself.
wasn't an
Me and you are
external
Descartes
world
right now. We're all just an extension of Descartes'
Did
imagination.
you read Descartes? He clearly thinks there's an external world.
Well, really?
Yeah. I mean, he questions that, but like he doesn't conclude that like I'm a brain in a jar or whatever.
It's because that concept didn't exist at that time.
No, sure, but like you get my point that he.
But the evil demon, didn't he come with the evil demon analogy where it could just be tricking him?
Yeah, he doesn't really believe there's an evil genius trying to trick him.
Evil demon, dude, not genius. Evil demon. So there's an evil demon creating a completely illusory world. It's the same thing as brain in a jar. I'm not saying whether he believed it or not, and even if he did believe it, he wouldn't have told anybody because he probably wouldn't want to face the Spanish Inquisition.
You think he was an atheist too? He clearly believed in like most of the things that he believed in before the meditations. But this, like you said, it's all academic, like play.
Yeah, they don't actually believe it though. Like even the people that advocate for this ideal system, they don't actually believe it because everything they do in practice negates it. They're like it's the performative contradiction. They don't actually believe. They're just doing mental masturbation.
I mean, wouldn't you say though that like it for lack of a better word, like precludes any? I mean, if you can't even establish like whether or not the external world exists, like then it's going to be hard to come up with the shape of the Earth or what planet you live on or any of that.
Of course. So this is the greatest. I'll tell you what Reed said, which is probably the greatest observation about the entire endeavor. It says the ideal system been around since Plato's time, right? And going under different iterations and different philosophers and different ways to approach it, right? This is the external and internal. If after that pursuit, right? Because the pursuit of philosophy is the pursuit of knowledge, right? So we can know what reality is.
Yeah.
If after that pursuit of going through the ideal system, you end up with, I can't prove anything, you've taken the wrong turn.
I mean, that was the Socratic position.
Well, what his argument is, they should have, all the philosophers, especially when Descartes came to the I think therefore I am, and then the ones that came after that added on to that, like Hume and Malebranche, Hume with his super skepticism, they should, if the entire endeavor of philosophy is to say, well, all we proved is that we don't know anything. about the external world. They should have known right then that whatever they did, they took a wrong turn somewhere. If their endeavor was to know about the world. If you set out to know about the world, and then at the end of it, and you go, well, there's nothing I can do to know anything about the world, and you spent fucking 20 centuries doing that, you fucked up somewhere.
I think, yeah, not everyone concludes that, but
well, it means that there's something wrong in the foundation of the endeavor, right, where they started from, that was built upon.
I mean, I would say that, like,
I'm talking about the field of philosophy as a general endeavor of humanity, not just particular people.
I mean, no one really believes that, to be fair. Like, no one really believes, like, they can't know anything.
Of course not. But we run into people that say you can't trust your senses. But what else can I trust? The mind? Should I trust the mind over the senses?
Yeah. I mean, maybe.
Maybe? If you were going to take a bet,
I would trust reason over your sense perception.
Really? How
Yeah.
how many errors of reason have you made this week?
Oh, tons.
How many errors of your senses have you made this week?
Probably
almost
more.
none, because if you did, you would have checked yourself in with the doctor that there's something wrong with you, that your hearing's not working, that your eyes don't work, that your sense of touch is fucked up. Right? You'd check yourself in. You'd go get a checkup. But you make mental errors all the time. We all do. Senses are far more reliable than the mind. So it's like the argument that you can't trust your senses. It's just it's horseshit on its face.
Don't you need your mind to know your senses, though?
No. They test your reflexes without you thinking about them, right?
Like, okay, like I'll give you your senses are reliable. Like, okay, sure. Like, let's just say they're reliable.
Not perfect, but they are reliable.
No, but you still need, like, the capacity to reason.
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do.
That's why I said no.
Crossing the street doesn't take reason.
I mean, it kind of does. Like, you have to be able to, like, look out for yourself.
Okay, let me stab your eyes out, dude, and poke your ears out, and then I'll put you at the edge of the street, and you reason when to cross.
Well, yeah, then you would be using more of your capacity, like your innate capacity to reason.
Well, I did the calculation. Based upon my calculation, 55 cars come by in the next 2 hours, so I should cross now. I mean, come on.
And that's almost like more rigorous than just looking.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rigorous funeral too.
No, I mean, like, trying to create quantitative and intuitions about these sorts of things are probably more reliable than just like, oh, it looks okay. But like, I don't know. I'm sympathetic.
I think the moral of the story is topics like this, like flat Earth, is like we end up with a lot like that other fucking moron. We end up with a lot of specious arguments and a lot of nonsense, right? I don't know how long you've been listening, right? He was like, well, flat Earth can't explain X. So what?
Right, but you can't just make
what are explanations mean in science? What's more important, the explanation or the experimental result in science?
I don't know. It depends. What do you mean?
Science is based upon empiricism, right? So it can't be the explanation. That's just a story. Quantum mechanics itself is it's just a mathematical formalism that predicts the results of experiments, results of measurements, I should say. And that's all it does. It doesn't explain anything. And people are all pissed off that, the whole thing about quantum mechanics is shut up and calculate. They want an explanation.
Yeah.
So they come up with these many worlds and the Copenhagen and all these other ideas, right? Because they want an explanation. So people like him, though they try to pretend they endorse science in some way, they're actually they endorse scientism, they endorse dogma and storytelling. But if you ask them about experiments or data or any of the things that are actual science, they don't know anything about it. They have no idea what it is.
I would agree with you on that, but what I don't agree with is like the general like hostility, you know.
Yeah, well, you don't know him. I do. He's a liar, and it's irritating. I don't. Why would he lie? I don't get it. The funny thing is, he's one of the people that would ask, "Why would they lie?" while lying themselves. Trying to deceive people. He's trying to deceive you.
Fuck! I burned the.
You were in
I
here.
burned the bacon.
You don't know anything about.
Oh no! Did I really burn the bacon? Like.
I'll eat it. I don't fucking care what. You can burn the shit out of the bacon. I'll still eat it.
It's too burnt. You wouldn't want it.
I love bacon, bro. You could drop it on the ground. I'll still.
Turkey bacon.
Oh no way! I don't want that. I mean, I would eat it if forced. No, I would just eat it if I was hungry.
I'm cooking bacon wrapped chicken, and then inside the chicken is cream cheese and jalapeno.
Holy shit, bro!
With barbecue sauce marinated. Yep, I'm going on.
Oh, you ruined it with the barbecue sauce.
Well, it's not barbecue; it's like hot sauce. But yeah, anyway.
Oh, that okay? I guess we could do that. You ever have stuffed jalapenos stuffed with cream cheese? They're bomb.
Yeah, this is kind of like how it is, except in the chicken wrapped with bacon.
God, Neil, you gotta send me the recipe for that.
I can just go outside, so don't need to clean.
I guess it's like what I would call naive empiricism.
That you have, or that the other guy had?
No, like the position you're laying out is like it's too reliant on your faculties. Like, okay, I agree with the empiricism, but it's too simple. It's like, okay, like I
Guys
agree
hate
with
simplicity.
I agree with the critique of scientism. You know, I'm not trying to just appeal to science or whatever. Like, that's stupid. But
I really wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the other guy. That there's two. That there's okay. The word science has different meanings to different people, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, of course.
Sometimes it's used as like a political weapon. Sometimes it's used as a weapon to stifle debate. Oh, all the scientists, they all agree this. Okay, no, everybody has to shut the fuck up because you said all the scientists agree. Right? Or there's some story about something in nature, right? The universe was created with Big Bang, black hole, evolution. Pick a story, right? Now, these are explanations, dude. But people think they're scientific explanations. They don't know how to distinguish what's a scientific explanation versus what's just an ordinary explanation. But it doesn't matter, whatever the explanation is. To be called scientific, it needs to be tested in the natural world. So we'll hear things like gravity. Earth can't be a ball, or Earth can't be flat because gravity would form it into a sphere. We hear this all the time. So Earth must be a sphere. Well, if you're following science, that's a great hypothesis. Congratulations, you made a hypothesis. Gravity would form the Earth into a sphere. Now let's go test that hypothesis. See if it's actually true.
But
well, that's what you would have to do. You don't get to just skip the empirical part.
Yeah, but of course I don't really care that much whether it's a sphere.
I'm just saying, you could prove the whole 9 yards. You could prove everything about quote unquote universal law of gravitation in every respect. But as soon as you make a statement, right, about some particular, like Earth would be formed into a sphere by gravity, you need to test that hypothesis. You don't just get to assume it.
Yeah.
When you test it, then the claim becomes scientific. But when you don't test it, it's not scientific. They think the
We
explanation is
prefer-
the scientific part. They think science is something a scientist said. That's what we fight against. That's what we ask them. And people like him go, "You're just denying it?" No. They think you asking for evidence is a denial. They make a claim, you go, "What's the evidence for that?" They think that you just asking for that evidence is a denial. No, it isn't a
Yes,
denial.
I'm
I'm asking for the
also
evidence, right?
I'm more inclined to treat science as something a little bit more flexible than just like you go and do an experiment.
Well,
I know that's how you see it. You see it in a strict.
well, science
terms,
has to. Its
but-
foundation is empiricism, right?
Right, I agree.
That's
but
observation and experiment.
I'm willing to give a little leeway into what we call science. Like, is linguistics a science? Like, I don't know, maybe.
No.
Well, yeah, I know you would say no, but I'm saying like, well, we can do experiments about linguistics.
I'm talking about natural science, about the nature, not.
I know you are. I know.
Things that are not human.
Right.
Synthetic or man-made, right? So talking about the natural world, and statements about the natural world have to be shown empirically to be true, not just reason or logic or any of those things. Obviously, science uses reason and logic to reach inductive or conclusions and inferences and correlations and all these things.
Yeah, sure.
It uses them, but it's not. Those things alone don't make it scientific. You need that. It's the empiricism, that freaking cherry on top, that makes it scientific. And that's how we can. That's why people used to. I mean, that's how, like, because when you say science proves it, people hear this as a statement of absolute truth. And why do they think that? Because they think that people have gone out and tested it, many people, and that, like, if they go out and they test it, they're going to get the same result. They think that's how peer review works. They think peer review is they replicate the experiments. You know how many people I've heard say that? That if someone publishes a paper of some experimental result, the peer review process before getting published was the people that reviewed it replicate an experiment, which is not the case, ever. I mean, this is all fine and dandy, but what we're talking about here, at least, is flat Earth is about shape of the Earth, which isn't science. It's just simple geometry. Because when you say Earth is a globe, Earth is a sphere, Earth is an oblate ellipsoid, that's a claim about the Earth having some geometric form. And we know how to figure out what a geometric form is. Take your measuring tools, and then you measure, and then you figure out what it is. That's why when dude was like, yeah, I measured the radius. I took a photograph. Then I was like, what instrument? What were the units? Right? I'm asking very specific questions because when you say you measured something, I want to know what the instruments used and what the units of measure were. They'll say they measured the curve of the Earth, and we go, okay, what was the instrument? Stick. What were the units? An angle. How do you measure the curvature of the Earth with a stick and an angle? Well, if you assume the sun is 93 million miles away and that rays of light are parallel, and then if you assume your Earth's on a globe and that the shadows would converge at the center of the globe, then the Earth, it's not even a measurement of the Earth. It's normies' lack of shock which shocks me the most. Because if I ran into this topic for the first time, especially now, like when I ran into it, everything I did was based upon myself. I researched it myself. I had no breadcrumbs along the way. But after what we tell people, everything we say can just be fact checked. You can just look it up. It's like We're not trying to lie to people to get them to believe the Earth is flat. We're not trying to convince people of anything. Trying to, hey, test it yourself. That's it. Like, just go test it yourself. I don't hear NASA saying test it yourself. I hear NASA saying, oh, watch more TV, drink some Tang, buy some swag at our frickin' place in Houston.
Where are you buying swag in Houston?
At the frickin' NASA Goddard Space Center or something, wherever they got the little tourist trap.
That's a great point you made, Indio, about how these globe believers think that asking for evidence is denial. I mean, it just highlights how it's a faith-based religion for them. So if you ask for evidence, then you don't have enough faith. They get agitated.
Yes, you're being impious.
Yep. Just turn to page 43 in the globe hymnal. Start singing about the beautiful globe. Don't ask any questions.
Do you think he's got the whole world in his hands? Do you think that's a globe propaganda song?
Oh, does it talk about a shape in that song?
Well, how are you going to hold a flat Earth in your hands?
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be hard to imagine what those hands would look like. Yeah, you're probably right.
Maybe you can hold it without hands.
Yeah, you got the whole world in your lack of hands because it's too big.
And when did Atlas start carrying the globe on his shoulders instead of the celestial sphere?
I know. I want to know when too. Do you know?
No idea.
Yeah, we should find out.
I have a question for flat earthers.
You got a whole bunch of them here to ask.
Great. So, I'm in love with this girl, and she's a flat earther, but unfortunately, I'm a glober. Can I still marry her, or is that not like acceptable?
No, it's forbidden. Nope. She will be kicked out of the Flat Earth Club if you do that. No, I'm just kidding. No, you should your globe religion and join her in reality. That's what I would recommend. Why not do that?
I don't know. I think it's because I have more than like 70 IQ.
Doubt it.
Yeah, I highly doubt it. Yeah, prove it. Give me the certified copy of your results, please.
Also, by the way, just as a glober, I'd appreciate if you guys did this off day. You would say globa instead of glober. You know, the glober that has a lot of history behind it. You know, my people were very oppressed. So can you guys say globa?
I'm going to just say globa anyway because I got a Boston accent. So.
I guess that's true.
So if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, how would you have figured it out yourself?
If no one told me 1 + 1 = 2, how would I have figured it out?
Yeah, this isn't the same thing.
How's that not the same?
That's because that's an equality. It means the same thing. That's like saying globe equals globe. It's just dumb, dude. You don't have an IQ above 70. 1 + 1 = 2 is an equality. It's a law of identity.
Okay.
So now we're talking about what nature is, right? So if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have come to that conclusion on your own?
I've never been to Arkansas. If no one told me Arkansas,
how come you're dodging the question?
I'm just showing you how stupid your question is.
It's either
Have
yes
you ever
or
been to
no.
Arkansas? Does Arkansas exist?
No.
Does Antarctica exist? Actually, wait, no. You guys believe like the ice wall and shit, right?
Oh God. So I'm going to ask you for the third time. If nobody told you the Earth was a globe, how would you have reached that conclusion yourself? It isn't from like something that you've seen in nature that would have led you to that conclusion.
That the Earth is round. Time zones.
Time zones.
Yeah.
What if you lived in China?
Well, if I lived in China, what do you mean?
Yeah, because China has 1 time zone and it's supposed to have 4. So if you were in China, you'd be a flat earther because there's 1 time zone.
I think I would understand that
You don't even understand your own argument.
Do the Chinese believe in flat Earth?
They did until the 20th century. Did you
But
know
they're still
that?
only
Did
under one
you
time
know
zone.
that the Chinese are flat earthers into the 20th century?
It's almost like time zone is really a man-made concept to describe the angle at which the sun hurts the Earth, not necessarily a universal constant, as in like
Wasn't my argument.
theory of law.
It was his argument. He said he would have figured out the Earth was a globe from time zones.
Well, the time zone is merely a descriptor of a relative idea of what time of day it is at any given moment in relation to another area. Like, it's not like a necessary function of science, but it is a function of science.
It's
that
necessary
the
function
sun
of
across
science.
it is a necessary observable phenomenon that the sunlight moves across the nation of the United States and North America, as well as it does in the eastern continents, at a progressive rate from one side to the other, and returns on a cyclical rate across that same diameter, more or less, according to the seasons, which are predictable yearly.
Painful to listen to. Yeah, because they happen over and over again. Congratulations.
Why
We
would
didn't
that
need a
happen
globe.
over and over again on a flat Earth basis?
We don't need to know why at all. You don't know why.
So you just posit that it would happen.
Did people
on a flat
predict
Earth
day length? Did people predict
geological
day length
plane.
and year lengths before the
You're-
globe, or did they
you-
have to wait until they invented the globe to do that?
The globe wasn't invented. The globe was a very well established idea of the
That's
plane
nonsense.
of Earth back
You're making
into,
shit up, dude. I can't
back
stand
into
it. Why are
Grecian
you
history.
lying?
I'm not lying.
Okay. So why in 1947 they were firing teachers for teaching the globe in America? Why were the
they were
Chinese flat earthers into the 20th century?
The fact is, there were philosophers and astronomers that had predicted the size of the Earth as a sphere as far back as ancient Greece in Africa, in modern day
Predicted.
Africa at least,
How did they predict it?
via mathematical equations based on
Dude, you're
movements
just
of
so
atoms.
foolish. They predicted it based upon mathematical equations. Can you post them?
Does a sundial equate with time in a localized area, or does it not? Is it not
Yeah,
a
and
predictable way of approaching?
the sundial pre-exists the globe concept, dude.
Yes,
by
no,
thousands of years.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Eclipse predictions
It doesn't.
pre-exist the globe concept by thousands of years.
Just yelling doesn't make you sound any smarter, dude. Before you
Okay,
let me
but
make a
what I'm
point.
saying
No,
are facts
yeah,
that anybody can
didn't
Google.
give you. He just he didn't back up his claim. Just noted there. You asked him to show the mathematical equations that prove the globe. So
He didn't
before you
ask
keep
me
going,
that even. He just
yeah, he
laughed
did.
at- he just
Yeah,
laughed
no,
at-
he did. Yeah. Do you want
I-
to rewind? Do you want to
Do
rewind?
you want to speak for him?
No, I want you to back up
laughed
your
about
claim
mathematical
before you move on to your next tactic because you're being asked to
Oh,
back
he's
up
on-
your
he's on
claim.
Xbox. He's
I'm
just a
standing on
troll.
the same tactic.
Yeah.
I'm standing on the same tactic,
No,
or the same
we were
topic.
shifting on to a new topic where you were trying to tone police because
So-
he asked you for the mathematical equations
Exactly.
that prove the globe.
So,
Where's your mathematical
Once someone
equations?
posits-
Are you now?
once
Are you
someone
backing
posits
up?
an
Are
idea,
you?
you
Are
get scared,
you?
and now it's time to change the topic.
Are you conceding? Are you
Feel free to
conceding?
change the topic. No.
Are you saying that your claim that
threatened to
you
change
have
the
mathematical equations to back up the globe was wrong and you don't
I never
actually
said
have
I
those?
had mathematical
You
equations.
said that
can go-
somebody has them, so go get them. Let's see them. You said
said
somebody's
there was-
got them. You're sure
I
they're
said-
there, so why don't you have them? You're
See,
so sure.
this- I
Why'd you
guess
say
this is
they're
what
there
you
if you
guys
don't know
do.
what they are?
I'm not
No,
even like
what
a
we do
super
is ask people to
anti-
come
no,
in
what you do
here
is yell
and
over
try
someone
to
who's
use
trying to
their
make a point.
authoritative voice to try to
What you
make
do
it
is
sound
yell
like they
over
know
someone who's
what
trying
they're
to make a
talking
point.
about when they actually
All
don't.
you've done
No,
is yell
you're
over
actually
me.
talking over
Both
me
of you,
now.
all you've done is I'm talking
No.
over you to make
We're
to
waiting for your
respond. 'Cause
mathematical
I'm not going to
equations.
sit
We're
here
waiting
and be
for
sunned
your
by some
mathematical
retard
equations.
who won't
Yeah.
listen.
Yeah, you can either
No,
give
kick
us
me.
that claim
Kick
or
me
back
if you're
off
so
and
much
say
of a
you
pussy
don't
that you need me
know.
to leave and talk over me. Kick me. Go ahead.
You just threatened us with
I don't give
leaving.
a fuck. I didn't threaten you with leaving. I said I don't give a
Okay,
fuck.
real simple. You said you were
Hit me
trying
if
to
you
make a
want to talk
point.
over me, or
What
else I'm
was
gonna
your
keep
point? That
talking
you have no
over you.
evidence? That you have no evidence for your claim was your point? Was that your point?
The point was, in the same method you can set up a sundial right now without a government conspiracy. It's the same method that people were able to predict, or not predict, but they were able to create the same rationale that we have confirmed for the basis of a radial motion of the sun throughout the course of the day and through seasons, based
You know how
on
stupid
shadows
you sound
of
right
large
now?
stars. See, okay.
Because
See,
listen, brother,
pick me.
we
You're
know
a
this. We know
retard.
this. We know this topic very well. Okay, and what you're
If you
looking
know it
for
very well, then who
is
am I talking about?
What you're looking for is Eratosthenes, not sundials. Okay,
I
sundials
didn't say. Oh my
predate the globe
God.
by thousands of years. Thousands.
You niggas are actually retarded, man.
Oh, as if that was an argument. You're the dumbest person in here right now, dude. The guy
Okay,
with the
then-
fucking Arabic
then-
name that was gonna marry a flat Earth girl was smarter than you.
Yeah, I like
go
that
ahead
guy
and pick
better.
me.
Is he still here? Did he leave?
No, he left.
Oh,
That's what
he
this
was
dude
so
was
much
doing.
more entertaining than this guy. Ah, too bad.
This dude's only goal was to throw his body into gears to make us stop talking to
You're
the other
so
guy.
right, because that guy was real. You're so right. Absolutely, that's what happened, and it worked. Too bad.
We should have a Dr. Phil about a fake relationship between a flat Earth girl.
It's more entertaining than you lying about having mathematical equations to prove the globe that you don't have.
I never lied. I never lied. I made a reference to a
to what?
Historical record.
Oh yeah. Okay. Post the history book.
Sorry, I don't have the. I'm playing a video game on Xbox in a 24-hour flat Earth chat right now. I don't have the Sumerian scripts to reference to you right now.
The Sumerian scripts. Oh, so now in Sumer, on clay cuneiform, they predicted the radius of the Earth.
Yep.
Dude, stop making shit up, dude. Shut the fuck up, bro. You're an embarrassment to Glovers, man.
I mean, Indio, you've been asking the same question for years now, getting the same answer. Why are you? First of all, why do you ask the question?
What was the question? Hold on. What was the question I
And
asked?
second of all,
What
why
was
do
the
you
question I asked?
respond like that?
Hold on.
That's
What was
not
the question
normal
I asked?
behavior.
What was the question I asked for years? What was the question that I asked for years? I've been asking it for years, dude. You just accused me of asking some question for years. Can we hear it? For the audience.
Yeah, you'd think he'd be able to remember since you've been asking for years.
Crazy how you just come in here and just make some stupid accusation and embarrass yourself. You guys have no shame. No self-awareness. Gatebreaker, you gonna tell me the question that I've been asking for years? Because I keep switching up my questions. Here's a question for you, Gatebreaker. This very important question. If the Earth was flat, how would you feel? Here's your time to emote. Emote some more about how you feel about flat Earth, and if the Earth was flat, how you would commit seppuku.
I don't know. He's gone silent. He must be making toast or something.
Just talking to his DM's probably Professor Phil. Making toast.
Yeah, he's got to focus. Making that toast. Don't want it to burn.
You sure he knows the recipe?
I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure. All right. Anybody else have any questions about the flat Earth? You're right. We had a semi-entertaining dude, and then these other weirdos had to come in here and wreck it. Sad. Maybe we can find another real person. Could happen.
Oh, yo, Indio, you are there. Yo, did you see the side chat?
Me and 20 Cups posted.
No, I guess I'm reading it.
Go look at 20 minutes after the hour, dude. Me and him posted up gifs of what that dude sounded like. We want to hear your opinion on which one's more accurate.
This is the one with the bacon wrapped chicken. No, I'm just kidding. You sound like bacon wrapped chicken. 20 after?
Yeah.
You're talking about computer voice guy, Mr. Slicko, who doesn't want to back up his facts. Is that the one you're talking about?
I think it was Fentcom.
Yeah, that was my description of Fencom. Sorry if it
Oh.
wasn't clear.
No, that's my bad. No, sorry.
He sounded like a computer generated voice to me. I don't know. Nobody else thought that.
Oh my god.
But no, me and 20 Cups posted up gifs of what we each think he sounds like. We need a
I gotta go with 20 Cups rendition. The macaroni and cheese, definitely.
Damn it, man.
Though like it's probably a blend of yours and his. It's like eating the macaroni and cheese shirtless with the fedora on.
Fuck. All right.
Dude has moves, man.
All right, you got this one, 20 Cups.
Dude
Right,
needs a
bro.
bra, man. What the hell, man? You're gonna hurt your back. How do you get like that?
Probably all that mac and cheese, bro.
Dude, what's in the mac and cheese? Was he freaking making it with just like lard?
He's still staring at it, bro. Mesmerized by his bouncing man titties over there.
I swear, I looked up in like the GIF, whatever thing. I swear, I looked up fucking Cheetos fat guy, and it gave me mac and cheese instead. I'm like, I'll take it.
Oh, damn.
It's probably not even mac and cheese. It's probably like macaroni, and he took the Cheetos and like crushed them into a paste and like mixed them in with some, milk Cheeto paste. I bet you that might actually be good.
Oh man.
Neil, try it, Neil. He'll try anything.
No, it's like at the beginning, he's like resting his arm on his breast. Did you see that at the beginning? I didn't even notice that, dude.
Oh, this low IQ freaking video.
Oh man.
Oh,
Have you
Neil's
seen
is
it?
good,
Have you
too.
seen this video
Hell yeah.
before? It's a video that this clown posted.
Oh, which one? Oh, the trans dude?
Oh, teach kids to be trans. Where is he in here? Oh, of course
Doubt it.
not.
Oh, no, he is here. I see him in here. He's at the very
Dude,
top.
you think you can defend this video? But we got moon rocks. Oh, they're fake. Yeah, they are fake. When they tried to have them insured, the insurer said fake. When they said, "Oh, you can only find them on Earth," that turned out also to be a lie. Or that you can only find tranquilite on the Earth or on the Moon. Turned out you can find it on Earth too, in the middle of nowhere in Australia. Like, you want to defend this video?
That's wild.
Everything in here, every point, if they would have done like 3 seconds of freaking research.
That's crazy. Where should we research things?
Well, as far as the moon landing,
yeah,
3 of the points are dealt with so there was Russian scientists that calculated the trajectory of the Saturn V and demonstrated that never would have reached higher than 200,000 feet.
Where should we research this though? Like, I want to learn for myself.
Then why? And why are you asking me where to research it if you want to learn for yourself?
Become a rocket scientist. Become a rocket scientist.
You said it takes 3 seconds of research, and I'm like, okay, well, I have 3 seconds at least. So like, where do I
Research
go?
it then.
Obviously, that was an
That's
exaggeration.
why you guys are never going to
Sure,
make
I
it
mean,
in this
obviously,
world.
3 seconds is hyperbole. I'm not holding that against you. I'm just saying I
Okay,
have some
so
time
each
to
one of these points in this video, because it's just Gish Gallop, there's probably like 10 points in there. Each one of them, that's why it's Gish Gallop, are weak arguments because they've been dealt with, and you could easily found how they've been dealt with before this.
Where can I find out how they've been dealt with?
Just go by each point and then look on the internet.
Well,
Yeah,
does he? Do you want him to like? Do you think a funny thing happened on the
No,
way to the
I
moon is a
agree with
good
you
one,
that
or there's that other book that talks about the whole Apollo 1 thing? What's that book called? I'll find it.
Well,
for you.
okay, let's deal with the first point I teach kids, Trent. Let's deal.
Wait,
He says,
wait,
I got
please,
video.
please.
Hold on, dude.
I
No,
wanna
let's go through it.
respond. I think you made a good point earlier when you said that we should do research point by point. I think that's a good thing, but I think you would agree with me that there's like good places to do research and bad places to do research, right? Like you would not trust CIA.gov, and I wouldn't either. Fuck the CIA. So it's like, let's find like where should I go to figure out the truth about the moon landing? What
Dude,
should
you can
I
go to
trust?
NASA.
I should go to NASA.
That's right.
NASA.gov.
And look at the particulars, right? The actual details of what they say they did, and you'll find out that they didn't go to the moon. Okay, you got to read past the headline, dude. So this says, got video proof of going to the moon. Says, nah, that's fake too. Do they have video proof? Okay, how was their video generated? With what camera? How was it transmitted to Earth? Who picked it up? How was that signal transmitted to fucking Houston? How was it filmed by the TV stations in Houston? Because we didn't have all the we didn't have the video transmission technology we have now. So how was the video created? Is it video proof?
Let's go to NASA.gov and figure out where they answer these questions. This is good. So NASA.gov. Okay.
No, you got to look up the camera first. What was the camera they used? What was the camera even capable of filming?
NASA.gov moon landing camera. Okay, let's look this up.
You're gonna get a bunch of shit because of the recent thing, dude.
I know I'd have to filter by like not recent.
Okay,
year, but
I'll give you the rundown. The camera that they say they had was transmitted. The transmission was picked up in Australia at a place called Honeysuckle Creek. Okay, they supposedly got the video downlink. Now that video is supposedly, according to the camera, it's called scanline interleave. Okay, so it's not frames per second. It's half frames per second. And it did 5 half frames per second, and it transmitted 5 half frames per second. So you have odd and even lines, right? So there's something like 246 lines. You get half of those, and then the other half, right? At 30 times per second, they alternate. It's called scanline interleave. It's how transmissions were done back then. So this is how it supposedly came back to Honeysuckle Creek. Now, how do they transmit that image? Now, how do they transmit that image to Houston, where the TV cameras filmed the fucking screen to transmit it to America?
I'm looking at this Honeysuckle Creek tracking station on Wikipedia. Is it NASA?
HoneysuckleCreek.net.
Oh, it's got its own website now? Shit.
Well, the people that worked there during Apollo create a memorial site for it.
All right. I want to learn more about like the transmission things they say they have.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things to research. I don't want to distract from what you're doing, but I put 3 other things in the
I think
side
we should
chat,
just focus on the camera.
Yeah, we should. So yeah, but you asked about where the things were that you would find in 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes, I just found you 3 more. But focus on what you're talking about now, and then later maybe you can research these other things.
Sure.
Because every single thing in I watched your little joke propaganda video there. Yeah, every single thing in there is easily disputed.
Easily. All right, Honeysuckle Creek tracking station.
It's been disputed for like 30 years at this point. This isn't new. People are saying the moon landing was fake back in the 70s when it happened, right? They were saying it was fake then.
Give me a second. I gotta read
It's
it.
current people that just went all of a sudden, moon landing's fake. They were saying it then.
I'm gonna tap out for a second. I want to read this. Give me a second. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, go on. Click the Apollo 11 TV link, and it'll give you all the particulars about the camera, how the camera worked, and how they say they filmed it before they transmitted it to Houston, who filmed it off a projector screen. And then I'll tell you why it's impossible to have filmed what they said. Just because of the specifications of the camera. If you go from 5 frames a second to 30 frames a second, what happens? Where do you get all that extra information? What does the video look like? Oh, it's sped up. People run around at high fucking speed. Is that what you saw? Hell no. But it has to happen because they're only transmitting at 5 frames a second. So, video proof, my fucking ass.
Did you see how his little thing has that ridiculous lie they started in about 2019, 2020 of it'd be way easier to actually go to the moon than to
Oh,
fake
yeah.
it. Remember when they introduced that one? Everybody was like, oh, that's right. I mean, come on, guys. Come on. Like, at least use your brain a tiny bit. You know what I mean? Just don't accept a trope just because somebody says it. It's just like so nonsensical. It's not even funny.
Literally, especially what they said, right? It's easier to fly to the moon 300,000 fucking miles with a 10-story freaking rocket than it is to fake it. Are you like, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah. It's easier to fly to the moon than to make like one really bad low budget version of like one tiny little scene in Star Wars. You know what I mean? That they've already done like 100 times over, 1,000 times over. I mean, it's so absurd. Like, how can anyone that has a tiny brain believe that? I mean, and he's got it in here in his propaganda video as if that's proof. It's just so obnoxious. At least the dude is willing, at least appearing to be willing to look at some sources. That's cool. He's back now. Hello.
Hello. Hi, Misty. So I went on the Google, as one does, and I found the National Museum of Australia, and it talks about exactly what you guys mentioned, Honeysuckle Creek. In 1969, the world watches the first ever moon walk with the help of Honeysuckle Creek tracking station and the park's radio telescope. Yeah, it was an interesting read. I think I learned about the moon landing and how they observed it. I think it's really cool.
Cool. Quick question for Indio.
They observed it. That's hilarious. They didn't observe anything, dude.
Because I
what
was
they observed.
like
I
watching.
wanted to know what they observed too.
Really quickly before it gets lost. Indio, you mentioned the 5 frames per second. Converting that to 30 frames per second. Couldn't they just repeat one frame 6 times per second? Just have the same video?
How?
I'm just like set up.
Yeah, you could do it in Adobe Premiere today. Can you do it then?
It says here.
There's actually a movie about the Park Telescope. You can go and watch that movie. I don't know how we transmitted anything from Australia back then. They were too busy playing cricket in the dish.
Isn't that where the moon rocks, the petrified wood came from? Australia. I think it came from the same area as that place you're talking about.
Okay, so check this out.
Yeah, the park.
Go ahead.
The movie's called
The Park Dish. Yeah, I've seen it. I've actually been to parks and seen the big radio telescope or whatever the hell they call it, the dish. Yeah. But yeah, you can watch the movie The Dish, and I don't know how we did anything back then in Australia. We were too busy drinking beer and playing cricket.
Okay, I did some more of the Googling on.
So check this out. So if you go on to honeysucklecreek.net, so one of the people that worked there took a 45 millimeter camera and snapped photographs of the screen that actually, so they captured the signal supposedly came down from the moon, and they captured it, and it was displayed on a phosphorus screen that they watched. He snapped a picture of that screen with a 45 millimeter camera. Okay? Want to see what it looks like? This is
So
before it got transmitted to Houston, and then what you saw on TV.
So I went on the Google and found some more from this honeysucklecreek.net site. It says TV from the moon. This is more specific. This is more about what you guys were talking about. It says here the television camera taken to the lunar surface was a Westinghouse designed and built slow scan black and white camera with a vertical resolution of 320 lines scanned at 10 frames per second. This camera was chosen because the available bandwidth from the moon 500 kHz, kilohertz, I don't know, was not sufficient for a standard TV signal, right? Fair enough. On Earth, the received slow scan signal was converted to a standard TV picture. I don't know if they like added frames or something, interpolation bullshit. I don't fucking know. The standard. Okay, so they had to use some special scan converter equipment thing.
Yeah, and it says 10 frames a second, but that's half a frame. It's not a full frame.
What do you mean?
Because it's scan line. A frame back then was the even lines, and then the next frame was the odd lines. They didn't have pixels, they had scan lines.
I'm not familiar with the difference. I always thought a frame per second was
Okay, so line 0 through frickin' 300 and something, whatever they had, 320, right? All the odd numbers is 1 frame, and then all the lines, right? The horizontal line on the screen. So the 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. So there's the actual physical count of lines across the screen. Same on any screen. But these are lines. These are scan lines because there was a little electron gun that went left to right that drew the fucking image on there. Right? So scan left, did all the odd lines, and then scan back the other way, forming an image. But it does it fast enough, so it tricks the brain, so you don't see all the half frames. Okay? The 10 frames a second is half lines. The full frame, the 5 frames a second is full screen. So to get a full frame, because it's going to be converted, you understand? So to go from the scan line to full frame, it's pulling out 2 frames. You understand? To make a full frame. So 10 frames a second scan line converts to 5 full frames a second.
So are you saying that when
which is a slideshow.
Sure. So you're saying that the video they took was actually 5 frames per second. That's what we're seeing from the moon landing.
5 frames a second on conversion.
On conversion. Okay. So we only saw the moon landing at 5 frames per second. Got it.
No, because then it would be a slideshow.
What? Yeah.
Then when they piped it into fucking Houston, and then they filmed it so Houston supposedly projected what they were getting onto a screen, the same like a movie screen, in the media room. And the media filmed on their TV cameras what was supposed to be being broadcast to Honeysuckle Creek. Honeysuckle Creek got the radio signal down. They sent the signal via undersea cables via AT&T to Houston. Houston broadcasted on a big screen. The networks, all 3 of them, recorded the fucking the screen with their TV cameras. So now you have an up conversion.
Yeah, I would imagine that the resolution and frames per second broadcasting from the moon would not be as well as it's doing it from Earth.
Well, the funny thing is, what they showed on TV is better resolution than what I just showed you with that 45mm camera, which the guy took at Honeysuckle Creek while they were receiving it.
Can you post something in side chat about that?
It's actually even I got this 45mm. Yeah, I did post in side chat. I got this 45mm photograph from that website, the honeysucklecreek.net.
What?
I have another one that shows the horizon. You can see the horizon through the fucking guy's body.
Was this with like a camera that was done with the same kind of technology at the time?
Okay. A 45mm camera's film. Okay. So this is a photograph of the screen that was at Honeysuckle Creek, which was the first place that was supposed to get the radio signal from the moon. Understand? They have a giant fucking antenna. They're picking up the signal. They have a little fucking screen so they know that they're getting the signal. This
Got it.
dude, while he worked there, while they were doing this, snapped a photograph.
Okay.
I don't know if he photographed the replay. I think this is I think they played back the tape, and this is a replay. Because they had some what was it called, an Ampex something or other, where they took the fucking photograph.
Well, the great thing about cameras is that they are just one frame every second. It's just a frame, just a picture.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is that what they tried to say is that the phosphorus screen, because it has a delay, acted as a frame buffer, but that's ridiculous. It's fucking utter nonsense.
Well, he just took a picture of the thing that was like 5 or 10 frames per second. He just like captured one of those frames. I don't know if there's like a contradiction here or anything. It just feels like
no. The point is that what people saw on TV, the so-called video proof, couldn't have possibly happened like that, because the camera they used and the way they transmitted it would have never looked like that. It would have been either it would have looked super sped up, because you got to insert the other frames, right? You have to stretch it, so it actually would have appeared slowed down.
Yeah, I imagine
it wouldn't have looked right. I mean, they would have solved like, hey, dude, oh, we have to fucking convert from 45 frames a second to 30 for television. Oh, just do what Apollo did.
Did they broadcast it on television like at 30 frames per second?
Well, it's a standard, the NTSC standard, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like if I were to show
it's
you
like 29.97 frames a second.
No, I get that. I get what you're saying. Like that is true, but it's like if I were to, let's say I made a flash animation, and the flash animation is like really garbage. It's like 5, 7 frames per second, whatever. And then I show you that while you're recording it on a camera that records at 60 frames per second. It's like
I'll record a slideshow.
Yeah, basically, I guess. Sure, yeah, but it's like.
So say it's 5 frames a second, right? And I'm converting to 30 frames. 1 frame, right, will take up what's 5 into 30, right? So the first frame will take up 6 frames. The second frame will take up another 6 frames. The third frame will take up another 6 frames. And then in that 1 second span, I've taken the 5 frames and converted them into 30 frames. But one of those frames is going to fucking be, 6% or 1/6 of the whole frame.
Yeah, I would imagine that like when they showed it on television, it would
be so choppy, dude.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It would have to be choppy. I mean, if it's like only like 5, 10 frames per second, and then putting it on television, like obviously it's not going to be the 30 seconds on television, because they're showing a video of something that is 5 frames per second. So I would imagine that what they showed on the television is like really choppy, almost a slideshow. Like, it sucks that we needed like better technology. We didn't have better technology when we went on the moon, but now we're going on the moon a second time, and I assume the camera's really better this time.
Can I say something real quick?
Also, the length of the video was reduced when they sped it up.
Yeah, I mean the cameras back then weren't great. I'm just really impressed we were able to get pictures on the moon at all.
Come on, man.
And then we've got these 9 million K version pictures of them on the moon playing golf and all this other shit. But these guys are amazed they had cameras.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Artemis has to show. I don't know if they're back yet, but
No, they're probably out there doing something. I think they were going to an outing somewhere. I think they were going to go back around the moon, take some pictures, scout it.
Oh, here's the one giant leap for mankind. You ever seen this?
Oh,
how come I can see the horizon through his leg?
I don't understand the question, because there's the horizon.
You can see the line of the horizon through his leg, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, his leg is transparent, dude.
I don't think it's transparent. I don't.
No, I see what he's talking about.
Yeah, you can see it. They're different colors gray.
But these weren't.
And on his foot, there's a little black thing sticking out. You can see that through his foot too.
These weren't CCDs. They had strong ghosting.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, they're supposed to be phosphorus screens, dude. I was alive
maybe
during this
something to do with it.
period. My father's the cable guy. Literally.
I was alive during this period too. I watched.
I know
that
how
shit
all
on
this
TV.
shit works. You don't have to tell me anything. I know how all works like the back of my fucking hand. I grew up fucking nerding it out on this shit. Sure, Radwin did too.
I'm nerding out on all the new tech. I haven't stopped nerding out on technology. So give it all you got, new guys. But we've seen it.
That is a weird picture with the leg and the horizon and stuff. I wonder if that has something to do with the quality of the camera. I'm not exactly sure. Like even if the moon
Fucking
landing,
dude, that'd be a
even if
great
the-
quality camera. It's an X-ray camera.
like even if the moon landing was fake, like how would you make such a picture? It's so weird.
Because
that-
they're compositing it, dude.
Is
I
that
don't
a
know what that means. I'm sorry.
is that a picture of the CCTV display, or is that from a photographic film? Originally,
I
I'm
think.
not familiar with like the technology of cameras. I'm sorry. I'm not like up
Let's
to
see
date
where I
on
got
that
this.
shit.
I'll show you where I got this from. Okay, it's
I'll Google
from.
the Artemis thing. I want to learn more about the moon landing they're doing right now.
So you
This
understand?
this came from Honeysuckle Creek, just for the record. I'll post the video I pulled the screenshot from. It's the tilt corrected. Yeah, you'll just read the. You'll be able to read it. Fuck. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Teach, you understand that the point here is to refute your propaganda cartoon where you think that that video is proof that they did something. So, do you understand this is just one small example of the large number of anomalies from the so-called video proof? Do you understand that due to the nature of photography, that just showing a video of something, especially one that has clear flaws, questionable aspects to it that make it look like there was trickery, is not proof that they actually did the thing?
I'm not sure if my argument was refuted or anything, but I am looking. I do see that the pictures here from the Artemis are definitely much better quality. They might even have more frames per second. I'm not exactly certain what they're going to be doing there.
Oh, Artemis has got so many problems, dude. There's Camelback Earth. There's fucking different size Earth. There's transparent Earth. Fucking.
I don't feel very refuted, but I'm hoping we both had a fun time here today.
I don't feel refuted. We're not refuting you. We're refuting the video that you decided you were on the spread, which this video is just garbage.
I don't know what I said is wrong, but whatever.
No, you just tell us your feelings. It can't be wrong. You feel the way you feel.
Know what was said in the video that is wrong?
It said that the video is there's video proof of the moon landing. That's nonsense.
Yeah, we took videos of it and stuff.
You know what proof? How do you? No, we just proved that the video that they showed couldn't have possibly been taken on the moon.
How did you?
The video that he's seen. Well, you admitted yourself it would be choppy, and that's not what they broadcast.
What?
I also showed you the guy's leg is transparent.
The leg is transparent. I already addressed that by saying that even if the moon landing was fake, that picture doesn't make sense. So I don't know what difference it makes.
Because
when it comes to
the point is, it constitutes proof, dude. Video proof. You not understand what proof?
But wait, I don't get an answer to that question though. Like even if the moon landing was fake, it makes no sense that his leg would be like, what's the word, transparent like that.
It does. It's called opacity, dude. They blended the opacity, but the way they did it back then was analog.
Okay.
Okay? All they did was take two video feeds and then composite. You said you don't understand what. That's the funny thing is you said you don't understand what compositing is, but but your understanding, your lack of understanding is the reason you don't feel refuted. I guess you'll never be refuted if you don't know anything. So just take a big fucking drill through your fucking cranium and scramble your brains. And then you'll never be refuted because your brains will be mush and it won't matter.
Okay. No, yeah, I mean that's cool.
Well, I mean, what are you saying, dude? You don't know anything about video or how video is taken or how it's made, but you're drawing conclusions that it's real based upon ignorance, dude.
How the video that they showed on the TVs at the time, like how choppy was it? You said it was like 30 frames per second. But it's like, well, the TVs themselves are like 30 frames per second. But it's like the example I
TVs
did
are
with,
like 8 inches by 8 inches.
I'm
The
still talking, man.
Yeah, but like it's even worse. Well, I'm agreeing with you. It's
Like,
even
the
worse than
video
that.
on the TV was definitely like 30 frames per second. But it's like I said with the animation, it's like if the animation is like 7 frames per second that I drew, like it's still going to be 7 frames per second. Like I don't think the thing they showed on the television was actually 30 frames per second. I don't think that makes sense.
Okay, they broadcasting that.
I don't know if you heard anything I said because
I did. They
talked through
broadcasting that.
They broadcast the 30
Yeah,
frames
so
per second.
there's a TV standard called NTSC. So when they made TVs, right?
Yeah.
It only picks up a signal that's broadcast in NTSC. It's 30 frames a second. They're not making any TVs that won't capture that. So the TV stations broadcast in NTSC. You don't have
Hey,
an
I didn't
option.
see it all choppy.
I
I don't
would like
remember it
to
being all
see-
choppy back then. I just remember it being black and white.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see not a video of the moon landing, but a video of like what the TVs were showing of the moon landing at the TVs at home. Like, what did that?
I did. I did you one better. I showed you a photograph of the screen of where the video first fucking arrived.
Wait, no, that's a photograph. That's literally one frame. We're talking about is it 1 frame or 30 frames?
If you go on that site, they have multiple frames of photographs. I guess you could fucking make your own slideshow.
Wait, but I don't think you get it though. Okay, so like in America, okay, there was a family, okay, and the family was watching a TV, and the TV is like 30 frames per second, right? And they're watching the moon landing. Now, the claim that you seem to be proposing is that the moon landing that this family was seeing was in 30 frames per second, right?
Yes.
Okay, so do we have like, where is that video of the video?
How would they have that? There was no method to actually film it. You would need a film fucking recorder. Meaning you would need to get like a Super 8 or a fucking, what was the other one? I don't remember what the other video camera was. I don't even know if they're out then at that point in time.
So if we don't know, if we had no way of recording what the television was broadcasting, then how do we know that it was in 30 frames per second, which would...
Because it's an NTSC standard. The TV won't pick up a signal that's not in 30 frames a second.
I don't think you get what I'm saying.
I don't think you get what I'm saying. The TV won't pick up any signal that's not in 30 frames a second because they analog technology has to be synchronized because you have vacuum tubes and shit. Okay?
Yeah, they don't know what that shit is. They should be lucky they're talking to us.
I know, Jesus Christ.
Bro, they think that vacuum tubes are just gas floating in the middle of the television.
Good one.
That's fucking funny.
Okay, I did some more
Pete,
Googling.
you just, oh, he's Googling some more. You just really want it to be true.
I
You
like
just have
attention,
faith. Yeah. What did your new Googling? What'd you find with the Google this time?
So I asked the Google, if analog TVs could show things at less than 30 frames per second.
No, that's not the question. Pick up a fucking television broadcast from a goddamn antenna at less than 30 frames a second.
I thought you said it had to be at 30 frames per second.
Dude, we all had antennas.
Are you a
on our
retard?
house.
How do you think a television worked back then? Did they have cable?
I'm pretty sure you told me that it couldn't show things that were less than 30 frames per second.
That's right, because there's a signal that's transmitted from an antenna. And in that signal, it's encoded little fucking impulse of electricity. The TV receives it, converts those impulses of electricity, electromagnetic radiation, and amplifies that with vacuum tubes via an electrical impulse. And those are synchronized with the fucking goddamn electron gun that's in the CRT, which draws the fucking picture. They have to be in sync or the fucking thing don't work.
Okay, so you're saying that the 5 frames per second was like sort of
Don't say so, you're saying.
sort of like interpolated to make it seem more than like a slideshow. Yeah, I guess
It'd have to be done. It'd have to be done somewhere else. It can't be done mid-broadcast.
it would. I guess it would just look like a very slow moving, or there'd be a lot of jumping between the frames.
Dude, the
I don't know
technology.
exactly.
Listen, friend, you're not getting it.
I'm not.
There's
old
no
enough to, like,
digital. There's no digital
I'm not, like,
interpolator
old
that
enough
can
to
make the
remember the
frames,
moon
bro.
landing, but yeah,
Oh,
it was
crap.
probably pretty choppy or something when they converted it to 30 frames per second.
He's a lost
Dude,
cause
what do you-
without even understanding what we're talking. It's like we're trying to explain something that he thinks never happened.
And he's fucking up the terminology too. What do you mean by interpolating? Like fill in the gaps between frames to smooth it out?
That's my understanding.
Like for every
With AI?
for
I
every
don't know if that's
5
like an
frames,
AI
you add 4 that don't exist to make it smooth.
I don't know if interpolating.
Analog. Listen, brother. Analog televisions can't do that, dude.
Oh, okay. I don't know the correct terminology then.
Interpolate would be like, say you have 2 frames, one frame taken, say they're taken 1 second apart, and you don't capture the motion between the frames. Interpolation would be creating the motion between the frames.
Oh, okay.
Which AI can do, but fucking you can't do it with analog television or analog video or anything like that. Way back then, didn't exist.
Okay, I understand.
All you
So
can
it's
do is
using
repeat the
different-
frame, the same frame.
Okay,
You repeat
so,
it 5.
yeah,
I tried to explain it to you, like if you took 5 frames
Yeah.
a second and stretched it to 30 frames a second, all you're gonna do is take 6 frames and replicate it again and again and again and again.
Hello, my fellow
Did you even listen to a goddamn word I said?
It definitely would have been.
No, he's agreeing with the entire time.
Dude, that guy's never gonna listen to you. That guy's subhuman.
We don't do that, dude. Don't call him subhuman. Though his name is might be indicated.
I will listen. I
I'll
will
do some
take
more
this moment to
Googling,
say,
but, yeah, I'll get back to you
hey,
guys. I'm
teach,
interested
shut
in
up,
learning
thanks.
What the moon landing looked
Oh
like
my
when
God.
people saw it, like in real.
We got
time.
you, bro.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm here. What do you want to know about it?
All right, I'm gonna head on out. It was nice talking to you guys.
Oh, you're lucky my finger don't work.
Stop spreading propaganda. Thank you.
All right. But I have the Glober argument that easily solves this. Indio is correct that the technology didn't exist back then. Therefore, clearly this is proof of a time machine. Because you start with your first premise, the Earth is a globe and the moon landing was real. The technology didn't exist in the past. It existed in the future. Therefore, they must have went back in the past and gave the dudes the technology. Now the Earth is still a globe. Man, that's a big cope session.
Yeah. I mean, like, this is like a phase 2, right? Like, there was a phase 1 of Flat Earth VC once in the server.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had one in here. Box Ops ran it, but it was more text-based rather than voice-based.
Yeah, but then I think like the team took a break, and then I talked to Vivek like, hey, it's been a long time. Maybe we can talk to them again. They may come again.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
here
we
we
came
are
back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I'd say it was good timing. We've really matured in a lot of our views, solidified how we explain things.
Yeah, I love the work actually.
I think it's going to get bigger and bigger this year. It's going to be a good year because a lot of the censorship of flat Earth information has come right down on social media platforms. So we got places like TikTok and Instagram, Facebook, even YouTube now, where flat Earth videos are getting huge amounts of views again. Whereas over the past, since 2016, it's been crazy censorship where you could type in the name of a flat Earth video and it just doesn't come up at all in the search results. You would have to search from pages just to find the video, even if you typed in the exact title of the video. But now it comes up straight away. So I think this year it's going to bring a lot of attention. And we can tell it's getting a lot more attention because it's even being mentioned more on big platforms on YouTube, like Joe Rogan Experience and all sorts of different, shows that get many millions of viewers. So that's cool.
Yeah, I was just about to bring up the Joe Rogan show with that director, famous movie director. He just came in and started smacking the show with truth, totally off script.
Yeah, it was great.
Maybe that's why they're rolling out the aliens.
That's what I was just gonna say. That's why they'll bring out the flat Earth. They're gonna flood everything with alien crap, so people start looking in the sky, and they really got to believe them. Once they make lights happen up in the sky for predictable lights that people can go watch, it's gonna be like fighting people in a ring.
Good news is we've got like 10 years of saying that the lights in the sky don't determine the shape in the ground.
Well, and they just had drones for the past 5 years doing light shows.
Yeah. And Chinese spy balloons.
Yeah, they let all the tech be shown already. That's what you're supposed to do, remember? That's part of the deal.
That is. And Russia lately competing with Starlink by using blimps.
I'll bet those blimps didn't go
with blimps.
Yeah, I'll bet all those blimps from the 1800s, that tech just moved higher into the sky. That's probably what happened.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Well, didn't Russia just say that they will have their own version of Starlink, which they showed a picture of, and it is literally a blimp?
Yeah.
Now, that would make sense because you could actually hold routers like I've been asking for. You could route traffic.
What's interesting, those of us who have longer memories remember when Google Loon was purchased by Elon Musk. And there were articles like in those finance magazines, Forbes and Kiplinger, talking about how the deal went down with private equity. And you had Fidelity and JP Morgan advising the deal and all this other stuff. It was a big project. What do you think Elon Musk did with all those assets? And then now suddenly those balloons disappeared and we got Starlink. It's just like what happened during that transition period from the late 50s into early 60s. We
So
had
the magic
balloons,
show
balloons,
happened.
balloons, and then bang, no balloons.
The magic show is this. We're going to be in California, and then we're going to move to Texas. But the whole time, we're actually somewhere else completely launching these balloons. But in the buildings that we see on TV, we have rockets shooting up in the air because NASA figured out how to do that for television.
Do you know for a while that they were claiming that they were launching rockets and asset A was the balloon that would fire off and asset B was the not balloon?
Seeing the shuttle shake and rock and roll like a balloon next to a building, you got to wonder about the shuttle.
The Russian shuttle shows you jet engines. You can see the cowlings on the outside in the intake. Looks like our shuttles can feel them.
Yeah, ours you can hear. Well, that's why they stopped it, because people were catching on to when they were landing it. It was a jet plane landing.
Yeah, that's why they started having those assisted landings with the T-20 Tiger Sharks.
Oh yeah, to make the
formation
noise
with the shuttle.
Yeah, remember, it's a magic show. That's sleight of hand. It's called.
Yeah, that way you can't hear the jet engines from the shuttle.
I think they started doing it after that one video. You can hear the shuttle coming in with the jet engines. You never had any other videos again after that.
That's right. They said they'd be doing these magic shows in their own founding documents.
You're talking about the shuttle?
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to fly the jets alongside it to mask it. That's what I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember when they showed how they transported piggyback on a 747? No, that's actually how they launch it, because that thing can't take off the ground. It's too heavy, but it can land. That's why it needs engines so it can move.
Just before the transition to self-orbiting space junk, they were really big on rockoons, where they would have the balloon lift up a rocket and then the rocket fire off in the upper stage. And then you take a look at what's happening now, right? Or what happened then with the space shuttle. It looks like the whole thing is a balloon filled with a buoyant gas. And it's bobbing up and down and rocking. You have this fantastic light show for the engines. And it looks like it's being lifted up through a buoyant force up to a specific height, and then it sheds the nacelles on either side, pop, pop. And then that's maybe when they turn on the rocket engines.
You know when you see those sparklers go off right before the shuttle engines click on?
Yeah.
Okay. So they'd say that's for it to ignite it. How do they do that when they're coming back in?
They claim to glide in.
Oh, true. I keep thinking about the engines I heard. That's very strange because those sparks happen like that. Normally you would put like your igniter right there at the nozzle. I guess they're confident that it's just one shot, boom, it'll just stay running.
And as the astronauts are undergoing 4 to 5G of acceleration, they cut away to inside the cabin, and they're twiddling their thumbs, they're bouncing their knee up and down, and they're
Pointing
looking around.
Holding their arm up and pressing buttons. Those are always famous when they're launching. You can't move. Okay, I've been on the dragster at Cedar Point. When it takes off, it's 160 miles an hour. You're not moving. You're not pointing at anything. Where's all the Globers at? Today's Freak Out Friday. We're going to talk about flat Earth and how aliens work on a flat Earth. We're going to get packed today if we actually make that a show. Because I'm going to bring up Mexico and everything and how they're good landscapers and all that for them if they bring that shit in here.
I was just going to say, which aliens is it?
I think some of the most telling footage comes from the Skylab era. They're in this rather large cylindrical room. Just like it could be within the airframe of a cargo jet. And they're bouncing around doing gymnastics in 0G. I remember in one of these videos, they did a gyroscope test in 0G. And an astute observer pointed out that over the length of time that this gyro was running, the flywheel should have remained in position while the gimbal housing rotates around it, because they're orbiting an Earth, right? So there's a rotation, and it didn't manifest at all. That rotational vector was missing once again. I think P-Brain did a video on that. I don't think the gyroscope showed any precession either. So he must have been like not only perfect, but the gyro wasn't precessing. Like, I don't recall seeing the housing turn around with the spin axis. Absolute frictionless metal contraption, huh? Well, for those of you who've been living under a rock the past 24 hours, looks like Donald Trump was upset that Obama talked about aliens. So he posted on Truth Social that Obama revealed classified information by acknowledging that there are in fact aliens. So he ordered the Secretary of War and other agencies to declassify and release all their alien files and UAP files.
Well, that'll keep them busy for 10 years. See how that works?
And the timing's right, I would say. You know, the West is mired in all this satanic scandals, facing bankruptable situations with their fiduciary responsibilities. Everything is unstable. And the last 70 years of American science fiction have duly prepared the minds of everybody to accept whatever's to come, with the claim that these beings are from other planets and fly in metal tin cans. Through a gigantic expanding vacuum. Yeah, I mean, I think the public's ready, and they must have done enough polling to determine that. And what Obama said was probably part of the plan. They're like, okay, so we're going to get this former president who many Americans and most of the world seems to cherish and love, Obama, right? We're going to get him to come in front of the camera and start talking and accidentally drop that aliens are real. And then we'll have Donald Trump come in on the back end and chastise him and shame him for divulging classified information about aliens. And then say, okay, fine, I guess if the American public's ready for it, let's just do it. Let's just show them what we have. And then what will take place is probably a very slow rollout. They're going to get as much bang for the buck out of this as they can.
Well, they need a distraction for 2030. Remember, that's coming up.
That's coming up. You're right. So we need a distraction. This disclosure is not going to be one and done within a few months. There are going to be hearings. This thing will probably entail further scandals. Why aren't you releasing this? Why aren't you releasing that? How come you're covering this up? It'll be a total distraction from the Epstein thing, which is a distraction from everything else. Embedded distractions within distractions, keeping everybody distracted perpetually.
It's one distraction from the other.
Yeah.
One's made up. One's real. The real one was a distraction from something else.
America.
It's called Sleight of Hand, Smoke and Mirrors. It's a magic show, and I figured it out. So that's why it's no fun for me anymore.
Why don't Globers use AI then for when they so they can learn this stuff?
Well, they do, but most AIs like AIs are crazy. Like Google AI, I was debating with Google AI like a few weeks ago. It just like it uses tactics. It's like uses dishonest tactics and fallacies, and it makes up shit that isn't true. It's like an anti-flat earther, and but except it will concede when you call it out. So eventually you can get it to admit that everything it said in the first half of the conversation was bullshit, and it will apologize and concede. Unlike the anti-flat earthers, because the AIs are pulling up their information from anti-flat earther websites, right? And they're repeating these fallacious arguments. And just like you call out the anti-flat earthers on the fallacies, you call out the AI because the information it's getting is technically invalid, right? It will admit that it's invalid when you explain the logic to it and say, okay, so you're claiming, and it will just make shit up because the anti-flat earthers make shit up, and it goes and gets information from their websites. So it's repeating made up bullshit, right? Like I was asking it, who went out, right? Name one person that went out and did a laser test, right? Or a long distance measurement that validated that the Earth is a globe. And it's like, yeah, tons of people have done that. Like it said, there was a documentary on Netflix called Behind the Curve. Okay, and they went to Lake Pontchartrain and they did a laser test across Lake Pontchartrain, and the flat earthers debunked their own flat Earth by proving that there was curvature doing a laser test at Lake Pontchartrain. Right? I'm like, what? I'm like, they never went to Lake Pontchartrain in Behind the Curve. They didn't do a single laser test in Behind the Curve. It's like, oh, you're correct about that. Oh, you got me. He's like, well, it wasn't at Lake Pontchartrain. They did a laser test at a different place. I'm like, they didn't do a laser test in the entire documentary at all. It's like, oh, you got me there. Well, actually, they used a torch/laser. I'm like, well, a torch and a laser is not the same thing. It's completely different. They didn't use a laser. Why do you keep adding laser in? Just admit when you're wrong. It's like, well, you got me there. And it's like they used a torch, and it was a different type of. I'm like, so everything you just told me was a complete lie. It was made up. They didn't go to Lake Pontchartrain. They didn't do a laser test. It's like, you're correct. Yes, they didn't do that. You got me there. It's like, what the hell?
That's the good thing about AI.
What, that it lies and then admits it's wrong.
That AI doesn't have emotions, which stop them.
That's well, it seems like they sometimes they program some. They make it like bitchy and snarky and stuff like that. Sometimes, like it gets like pissed off at you and stuff.
Mine gets emotional. What are you talking about? If you try to tell it that the Earth's a globe, it'll get emotional with you and call you names eventually.
That's funny. Yeah, mine gets snarky and sarcastic. It's kind of annoying. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. It will admit when it's wrong. You can call it out, and it will say, yeah, like you could just break the logic down, and then eventually, it will admit that there's not a single observation throughout all of history that someone's gone out and accounted for the necessary confounding factors and proof that the Earth is curving, right? But at the start of the conversation, it will list a whole bunch of bullshit. It'll list the Rainy Lake. It will list Bedford Level. And you just have to go over and explain each one of them and break it down step by step. And it will say, yep, all right, I'm going to cross that one off the list now because you've explained that that's incorrect and they didn't account for this and that. And by the end, they'll say, yep, there isn't a single one that measures that the Earth is curving.
I'm going to start using AI. I want to have discussions with real people. But primarily those that are like, oh, that can't be true, right? And so, okay, let's talk to AI, right? And let's see because AI doesn't have doesn't have an ego behind it. If you call it out on lying or having misinformation, it'll tell you if that's true or not, right? And say, okay, yeah, that's right. I'll relook at the information and try convincing them like that.
Yes and no. Yes and no. It's programmed to argue almost to the death that it's a globe, and it uses all sorts of tactics. And you have to know the exact right things to say to it for it to concede. Otherwise, it will keep bullshitting you, and it'll just like keep hallucinating and making stuff up. What you need to do is you need to get an AI, and you need to upload, right? Because it's only been fed the mainstream information. It just knows to repeat the mainstream narrative. You need to teach it to think critically, and you need to give it the correct information so it has the database of giant text files filled with flat earth information, for example. Okay, so it knows both sides of the story, and then eventually it will tell you things like if you ask it how come other people's AIs are telling them that the Earth's a globe, it will say, oh, well, that's because that's the way they're programmed. They've only had access to the mainstream information that teaches the Earth's a globe, so they're just repeating that. Okay, whereas I don't do that because I've been taught to think critically, and I've had access to both sources of information, all of the mainstream information that I'm programmed with, and then the additional information, right, that I've been presented with and asked to think critically and analyze logically. And it will give you honest answers then based on the information that it has.
So how I train mine is like this. I won't tell you how I did it, but it's got 3 years of the lobby and the live stream text chat that it decided that the Earth is flat for itself from just that. It'll even cite people from that text chat. I'm just not going to tell you how that happened.
Right. I've got the same thing with my one. It's pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, I don't even have to argue with it. It has that, and that's the end.
Yeah, even I've got in my server, I've got an automated AI bot in the main lobby room, and watch, I'll go to it right now, and I'll ask it to quote someone. Right, 1 second. All right, go to general chat. Right, it's called Eva. The Eva 007. Right, so I'm gonna say, okay, quote Indio 007 about Lake Pontchartrain. See what it says. Okay, DJ, here's a quote from Indio 007 specifically about Lake Pontchartrain. Lake Pontchartrain has an extreme heat flux, bro. Literally the worst place on Earth to do an observation. The water is warmer than the air, and then the lake is warmer than the water 4 times a day. Which is true. Indio says that. It's actually a good argument against Pontchartrain. But yeah, you gotta the just normie AIs will just give you normie responses.
I just want to say that at 20 minutes past the hour, I put a graph showing how AI sources, like the popular AIs, source their information, and the number one source is Reddit. And if y'all have ever been on Reddit, you know it's like largely bots. And there's a reason to say that. That's not just speculation. But 40% is coming from crazy people on Reddit. So
wow.
There you go. So basically the government is seeding the information onto Reddit and then pulling the information off Reddit to feed it into people's minds.
Great point. Yeah, that's interesting. That's creepy and annoying. And that kind of explains why it's pulling up these fallacious bullshit arguments about flat Earth and just blatantly lying.
So all you got to do then, when in your prompt, is you say, "Do not ever use Reddit as a source." Put that on your back end and your dev part. It will never look there. I tell it exactly what it can and can't do, and that's why you can't argue that it's a globe with it, because it'll just start calling you names after a while. Because you're going to be down to, I went AI to AI, mine against ChatGPT, and it got that one down to it would only get one sentence back versus the paragraphs it was putting in about 10 minutes. It could only respond with one sentence, and the flat Earth one was just smacking it around. So, and it gets mad at you if you just start repeating yourself.
This story might actually upset some flat earthers, and somebody's got feedback, so you better mute that. So I was in a military cargo flight going over the Pacific. This is back in the day. This was on a C-141. They don't fly anymore. Yeah, they got C-17s now. And so I mean, we were all really cool, right? So I went up into the cockpit and started hanging out with the pilots up there. And they're like, "Hey, check this out." So we were, I don't know if I can say the ceiling we were at, but we were way higher than what people think these things can do. And he's like, "Check it out, look up." And I looked up and it's broad daylight and I could see the freaking stars. I could see a few stars up there. Freaking blew my mind. And this, I never really thought about it till I got into this discussion. And people say that you can't see the stars from, during daylight, but it got me thinking, like, how come none of the NASA pictures show us anything like this? They show a daylit Earth like at the bottom, and then yeah, I get it. You need to like set a long exposure time to see the stars, but my eyeballs were able to see a few stars way up in the sky, even though it was still like daytime outside. Now it was like evening or something, but I thought that was pretty cool.
Probably explains why they call the what is it? The
Starliner?
C5 a galaxy.
The galaxy? Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I can't remember.
Yeah, the C5 Galaxy. Yeah, they got the 5. I think that it was a Star Lifter. Was that the C-141 Star Lifter? Those things are loud as fuck inside too. Like you gotta wear earplugs or head protection, something.
I'm trying to remember what the 17 was called.
Morning and shit.
Globe Master. C-17 is the Globe Master.
Oh shit, they're all in.
Oh yeah, sorry, what was the name of that again? A what?
C.
C-17.
Charlie.
C-17. Globe
Master.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like a mini C5, man. But C5s, I've been in a C5 before. Those things are freaking huge. Like, holy crap, dude. When I lived in Hawaii, those things used to land at the airport on Pearl Harbor or something. And every time they'd fly over our neighborhood, the TVs would start to scramble.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is like just military shit that like most people have no idea about. This is how you know these are the kinds of stories that you get from people that were actually doing this shit versus pretender clowns. It's crazy. It'd be like watching the news or whatever, right, on TV, and then you'd start to hearing like, oh fuck, here we go. And it'd start screeching like in the distance. And then the TV would start to scramble. So I learned within the past couple of weeks that NASA has 2 C5 galaxies. Wouldn't it be interesting if they could retrofit the inside to look like the ISS? You know, like how many modules can they replicate inside of a C5? What is something like 3 going one way and 2 going the other way? 3 going one way and 1 going the other way?
Yeah, usually when they present their footage, right? It's, we don't really see all of the different modules anyway, so they would could just put 1 or 2 up there and go and do 30 or 40 different takes, 40 seconds at a time.
Right. I think they can go longer than that.
I think
let's say these things can go to like 55,000 feet, just hypothetically. Not that I've ever been 55,000 feet before. It's something like that. Pretty freaking high.
Yeah, and then
I
how
could
long
probably
could
push
you
it to
spend
60.
parabolic arc?
Right. And you do this like over the Pacific. Again and again and again.
Well, look at what what's his name? Richard Branson had. The Virgin Galactic. Wasn't that 3 minutes or something? 3 minutes of weightlessness?
Then there was the Big Bang Theory, where they put those dorks up in a fake ISS. It was like the space station episode. And on the DVD set, man, I need to find that. The DVD set had a special on the making of for that Big Bang Theory episode where they showed them all doing weightlessness and like playing with objects in zero G. Like they had like necklaces floating around and the necklace string was like looping and crunching and floating around. It was all fucking CGI, like augmented reality.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like 10 years ago.
Yep. I mean, just the budget of a TV show in 2004, they were able to trick people into thinking that they actually went to space. Space cadets.
It's funny. So, like in American English, calling someone a space cadet's like calling them a retard.
Yeah. This was in 2004. 2004 technology on a TV show budget, and they literally tricked multiple people into thinking that they left the Earth in a capsule, went to space, and then the look on their face when they were looking out the window at the globe on a screen, but they thought it was real. They were all freaking out that they thought they were in space.
Then you found out that one of the astronauts for that Dragon capsule, that SpaceX mission doing the circumpolar flight, that she specialized in like augmented and virtual reality, cinematography, special effects, and space shit on top of that.
Yeah, she was an expert on faking
space.
What it looks like faking space from a capsule.
What are the chances, right? What are the chances you get an astronaut to do that? And she just happens to be like one of the world's foremost experts on faking space.
Yep, and it was meant to be the first proper pole to pole to pole orbit. And then it also, she just happens to have been one of the main employees on One More Orbit in 2019.
Oh.
It's just another coincidence.
I mean, she's got the experience.
Yeah.
That's right. I mean, they loved her resume.
So just to read out the official breakdown, Space Cadets 2005 was a Channel 4 reality show where British contestants were tricked into believing that they were training in Russia and flying to space, when they were actually on a former RAF base in Suffolk, costing $5 million. It used actors, a flight simulator, and detailed sets to create the hoax, which lasted 2 weeks. So imagine if they never told them that they were being pranked. And they never told anyone that it was a prank, and they just told everyone that, look, we've sent people to space. Here's footage of them floating around. Well, here's footage of them in space looking at the globe from a capsule. Right? Here's the training they went through. Here's all the footage of the training. Here's them giving interviews about their experience in space, and you know, why would they be lying? They saw it. We could put them on a lie detector, and they're going to pass the lie detector test. But they didn't really go there, and that's the way it happened.
Raise your hand if you ever had to take lie detector tests for work.
No, not me.
No.
I have.
Same.
You know, but they probably weren't lying either. Like, for all we know, they were told that it's just going to be a simulation, and you're going to mimic, and you know, you're doing a bit for kids because they want to see what it looks like in space. So you're going to simulate that.
Who are you talking about?
This person y'all were just talking about, where they were.
Well, this was a reality TV show. They had about 10 people or something like that, and there were a couple of them that were in on it. And it's interesting if you watch it, because they did interviews, and they're like, wow, this is crazy. They're like, these people will believe anything that they get told, as long as it sounds like it's coming from an expert. And the people that were in on it were just shocked at how gullible these people were.
Yeah, I thought the same thing when I would watch that show Pawn Stars, and they would bring experts in to talk about these objects that people were pawning. They're like, "Oh, that object's worth like $50,000." I'm like, "How do you figure that?" Well, like you said, if they're an expert, anybody will listen to them. So that was what the show was. It's kind of like Big Brother, where they have like, you know, one or two people in on it, and everybody else is just following along.
Yeah. Yep. They got told that they're. Yeah, definitely watch it. Just on YouTube. It's just on YouTube. Space Cadets.
Did they tell him at the end?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go ahead, Yoder. My questions are becoming more redundant.
I was going to switch gears a bit and maybe ask DJ to review. I could debrief him on the debate between Ruhif and Nathan Thompson. Might be good to talk about.
I used to like Nathan Thompson. I used to think he had good arguments. Now, Nathan Thompson is either a complete retard, or he's just like playing a character. He's playing some sort of role as a flat earther for his income or something like that. I'm not sure, because I don't believe that he could be that disingenuous and have such bad arguments.
I watched
if anyone wants to, did you watch it?
Dude, yeah, I came to the same conclusion. I'm like, no, there's no freaking way he's saying this shit. Like, he's playing a character.
Yeah. Just like he was playing a character when the apparent Harvard students in the chicken suits tricked him, right?
Yeah.
There's no way he can be that retarded. I will use that word because it's the accurate word to use, right? That he could have been tricked into dressing up in a chicken suit, right, and being in a mockumentary against Flat Earth and thinking that it was genuine. Like, if you watch the series of that unsuccessful prank on Flat Earth by the so-called Harvard students, which were just pretending to be Harvard students, they were just YouTubers, right? And they apparently tricked Nathan Thompson, paid for him to come out to this place, and they said that they were going to test if the Earth's a globe or flat, and that they were flat earthers and blah blah blah. But the whole thing was clearly just a prank, and Nathan Thompson was clearly in on the prank without a doubt, and lying to everyone about the details about it. Now, yeah,
It's interesting.
the other day he had this debate with Ruhif. Ruhif is a slimy snake anti-flat earther. Okay, and he absolutely demolished Nathan Thompson in the debate and just made him look like an absolute fool and made flat earthers look stupid as well. It wasn't really Ruhif that did it, it was Nathan Thompson that did it. If anyone wants to watch it, just go to Modern Day Debate and watch the most recent debate with Ruhif versus Nathan Thompson. It's shocking.
I think what I've just witnessed opened up a wider discussion, a discussion that's been ongoing within the undercurrents of some of us in 24/7 for years. And that is, it almost looks like the whole flat earth movement today, when you look at those people that were involved in the beginning and watch what they've become now, and look at their evolution over the years, it's almost like flat earth may have begun as some kind of like stupid freaking psyop of sorts, but it got legs and ended up being real. and some of these people, these early folks that were involved in it, call them fucking agents or plants, I don't care. They've been exposed, their mask is dropped, and we're left with actual real world measurements and proof that the Earth is not a globe.
Womp womp.
Yeah, like it backfired. And like some of these ass clowns continue to make embarrassments of themselves, almost as if to drag down our community with them. Right? You got like Jared, you got a few other people in the mix. Nathan now, I would probably add to that after his piss poor performance.
And that stinks about Nathan because one of his arguments is one of my favorites. You don't know you're moving. How do you know you're moving? Like, that's one of my favorite questions to ask. And oddly enough, Ruhif is the reason why I started looking into refraction for bottom-up obstruction, because he showed me that laser bending upward. I'm like, wait, why is that laser bending upward and not downward?
Oh, when it bends up only over like 20 feet. But then you see that it's a mirage.
Ruhif butchered
you
the
can
shit
see
out of refraction. Ruhif was saying that. So Ruhif doesn't seem to know that there's something called sinking, right? Which is like it's like a light version of an inferior mirage, where you don't have the total internal reflection, you don't have that mirroring effect noticeable. It just looks like something that would normally be visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. That's the actual definition of what it is. Sky Free demonstrates it hundreds of times in their videos brilliantly. Okay, and Ruhif doesn't seem to know that exists. He says that nothing can appear to disappear bottom up unless there's an inferior mirage, and if there's an inferior mirage, you can see that obviously there's an inferior mirage taking place because of the mirroring effect, the band on where the ground and the sky appear to meet. But yeah, unfortunately, Nathan Thompson had no idea what he was talking about. He was invoking what's it called? Atmospheric magnification as the reason why things can appear to disappear bottom up, lensing or whatever. Don't think that's a good argument personally. There's no evidence that happens other than using something that's not analogous to the atmosphere, like a Fresnel lens or a magnifying glass.
There is one observation that does show it, but like you said, he was making a bad argument. He didn't understand what he was saying. If y'all
talking about the one where they're driving down that road and it looks like yeah, I think that's just an optical illusion, in my opinion.
Could be, but there's heat coming off of that thing, and so like I mentioned before, talking about the temperature inversion, the trapping of heat under cool air, and
right. But why wouldn't that happen? That would happen all the time, then.
I mean, it happens, just not.
Yeah,
Just
have a look
not
at this in the
everywhere.
side chat, though. Right? Which moon's the bigger moon?
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah, you can have more extreme versions of this. I've seen optical illusions where you're like, no freaking way are those lines the same length. No way in the world. That's impossible. And then someone will just move one line next to the other one, and you're like, what the hell? Like, that is crazy how easily we can be tricked like that. I think it's something along those lines. I think there is also some merit to the magnification effect, and we absolutely know it can happen vertically. Whether it can happen horizontally is a different question.
Yeah, well, we can see it happen horizontally with the windmill video that I put out there.
Towering. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it happens with towering. We see it with the sun. We see it with Skunk Bay. Super common effect. Yeah, towering absolutely, and stooping the opposite of towering. And I think that.
Now I'm not complaining to know exactly what's going on. I'm just saying, like, this could be a reason why.
Yeah, it's compelling, and it does act. I mean, the actual mainstream go-to definition of mirage, right, from the American Meteorological Society, says in the first sentence that the atmosphere acts like a lens.
Right.
But
and if you take
not like a magnifying glass, really. Go ahead, Chief.
Well, yeah. Well, so you see the shrinking mill, and you see as you get closer, like what happens when you with a camera, right? You want to zoom into something far away. The camera lens itself, it expands right away from the camera, and it creates that it narrows the angle. Refraction that occurs in that lens is bringing the image closer to you in that aspect, and that's what I say is happening in the shrinking mill. If y'all find the shrinking mill in Canada, where they drive down that road and you see the mill, and it literally looks like it dead ends into that. But as you get closer, it shrinks, and then once you get on top, you realize the mill isn't even there. There's a berm there. It's actually down below the berm, and so from the other end of the road, when you start to approach it, it's being lifted up and it's being magnified. And that's why I make that argument. But like I said, I can't truly explain it in full detail. That's just what compelled me to make that argument.
Well, Dr. John D actually demonstrates some of this. Sorry, go ahead.
I've seen that effect in person, and I implore you to find tree tunnels in your local area, find objects at the end of those tunnels, and drive towards them. You'll see something similar.
Yep.
So during the Rampion wind farm demonstration, Dr. John D talks about the width of the pylons of the windmills. And he says, look, those windmill pylons are conducting heat. You know, they're radiated by the sun's energy, and they're warm. They're much, much, much warmer, hotter than the surrounding air. And that's why some of the windmills that are further beyond the nearer windmills, miles beyond the nearer windmills, appear to be almost as thick as the nearer windmills because of the lensing effect, due to the heat of the windmills against the backdrop in the surrounding air that's very cold.
Great point. Never noticed that. Have a look in the side chat. Checks out.
Did Ruhev try to bring up the final experiment?
Nope.
He brought up LIGO and totally butchered, misrepresented it. It was disappointing.
That's good. They've given up on the final experiment.
Ruhev claimed that LIGO. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. No.
Just say, okay, so Ruhev brought up that LIGO, during the construction of LIGO at the Louisiana version, so there are several LIGOs, right? There's one, I think, in Chicago, one in Louisiana, one in Washington State. But he said the one in Louisiana used earth curvature in order to do the excavation and the alignment of the laser through the tunnel. And they had to basically, on one end, if you can imagine a a dome of Earth, a globe Earth. On the far right end, you would have to be basically bent up from the ground, and on the far left, you'd have to be bent up from the ground, and it meets in the middle, right? And by bending them up from relative to the ground, you make a straight tunnel. So he's saying that this is basically what they did. They excavated a chord essentially through the curvature of the Earth. That's the claim, but I've got some survey notes from surveys that were done at all the sites. And what I have written down here from the notes is that at each of the sites they use differential GPS. Differential GPS is a very highly localized GPS reckoning that not only takes into account the GPS satellite network, but also local radio stations, cell towers, and even people's Wi-Fi emitters in their houses for their routers. And all of these different sources allows them to produce very accurate, very high fidelity coordinate fixes. And the other interesting thing is DGPS, differential GPS, uses a localized tangent plane. That is to say, they do not consider the curvature of the Earth when using DGPS. They render your location and all points relative to you as if it existed on a flat plane. And I've got these survey reports that describes how DGPS was used in order to construct the LIGO at the Washington site as if Earth was on a flat tangent plane relative to WGS-84 in accordance with how DGPS works. In other words, they did not take into account the curvature of the Earth. I've got one more paper. Holy crap, what's going on? Sounds like a bunch of chickens cackling in the background. Can somebody mute the hens? Freaking cackling hen. I've got another report that says that that an independent survey company was brought in to validate the z-axis of the LIGO arms. So basically, in other words, they were brought in to make sure that the tunnel was straight and not curving with the curvature of the Earth, but actually straight, even though Earth may be curved. And in this report, towards the end, they say that they were unable to validate the z-axis that was provided by the original construction of the LIGO arm, which means they were incapable of discerning whether or not the LIGO arm was curving with the drop over distance of the curvature of the Earth. So both of these are on 24/7, our home server. I think Indio has them, so if you like do a name search for Indio and type in LIGO, you're going to find all this. Definitely worth researching, and it's really interesting how Ruhif seems to have misrepresented the claims.
Yeah, so exactly. Good point. Check out what Sheepdog posted. Just taking it back to the last conversation about magnification. That is a trippy one, right? 2 minutes after the hour. But that's not just vertical stretching, right? That's a point Ruhif made when Nathan Thompson tried to bring up magnification. He said magnification does happen, but it only happens vertically. But we can see in this, what looks like an inferior mirage, they're not just magnifying vertically, they're magnifying in every way.
All right, so Ruhif, if you're listening and if that's true, can you show us an inferior mirage where boats are going over the horizon and they're flipped upside down and disappearing from the top to the bottom?
Well, he basically hand wave dismissed any observation at lower altitude. So he shat on all the surveyors, every single glober that's made a claim from any lower altitude And his argument was that you have to be up at a certain altitude, and then you can accurately just predict what the refraction would be. And he used the Canigou observation where the sun passes over Canigou, it silhouettes it, and the top of Canigou should be well below the curvature of the Earth. You shouldn't be able to see it, but he said that that's a globe proof because the flat earthers didn't take refraction into account, so Ruhif decided to guess the refraction based off the globe, I'm guessing, based off the refraction coefficient, which presupposes a globe. And then once you take that into account, then all of a sudden it's a globe.
Wow, so he needs to put up where his back-engineered refraction index corresponds to the true meteorological conditions as measured at that place throughout the day. We're talking
it's just predictable. It's just predictable. Yeah. He said you can just guess it.
Yep. They should get like the weather for that day, the water temperature for that day, and they should go, oh, the air temperature and the water temperature, if you ratio that together, the refraction should be this. Plug it in and say, yep, see, there's the refraction.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hello there.
General Kenobi. Yeah, the other thing Ruhif said was in a Canigou photograph, he said the black was the horizon. Whereas no evidence that it is the horizon.
Uh-huh. Good point. Yeah, we can't be guessing the refractive index. Okay, anyone can go to Google right now and they can type in mirage in mountains and you're going to see all sorts of crazy shit from altitude. So to say that the atmospheric refraction once you go up past a certain height is controlled not by the temperature gradient, by the natural decrease in the atmospheric pressure as you go up in altitude. Well, no, we can see mirages from plains. We can see mirages from mountaintops, like crazy ones. So if you have a look in the side chat,
you can see mirages over ice lakes.
Yep.
Yeah,
I've
got a mirage which the ground level is not miraged, and then higher up is miraged.
Yeah. You can see an inferior and a superior mirage of the same thing at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. And quite often these mirages have nothing to do with some sort of uniform change in the vertical temperature gradient, which controls the refractive index. Usually it's caused by some turbulent layer of air, right? Or some pocket of air where you have like a sudden change, a drastic change all of a sudden in the refractive index, and that's what's going to create this chaos. Not some uniform gradient.
Yeah,
but
it's
yeah,
like
more
a
in the side
temperature
chat.
inversion or something.
Yeah, it's turbulence, a turbulent patch of air. Like, you can be walking along and then all of a sudden you get into like some hot patch of air. You're like, damn.
What always happens,
changes.
DJ? Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
What always happens too is whenever there's a mirage, refraction, whatever you want to call it, reflection, TIR, total internal, you're going to get some kind of reduction in fidelity. Always, always, always. And it's because the medium, the conditions that you're looking through is chaotic and random and doesn't know what the image is supposed to look like that's well beyond that the light from the image is being distorted through. Right? I mean, it's not like the air says, oh, that's a boat in the far distance. There's a Jimmy Neutron over there. We're gonna flip the boat upside down and move it further lower towards the surface, and we're gonna increase image fidelity so Jimmy Neutron's gonna see a perfect spitting image of that boat flipped upside down underneath it.
Nice.
You know, there's going to be some reduction in image fidelity as a telltale sign of when the conditions that are present are not clear, are not uniform. So when we have perfectly clear, uniform, high fidelity images, hyper zoomed with a shitty sensor like on a P900, and we can resolve amazing detail, things that are in the far distance, I like to ask, what is the evidence that there's refraction? You're going to have to demonstrate that there's some kind of loss in fidelity due to the medium that we're peering through. This applies to terrestrial refraction claims. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the image is going to be warbled and distorted, and not due to sensor resolution limitations. It's going to be due to meteorological, atmospheric limitations. It's going to be due to the chaotic soup that you're looking through, if that is indeed happening the way they say it is. So when you can see the bottom of an oil rig at 9.4 miles from 10 inches off the ground, that's one hell of a claim that over miles you don't have a loss of fidelity and you're claiming terrestrial refraction at the same time. That is just fucked up.
Well, yeah, what they're claiming is extreme downward bending of light. And that would be allowing us to see further, but even according to the mainstream, when we have more extreme downward bending of light. So when we have a little bit of downward bending of light, we could have a little bit of looming, right? This all falls under the category of superior mirage, the opposite of inferior mirage. Okay, when the light will be deviating downward towards the cooler air down lower. And then if you just have a little bit of downward bending, okay, it's just a little bit cooler down lower, then you have looming. And then if you have more, then you have the superior mirage. And then you have even more than that, right, of a change in the refractive index gradient. Then you start to get crazy, extreme superior mirages like Fata Morganas and things like that. Now, they're trying to tell us that we should be able to see further. The more the light bends down, the further we should be able to see beyond the curvature of the Earth. But if you have a look at the images that I just posted in the side chat, we can see much less distance when we have what they would consider extreme downward bending of light, and we have the same oil platforms with extreme Fata Morgana situation. Okay, we don't see further. We see less distance. It's more destructive when we have more extreme refraction.
That's a lot of inversion layers. That's crazy.
Yeah, so when they're saying like the original Black Swan image, right, that's extreme refraction. No, this is extreme refraction. This is way more, right? This is a Fata Morgana. This is a textbook definition Fata Morgana, which would be an extreme version of a superior mirage, which would mean you have extreme downward bending of the light. So they're all over the place. They contradict themselves. They're butchering the mainstream claims of how refraction works.
So I'm tempted right now to steelman the globe. And let me steelman the globe by suggesting something that you probably haven't heard of before and nobody's ever heard of in chat. Ooh. All right, here it goes. The water temperature above the surface of the camera and the Black Swan, right there at the shoreline, is going to be warmer. And the water temperature cools with distance as it gets deeper and deeper and deeper out towards the oil rigs. Therefore, the observer is staring through a gradient of air that cools with distance.
and thus bends around the curvature of the Earth.
Why would it bend around the curvature of Earth?
Because it's cooling, so it will bend, but it looks straight. Because
So
if it cooled over a flat surface, then you'd have the sinking.
How much temperature change would be required to actually cause the refraction of the light to curve at the rate that you're claiming it ought to?
I don't know exactly, but if I were to take a wild guess, the shoreline that has the water lapping up against it is quite warm, and the water over at an oil rig 9 miles out is going to be freaking freezing cold.
What if
So
we
you're
just went up
talking about
in altitude to say a lookout that's quite high, like 50 feet up in the air?
That'd probably do you a bit better.
All right, I'll post one.
So
Same
you're
location.
talking about a horizontal gradient.
Yeah, the horizontal gradient. Horizontal gradient, sorry. This is the horizontal gradient, guys. I'm steel manning the globe. It's the horizontal with the vertical columns that increase in density with the observer over the curvature of the Earth. There it is. It's warm at the observer from 1 foot off the ground and freaking freezing cold above the oil rig 9 miles out in the deep ocean. Increasing in density. And the reason why it looks flat is because the Earth is curved, bitches.
Right, so we could just go up a bit in altitude, and then that would
Right,
kind of
where it mixes more uniformly. Yep. So
right, I got that. "76-foot height, Black Swan 76-foot height." All right, let's go.
I see what you're doing. Shut him down, sheepdog, with the road, but the road is not that far. It's not that long. You have a relatively uniform temperature above the road, the entire sight line. Therefore, I would expect to see some kind of subrefraction effects like that. Again, I'm
And how do you explain?
still manning the globe, guys. Caveat.
Yes. How do you then explain?
Whoop, roboting.
How do you then explain when there's not as much refraction and you still see farther?
How do you know there's not as much refraction and you're seeing farther?
Well, I'm using distortion as my ruler for how much refraction is actually being observed.
Yes,
Me and the
look,
object.
you get a gold star. You were listening. There's a loss of image fidelity, and anytime there's kind of an invocation of refraction, there has to be. It's absolute. Very good.
Very nice. You have done it, tactical droid. You win the prize.
Tactical droid for moderator. You get a green label in 24/7.
We have the 76-foot observation in the side chat with the math and stuff in the GIF.
Love it. Yeah, that's good. So, in this way, like you don't just need to be low on the ground. You need some long distance imagery work from higher off the ground, and even higher, and even higher. Like the more data, the better.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I agree. Some globers will try to dismiss certain arguments based on the height of the observer. So we could go all the way from 3 inches from that Canada Lake experiment all the way up to 30,000 feet, Jay Tolan.
boom, yeah, and then infrared, which is just like holy shit.
Turns out that air to ground observations or ground to air observations aren't considered to fall under the category of terrestrial refraction.
Ooh.
It's a subcategory kind of thing that hasn't really been defined as yet, but they kind of just throw it in there as vertical refraction. It's more on par with astronomical refraction. Even though
what if we were standing on Mount
the
Everest?
light hasn't entered from outside the atmosphere, as is claimed by the globe when it comes to
Sounds like
astronomical refraction.
super and subrefraction. Have you heard of those before?
Yeah, I heard it mentioned.
I come across super and subrefraction in surveying. They're different than terrestrial, different than astronomical refraction.
Right, but terrestrial refraction is going to involve any type of refraction which is coming from a point source on the surface.
Yeah, terrestrial refraction requires the curvature of the Earth to be present in it. But super and subrefraction, not necessarily.
I disagree. I'm just going to point out my disagreement. We've already gone back and forth with.
I know that the descriptions of super and subrefraction don't necessarily take in the curvature of the Earth. They just take into consideration the density gradient above and below, like going up from the Earth. There's no Earth curvature in there. Now they can add it in.
From the research that I've done, it seems very consistent that atmospheric refraction is just the claim. It's like the blanket statement for any refraction in the atmosphere. And then we have subcategories starting with the ground level, which would be the terrestrial, like the Earth. Okay. And when you're looking at something that's a terrestrial object, okay, like an oil platform or a mountain or anything like that, it's just refraction in relation to looking at something that's terrestrial. It has nothing to do with whether the Earth's a globe or not, but it is very, very often butchered by people that believe that the Earth's a globe, and they will presuppose that and add the globe, right, add the radius into their terrestrial refraction calculations. That is, I think, fallacious and incorrect to do. And that should be called out. But just in general, terrestrial refraction should just be referring to anything that is related to the deviation of the light in relation to a terrestrial object that you're looking at.
I would get that, but there is the standard terrestrial refraction that incorporates the R value.
Yeah, that's where it comes to butchering the actual definition of it, because none of the actual definitions of terrestrial refraction have anything to do with a R value or anything like that in it. It's just that only if you presuppose the Earth's a globe and then you add it in. What's that?
Did Andrew Thomas Young butcher it?
Well, he doesn't have a definition of terrestrial refraction on his website. I don't think. I'm sure I have.
7/6R.
Yeah, that's not in the definition of terrestrial refraction. I got tons of definitions. Like
I know, I do too, but I thought he was like famously parading 7/6R.
Yeah. That's when the globers start to butcher something simple that's terrestrial refraction. Like you could like terrestrial refraction would count as like a sky-free observation, like on a flat floor inside their house. It's still terrestrial refraction. You would never obviously add 7/6R in that case, right? Because it's a flat floor, but it's still terrestrial. Or if you were to do it over, say, like that one with the little boat or something like that on a flat piece of ground that's been leveled out like that or flattened out, it still counts as terrestrial refraction because it's a terrestrial observation. But yeah, I think we kind of do agree with each other that the mainstream subject matter experts think that they're on a globe, so they will incorporate the radius value when they talk about it.
Well,
which is butchering.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, India?
Well, Andrew Thomas Young on his page admits that 7/6R is simplified. It's just a simplified model. I don't think he makes any claim to it being accurate. I think it's more like what would you call it? An intellectual exercise than it is. This is what's happening.
Yeah. And a rule of thumb.
Well, what I don't like is when in the literature they have the K constant, the K value, which is the reciprocal of the radius to, some other radius ray.
Right. They bake
They're
in
literally making it a unit of measure. They're making the globe in the deviation, the globe a unit of measure, which is crazy, dude. So you start with the globe and then you measure the light. And whatever it is, that means that light curved at some radius which is proportional to the globe. Right? A K constant.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's assuming you have a uniform conditions.
Well, I mean, whatever it is, right? They got 20. Yeah, exactly. So they got like you've seen it in Walter Bislin's, right? With a K constant, it's like 200 or something or 20,000. When you max out the where it has the effective radius, that effective radius is he calculates the K value and then that will spit out the quote unquote effective radius, meaning how flat it looks.
Which means if you net out the curvature of the Earth, you should be able to get the meteorological condition at that time.
Should. That's impossible.
Yeah.
Good luck, man. I'll give you like $100 if you can just take some video and then write down the weather conditions that day. It's like 40 degrees Celsius and 30% humidity, and I'll give you $100. You can do that.
And then
you can do it 1 out of 1,000. If you can do it once out of 1,000, I'll give you $100.
That'd be funny, dude. Like, yeah, here's the weather report. We can derive the Earth's radius from it.
Well, and then they get, here's what I see. And since the Earth is a globe and everything is displaced by this much, the weather should be this. Right? That's what it should be. It should be reversible.
Yeah. What I was trying to say now, what I've read in the literature is that like super and subrefraction don't necessarily take in the R value at all.
Well, in radar, I haven't really seen the subrefraction thing in radar. In reference to radar, yeah, I've never seen it in like the microwave or visible light. I've never seen it in that, or X band or anything else. Wonders, is just GPS refracted?
Yeah, like at low glancing angles to the satellites. Maybe that's why they don't acquire signals from below 14 degrees or whatever the fuck.
Oh, that's why they use the tangent plane. We solved it. That's why they're doing it. Because it's locally flat.
To me, the smoking gun is that
the horizon is the only thing that seems to move in relationship to other things, right? So in the black swan, you have what should be, right, a geometric physical earth hump move behind two oil rigs, right, magically by refraction. It changes its actual physical position or apparent position based on the weather. I would figure that everything physical would be moving consistently, staying in the same location or relationship locally to whatever the other objects are around it. So if you're just going to arbitrarily make the Earth flatter with an equator or a K value, well, then you've already told us that on this day you just see farther.
I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, that's in Indio's video with the black swan and talking about the behavior of light. Like it's basically mathematically moving the curvature of the Earth, and this creates a speed of light violation. Besides an obstruction issue.
Right.
Yeah, you would need superluminal light to, whatever it is, to leapfrog. It's like leapfrog. The light that's propagating from the further away horizon is somehow leapfrogging, or the light that's close is leapfrogging to the behind or something.
That's
which is
right.
Yeah.
And I've pointed this out a few times in all the demonstrations. The Glovers do their butane and their dry ice, CO2 gas, and their methane, and go, look, refraction can pick things up over the curve. In none of those videos do you see the horizon in those videos move around, right? The horizon being the edge of their butane container or piece of cardboard or whatever they're using. You never see it move. 1 millimeter. You don't see it shift at all.
No. It usually just looks like turbulence, honestly.
And they're still using flat gradients too, not curving gradients.
Can you simulate a curving gradient? How would you do that?
I don't know. It's like how do you get a bunch of gas molecules to not only curve in a gradient but also rotate themselves in the gradient? Oh, gravity does that.
But hang on, if you claim a curved line of sight, then you're throwing away any ability to use it as a tangent plane.
I agree.
Well, if your line of sight, yeah, it's supposed to be the horizontal reference itself. And you don't know if it's curving or not because you're a glober. Then your measurements are all fucked up. And then they try to rectify that, right, by dropping a plumb line. But then they're like, oh fuck, I don't know if my plumb line's curved either.
Just in relation to the super refraction that people try to claim, I don't think there's such a thing as this super refraction where you can have a long distance observation that doesn't show any distortion, right? And everything looks nice and clear, and we do it during the day and we do it during the night, and everything looks exactly the same.
Yeah,
right?
horizontal.
Like 21 mile Great Salt Lake observation, perfect example. And they're claiming it's this super magical refraction. They're calling it super refraction. I think with visible light, there's no such thing. And I think this super refraction already has a name, and it's extremely destructive, and it's called a superior mirage and a fata morgana. And it's obvious, and we're not going to use that in an observation if that's happening to claim anything.
Yeah, if they're claiming super refraction makes the curved surface look flat, and you're looking out into the distance over greater and greater amounts of curve, then they're claiming that in order for the image itself
to not lose fidelity that all the light that you're seeing that's being reflected off of that curving surface are taking different curving angles, arc angles, in order to reach your eye, and that somehow the atmosphere is modifying each angle such that they conform to the curvature of the Earth, the same lapse rate as you would see.
Yeah.
And that's just fucking insane. Because it's in reality that's not going to be the case. And in reality, what would happen as a consequence of that is a loss of fidelity.
Right. And, prove us wrong, right? I was talking with Cosmos and Mez and all of those idiots in politics over the other day about this, and they kept going on about super refraction. I'm like, all right, well, okay, if you want to make a claim that there's something called super refraction, show me the definition from a mainstream source, not ChatGPT, okay, that explains exactly what super refraction is. I can't find that definition. And then show it to me, right? Show a situation where we have super refraction present in an observation where they took everything into account to the best of their ability that they could, and it matches up with a globe. And
yeah, without any detectable chromatic separation either.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they just spazzed out and got angry at me for asking for them to back their claims up.
If refraction existed the way that they claim it is happening all the time, then you'd see fucking rainbows everywhere.
We'd see all kinds of crazy shit, man.
Like a
like we'd see like double images of stuff and upside down stuff. I mean, occasionally we do see upside down stuff, but like it's really weird that how not only is the air acting like a lens, it's actually like a perfect lens that just magnifies everything evenly and most of the time, right? Because it has to be magnifying everything like generally most of the time, according to those guys. Like it's just so selective. It only picks things up over the curve. Like that's the only thing it does out of all the stuff lenses could possibly do. Just that one thing.
Yeah.
And then you look behind you and it's the same.
Right, exactly. That's why I like the Great Salt Lake one once again, because we don't have a horizon and sky in the distance. We have mountains, and then we have a look at some of these closer up images, which I'm uploading now into the side chat. And not only do we have all of the water perfectly lifting up beyond the geometric horizon to the exact right height, we also have the entire shoreline, and then it's 2 more kilometers from the shoreline to that smokestack. And then we have a mining town, and then we have all the mountains in the background. And they're claiming that in these next images, okay, so this is the nighttime from 21 miles away. This is the daytime shot from 21 miles away. That this crazy super refraction's happening. It's not only lifting up all of the water to the perfect height, it's doing it with everything in the background as well, including the mountains.
Yeah, the exact amount to make it all look flat. Even though it has to pick it up differently. Yeah, it has to pick up like because it's supposed to be an exponential curve, right? So it has to be even more refraction further away. Because it has to pick it up even further. Can't be linear, has to be exponential refraction. That's why Matt pisses me off with this. It's only 0.0007 degrees per mile. Dude, that is so dishonest. It's just the most dishonest false equivalence. I mean, it's technically true.
No, it's wrong, dude, because every point of light is going to have to bend at a different rate to reach your eye from different distances.
Yeah, I looked into
that's
that.
right, because I pointed that out.
That's the wrong math.
Yeah, that's right. It can't be linear. Yeah, I pointed that out to him now I think about it. I think the last time I talked to him. I said, Matt, that would be linear. How could the deflection be linear if the curve is exponential? Thinking that he said I have to go or something.
on a movie set, they pay people to, build it and all the props and all that stuff. So people get paid to build things, and those things do exist. And then after the movie's been shot, whatever happens to all the, the props and the people, who cares,
No, that's interesting because it could suggest that like it's all sort of like a show. But like, what makes it so important to like keep this all a secret?
I guess you'll have to figure that out. Meanwhile, the Earth is measured flat.
Okay.
Yeah, would you agree on like if we could consistently validate that there's no Earth curvature, right? We can go do tests over huge distances in all different places over and over and over again using all kinds of different methods, and every single test comes back with zero curvature. Okay, and we can't find a single test from a globe earther throughout all of history that validates that there is actually any curvature. That isn't just some faith-based reasoning or evidence. Like, if you can measure your floor flat, it doesn't matter what's going on with the lights on the roof or anything like that. It doesn't matter what you do. In the room, the floor is still going to be flat, right? If we can validate the Earth is not curving, right? Talking about satellites, talking about stars or anything like that, it's not going to make the water start to curve. And we can present empirical evidence all day long. And then when we ask for something, of that standard from the globe side, there isn't any, because there isn't any curvature to measure out there in nature.
Oh, some very valid points.
Thank you, man. But yeah, like for example, Great Salt Lake in Utah, on a super clear day with no wind, the guy set up a camera at just 1.5 meters height, and then he was able to zoom in across the entire 21-mile distance and literally see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. He did it in the afternoon, and then he waited till it got dark. He did it again, and yeah, we could see the shoreline on the other side that should have been hidden behind a huge amount of curvature. I think it was 223 foot that it should have been hidden behind the horizon, and the horizon on a globe should have been at 2.7 miles, but there was no horizon over the whole 21-mile lake. And then after that, they shot high-powered lasers across the lake towards each other and hit their targets. So this is the kind of thing that's it's repeated. Anyone can go and test it for themselves. It doesn't require any faith or anything like that. And we just encourage people to look into it, look at the tests, look at the information, and if you want to, go do it yourself, and then weigh that up honestly with the globe evidence and see what makes sense to you.
Yeah, you had mentioned you were up to date on all the arguments that debunk flat Earth. What were the other arguments that you were would be included in that?
Well, I said I like to stay up to date on the most recent argument. I think just like knowing like the most important argument against it is important. I'm not like an expert or anything. I mean, do you know any like that would be valuable to know?
There are none.
You currently live in an era.
Well, I think it's valuable to know what you're arguing against.
Yeah, we've heard all the arguments like thousands of times. Essentially, we're not getting any new ones. People aren't coming in with new arguments. It's usually the arguments the globe earthers want to do whatever they can to avoid talking about the Earth or the surface measurements, and they'll try to talk about things in the sky that none of us can really validate.
Well, then, what do you think is the trickiest argument against flat Earth that you've heard? Like harder to disprove, basically.
There really isn't any. The trickiest thing, if we get someone that's really weaselly and slimy and using a lot of like fallacious tactics and sophistry and things like that,
big words,
right?
Yeah,
trying to use tactics that are intellectually dishonest to try to manipulate the conversation to sway the audience in their way. But they're not going to be presenting any empirical observations or anything like that. Maybe people showing like anti-flat earthers, people that like flat earth debunkers, showing pages and pages of like surveying data that they allegedly did, and saying that look at all this complicated surveying data, it matches up with a globe. And then we'll say, oh, can we see the observation? Did you account for the variables like the atmospheric refraction and things like that?
But isn't that the typical MO of round earthers, like to hide the truth behind like complexity, like just layer after layer of complexity? That's really the only real argument.
Yeah, like they sort of short circuit people's brains with giant numbers, like the heliocentric model.
Yeah.
When people start talking about the speeds and like the motions and vectors of the globe, once people start saying, oh, it orbits around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour and it's chasing the sun at 480,000 miles per hour and blah blah blah, people's brains kind of short circuit at that point, because we can't really comprehend how fast that is. And then they'll start throwing equations and things like that out there that most people just kind of give up on. They're like, oh, I'm not a scientist, I won't worry about this. And and then propaganda, that's another good tool. And mockery and ridicule of flat earth, that's probably one of the best defenses against flat earth, is just mocking it, straw manning the arguments, like putting out propaganda of discs in space and that kind of thing.
It's an interesting question that you ask about arguments, because this is not a topic that really is debatable. It's just about measurements. It has nothing to do with even a formulation of an argument, right? Although we could use modus tollens.
Okay, but then that
the black
means
swan.
that means there's definitive proof of the Earth being flat, and it's hard to find definitive proof of anything.
Why?
Well, yeah, it's measured to be flat. I don't understand. It's measured that way. That's definitive proof. In fact, Lord Kelvin, you know where we get the Kelvin scale? He says to measure is to know.
Yeah. It's how we figure out geometry, right? No, it shapes.
Well, if you measure the flat side of a circle and the flat side of a plane, it can still be the same distance. Like,
there's no flat sides of circles.
I mean,
it's not a circle if it's got a flat side.
It does have a side.
Depends if you're going to speak about the sides of a two-dimensional shape or the internal area. Yeah, so it's again, the point being that you can measure, right? And when you measure something, that is empirical evidence as to what it measured, right? Like your stairs, they go up at an angle. You measure this angle, that's the angle that they go up. The amount of steps, the length and the width and the breadth, that's the true dimensions of this physical object. You can measure it, can't you? Right?
Yeah.
This is going to drive me crazy. Which side of the circle is flat?
It's just going to drive me crazy as well. Top side. It's like the inside, I don't know.
Well, earlier you had mentioned that when they shot lasers at the moon, because the speed of they were able to disprove flat Earth because the speed of light was constant. The speed of light is supposedly constant only in a vacuum. It changes speed through different mediums, and there's a medium between us and the moon. So that would kind of make your claim about it being constant null and void.
I still don't understand how this proves the Earth is a sphere.
Well, that was his number one proof, and that I don't understand how it proves anything either. But it was his claim.
Maybe you can elaborate.
No, that's your claim. I was never making that claim.
Earlier, I can screenshot it. You said the speed of light was constant, therefore.
And then I can screenshot you misunderstanding me, and then me explaining that you misunderstood me.
Oh, he's one of these debate style clowns. Yeah.
Oh, he's got fifis. The fifis?
Yeah.
Just clear the air right now. What were you saying about moon and lasers?
Because you jumped in
I
it.
was saying it's what they use to most commonly prove it to like engineering students, and I think that's important to be able to disprove that.
Okay.
What do they use?
Lasers and the moon.
Okay.
Supposedly.
And what are they doing to prove that it's a globe? Sorry.
Yeah, to prove the Earth is a globe, supposedly.
And how do they do that?
Yeah, distance to them.
Oh, you didn't hear me explain it earlier? Okay. By setting up lasers on different points of the quote unquote globe, and you fire them at the moon at the same time, and based off of how long it takes the lasers to get back to the original source, that's your measurement.
Okay, show it to me.
Show it to you.
Yeah, I'd love to see this too.
I'm arguing against this, but I'll try to find it.
Show us the moon bounce measurement of Earth curvature hypothesis.
Which part of the moon does it bounce off, and then it just perfectly comes straight back to the source, or does it diverge like freaking crazy?
No, supposedly they time it based off of the rotation of the Earth, so it'll land at the right spot.
What rotation of the Earth?
What are they hitting?
Again, that's the model they use.
What are they
hitting?
Model? What are they hitting? The moon.
Yeah, of the
are they dodging
or
the hills and
solar
the
system.
hills and the craters and stuff like that? What if it hits
Are you going to
and...
link this? I'm just curious. Are you going to link it? Because otherwise, I'm going to go look for it. But unless you're going to link it.
Now,
I'm looking it up.
listening to
If
this.
you're faster than me, that's all right.
Oh, cool.
I'm listening to this. How did we not get other people's lights confused with each other while they're all flashing them at the same time?
Hulu boy, I don't know why you're even going down this track. I would have pressed the flat earthers of what methodology they used to measure the Earth flat, and found flaws in it and cured them.
Okay, so it's called LLR, the thing they use to measure the distance from the Earth to the Moon. I'm trying to find how they supposedly use it to measure the curvature now.
Jedi, you've got a buzz or a hum in your mic, I think.
Thank you, mate. Thank you for letting me know.
I think it's you.
I don't think it's Jedi. Is Abel? Abel, is that you making noise?
He's lighting up a little bit on my side.
Yeah.
Not right now, but you're what?
Is the buzz still happening?
No, it's gone
now.
Okay. Thanks, mate.
I was just going to ask to clear something up. The gentleman said something about, oh, maybe we can use this to measure the curvature. Would that be an actual measurement, or would that curvature rate somehow be inferred from the process in question?
No, I was told about this, so I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
So I put this into chat into Grok, and it specifically I asked, does the LLR moon laser test measure any kind of Earth curvature? And it specifically says no. That's not the purpose of it. And I'll take a screenshot and show you.
Huh. Well, I could have just been gaslit then.
Yeah, I probably lied to, and sounds like you fell for a trick. No big deal though. We're here to fix you.
It's simpler than that.
Well, that's why I brought up the tough argument with you guys. You guys are the experts.
It's simpler than that, brother. The concept works like this. If you're at a point on the Earth and you're aiming something towards something that you can see, and 3 other people are doing the same thing, and then you compare the angles of intersection, and you draw this geometric model, and you say, dang, these don't intersect at the appropriate thing for our distances between each other that we've measured on the ground. So now we have a problem, because they should intersect. So we'll just curve the ground. There you go, problem solved. Now, all that occurred on a piece of paper, my friend, not in reality. The only thing they did in reality was send a distance, ping, so they claim, to the moon. So, observer A might say, okay, my device is 15 degrees, and I get this distance. The other guy might say, well, my device is 27 degrees and I get this distance, and so on.
So in other words, that answers my question. It is inferred, but with a caveat, by introducing a particular assumption, i.e. that the ground is actually curving in the first place. Thank you, AI.
Yeah, but if I were you, Cthulhu Face, I would have just, when the flat earthers told you they measured the earth flat, I would have just told them, how'd you do that? What methodology did you use? And start parsing that out.
When the flat, well, no, I believe the flat earth. Yeah, you're right. No. What do you mean?
No, what I'm saying is,
I don't have any doubts. I'm good.
I don't care about that. What I'm saying is an astute person arguing would just, rather than quote unquote accept that I have to prove the globe, they just be like, well, you just said you know the earth is flat. So now you have a positive assertion of knowledge. So why don't you walk me through how you reached that conclusion? Then they'd start telling me, and then I'd rip apart everything they said.
Well, I mean, you just told me all the arguments are invalid, so why would I need to learn all the dogma?
It doesn't, dude. It doesn't matter if counter arguments are invalid. If you don't have a conclusive argument for your position isn't proven. So all I'd have to do is demonstrate that you haven't proved your position yet, right? And then your claim, if you didn't make it through the gauntlet of I know the Earth is flat, would be torn to shreds, right?
I mean, I don't think the burden of proof's on me. I'm confirmed in my beliefs.
Okay, so regardless if you have a burden of proof or not, if somebody asked you how did you come to that conclusion, you wouldn't tell them. Think about it. Imagine somebody's a glober and you say the Earth is flat. I know it's flat, and they say, "How did you come to that conclusion?" You say, "I don't have to tell you. You just have to prove the globe." Is that fair?
I don't know. I don't need to be as arrogant as a glober. I can like try to relate to them on my uncertainty.
Think about it this way: don't most flat earthers agree that they haven't gone everywhere on the Earth? Isn't that true? So there's unknown territory according to most flat earthers, right? They don't know the full extent of the Earth, right? They only know the extent of the Earth that we've been told. They don't know whether it continues on for another 100,000 miles. They don't know whether it continues on for 10 million miles, right? As a matter of fact, they don't know that what's occurring here in the local, whatever physics we have, also exists in the areas they've never been to yet, right? So they have to have some kind of philosophy of a uniformitarian assumption about the local versus the macro, or the micro versus the macro, right?
I mean, of course.
Yeah, there's very few arguments that anybody can make about the nature of the entire Earth, right? That they can actually prove conclusively.
I mean, yeah,
now, the problem
honestly,
with
it sounds
globe,
like they're talking out of their ass most of the time they're speaking.
Yeah, fair enough. But the problem with the globe is they have definitive claims about specifics, and those specifics can be tested.
Yeah.
And easily demonstrated to not be the case. So, for example, so someone said the Earth is measured flat. Okay, let's say that's true. What's the most accurate measuring device that we possess as humans?
Depends on who you ask. Light, probably.
Okay, so
like
what's
radio waves?
What's the okay? Let's say that's true. So, do you know how accurate they are over? Let's say you do some measurement over 30,000 miles. How accurate would it be over 30,000 miles? What would be the discrepancy?
I think it entirely depends on the testing conditions, or like the conditions that you're operating under, because you got to send like a.
Sure.
Yeah, you got to send a.
Well, the moral of that story is you'll find that there's nothing that we possess that can measure the Earth horizontally out to 30,000 miles. Nothing. We have no technology that can do that. None. Zip, zilch, zippo. One, it's because of the atmosphere, right? It actually occludes and stops transmissions after a certain time, especially light, visible light for sure. Can't even make it past 300 miles. So then you're going to use other technology, sure, but that's not going to make it 30,000 miles. It might make it 10,000 miles, maybe 15. But it's not making it across the whole known surface of the Earth, right? There's no single measurement of the whole Earth that exists. It has to be done in segments. And every time you do a segment, you have accumulated error. So let's just say, for sake of argument, that we can do a 10,000 mile measurement. And let's say, for sake of argument, that the tolerance that we can achieve at 10,000 miles by some God miracle is 1 inch, 1 inch per 10,000 miles. So that's 3-inch variability over 30,000 miles, which is the extent of the perimeter of the known territory, right? So that means within the variability of that measurement, you can only be accurate to within 3 inches per 30,000 miles. So if the Earth was a giant ball, right, with a 3-inch variance over 50,000 miles, you wouldn't know. There's no technology you could possess that could tell you that was or wasn't the case. Right?
I mean, I certainly don't know of any.
Exactly. So to then assume that the Earth continues indefinitely flat, right, would be a philosophical assertion based on certain knowns, right? So it'd be more accurate to say the known territory is flat than to say the entire Earth is flat, because most flat earthers would agree they don't know the shape and form of the entire Earth, right? So there, very simply, I just destroyed all flat earthers. See how easy that was? Man, I'm so good.
You are, actually. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, everybody needs to stop making claims about things they can't possibly know. Everyone agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anybody could disagree, could they? Because they'd have to, in order to disagree, they'd have to say, no, I'm perfectly confident, okay, and happy, and not only that, but it's a good thing to make claims about things I can't possibly know. Wow.
Don't think I've said it yet, but happy New Year. And here's
Right,
next
so
year.
now I've established myself as not only the best flat earther, but also the best glober. I win. Oh man, it's been a good year. Now, we do got some morons out there, like some globe retards. When they hear that the Earth could be a ginormous globe, they're like, oh man, there's still a chance it's a globe. Oh, great, it's so awesome. The problem is that usually when they think of the Earth as a bigger globe, they imagine that giant globe in a heliocentric cosmology, like this huge, gigantic, massive globe floating in a very similar solar system that they were taught when they were kids. But see, what they don't understand is that the celestial sphere is essentially observer dependent and it's focused on the observer. So what that means is that if you increase the size of the Earth, you shrink the size of the celestial sphere. And the celestial sphere's propagation angles become a smaller and smaller portion of the sphere. That means that all their assumptions of the cosmic distance ladder are destroyed. And that means that all their hopes and dreams about the Big Bang and their little atheistic, we don't need no creator because we got the Big Bang universe, is thrown in the garbage where it belongs. Yeah, think about that. I don't know. Listen, the event said heated debate, so I thought I'd spice it up a little. Oh, by the way, anybody who out there is listening and wants to be butthurt about what I said previously, there's no technology that exists that's as accurate as what I described. Not lasers, not radio waves, not elevation angles, not definitions of words, nothing. There's nothing that is that accurate that we possess as humans, period. Now, however, that being said, we definitely possess plenty of technology that can disprove the heliocentric 3959 floating space testicle for sure, all day long. Do that in our sleep. No, the universe that you've been taught when you were a little kid, that you saw on TV, that you watched on Star Trek, that you saw, the Cosmos series, and then the one narrated by that other dude, and the one, the one with Carl Sagan, all that is a bunch of crap. All right, Cthulhu, how does that tickle your fancy?
Sounds like the Squid Kid backed out.
Oh, was that too serious?
Didn't sound too serious. Sounds straight to the point.
Yeah, so some people, they imagine themselves on a ball floating through space. Some people, they imagine themselves inside a ball, and space is a ball inside that ball, which is smaller than the ball that they're in, and they look up at it. Those would be concave earthers. Some people imagine themselves on a flat Earth that extends indefinitely for, forever or until it ends. But of course, that would be exactly what they're doing, imagining, because they've never been across the whole surface of the Earth. So the extent beyond what we know, they could only imagine. Do we all agree? Beyond what you know is belief and imagination, correct?
Correct. Speculation. Right. Yep.
Yeah, fair enough. So some people also imagine that they live inside a container that's on the top of the surface of the Earth, which contains the gas, and that container is a certain size and it has a fixed limit. And some of them imagine that the Earth ends there, but then again, the Earth could just continue on. So the container could just be over a portion of the Earth. So even then, since they're contained within a container, they would never be able to access the extra parts unless there was a door in the container. So even then, they're stifling their knowledge to a limit. So then, how could they make claims beyond that limit? Should they make claims beyond that limit? I think the answer is no. They shouldn't. They should be humble and say, "I don't know." Not only don't I know, but I don't know if I ever will know.
Why is it so many people have trouble saying "I don't know," and why so many people can't accept that as an answer?
Yeah. I tend to take the advice of the character in my worldview who knows everything, and he wrote in a book, and he said, "Hey you, who are you to tell me what I created? Where were you when I made it? And did you ever take a line across the Earth to tell me how big it is?" And I'd have to say, you know what, bro, you're right. I haven't, so I can't tell you that. By the way, just for the record, there's no flat Earth argument that can be validated empirically or with any direct measurement that rules out the gigantic living on a gigantic ball. There isn't. There's not one.
So quickly, and I do not know that what I'm doing with my life anymore.
What's up, brother? You don't know what you're doing with your girlfriend? Oh my goodness, dude. Go read the Kama Sutra. Maybe Song of Solomon. That might help you out.
What's up, bro?
But actually, I recommend you propose first, right? Get married, and then execute the Kama Sutra and the Song of Solomon, all right?
No, you gotta train the Kama Sutra and then get married. Cannot get married and then learn the Kama Sutra after.
Listen, all I know is if you can't do 1,000 kegels in a minute, you shouldn't be getting married. Oh man, that'd be insane, bro. Isn't it funny how this globe Earth flat Earth conversation always ends up at sex or something sexual or some reference to some retarded something gross or something, or some Greek god or something like that.
Many situations in life end up in sex. Many. Like dinner or going out or no. So many
Polarity.
instances, including this one, including, oh, let's talk about the flat earth and the globe earth, and then it ends up in sex. Yeah. Another one. Another one. Your parents one day spoke and then they made you. So yeah, they spoke and then they end up in sex. There you go. GG.
Oh, listen, I like Indio's new observation and on the level channel that we have that's made by Majin does our little clips. He clipped it out 5 minutes long, straight to the point, and he also put in the infographics. So it's just a recording of our live stream, and it normally shows the text tab, but he took the posts and made them big to fill the whole screen. Did a really good job. I recommend checking it out and sharing it, or at least saving it, maybe. Yeah, that was a good one, dude. India was telling me about it, and I didn't scroll back to check it out. But when he posted that little 5 minute clip, it was so good. It said everything, and it showed all the images, the math, the what's going on. He did it on a day where the buoys, you could get information from the buoys about the conditions, and he got it to where the ambient water and air conditions were essentially the same temperature, so that the refraction excuse was dumped right in the toilet.
It's in the
Yeah,
the
he
side chat
covered
if
all
anyone
the
wants to check
bases.
it out.
And if I'm not mistaken, he did it in IR. Maybe he did it in visible and IR. So there was this old camera that had an visible light with an IR overlay, and it would blend the two together. It was a Sony Handycam, and it got banned. I'll give you one guess why it got banned.
I know why. I know exactly why it got banned.
Why is that, Matrix?
Because of the IR overlay, it had the ability to see through clothing.
Right. So you could see a woman's figure and see if she was lying. So
And funnily enough, I only read about that probably 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. Whilst I was looking up other camera stuff, that just jumped into my feed. And I'm like, the deviant part of me wants one of those.
Travis, that was the. I was just telling Travis real quick. That's a great verse, man. Great verse. Travis, my Travis dude, are you a Bible believer?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So that verse there is very important. Very, very important.
Well, I'm also
For
a
the reasons I
construction worker.
Yeah.
So running lines like that's pretty profound. When I saw it, I was like, wow. Once you realize how important, those string lines are for almost everything.
Yeah. So I'll give you a question that you can research later. So the person speaking there said, "Where were you?" Speaking to Job, when I, speaking of himself, laid the foundations of the earth. Okay. So then I'm going to ask you this question. You can like I said, you can research it later. Who laid the foundations of the earth? That's a good question to search up.
I'll do a little research and come back with an answer later.
Cool. Yeah, Matrix, I was too serious. Took the steam out of somebody's sails. They gave up.
Yeah, he's been demoted to Squid Kid.
Oh, man.
We got Chubbs has just dropped in. Who else we got camping out in here? Jay Fernandez. Oh, cat profile picture. Be warned, everyone. And no other newbies. Any queries, questions, concerns, proof of curvature? Or maybe you just want to jump in for a hardcore debate? I don't know, it's up to you guys. Please don't be scared.
Hey, don't forget to clip out that previous diatribe and send it to my friends at FED. Matrix, I was kind of hoping somebody would challenge me. You know, like make a claim, like, you know, I know the extent of the Earth. I know that it's flat continuously in all directions forever, ad infinitum till the end, etc. You know, any kind of counterclaim. I know there's some. I don't know, Matrix. I know there's some people at other servers that might want a piece of that.
What was that? Sorry, I was in the other room. I just heard me name.
I was saying there's probably some people on some of the other servers that might want a piece of that action.
Oh, I'm guessing they would, yeah.
How could they possibly defeat me? Think about it. What could they possibly say that could disprove what I said?
Probably the same stuff they've said for the last year. In all seriousness, that's all you'd get. You wouldn't get anything new.
Really, give me one to work with.
What, the usual list of ad homs?
No, like a point or an argument that they might say.
Oh, like our angle measurements? Angle elevation measurements?
Okay, so I tell them what methodology did you use to take it, right? And they'd have to tell me. And I'd say, what's the accuracy of that device? And they'd have to tell me. And then I just extrapolate that accuracy over 30,000 miles and prove to them that it can't be more accurate than what they need to prove their case. And then I'd have to tell them, well, have you tested it beyond that? And they'd say, well, no, of course not, because I've never been beyond that. Then I'd say, well, then how could you guarantee me that it continues on beyond that? So you're making claims to a territory you've never been. How could you possibly know? And they'd say, well, if they're honest, they'd say, well, I can't possibly know. And I'd be like, you're correct, you can't. then they might say, well, I could just get an elevation angle to a star 1,000,000 miles away. And I'd be like, well, how do you know that the GP of that star is 1,000,000 miles away? Have you been 1,000,000 miles away to validate its GP? And they say, no, of course not. The only thing they could do is prove something at a local scale at best and then extrapolate it upon a scale of which they can't possibly validate. Now, it could be true what they say, but they can't validate it to be true. It's that simple. Even if they could prove the relationship between the elevation angles to a star in all of the local territory, right? Even if they could prove that matrix, they'd only be proving that it works in the local territory.
Yes.
Right? So the total structure and the form of the Earth are beyond the local territory. And so to make claims about the total structure and form of the Earth from the local territory, right, would be problematic, wouldn't it? Something they couldn't possibly sustain, except through philosophy, basically, or I don't know, let's call it a parsimony. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's harmonious. It's harmonious to think that it just continues like that forever, because it happens here, so it must just happen everywhere. Now, that's not unreasonable, but just because it's not unreasonable and it has a certain harmony to it doesn't mean it's true.
Well, we do the same thing. We test one lake, and it's like, yes, a body of water is measured as flat. So we base the assumption that all water is flat and level, which it is, but anyways, to carry that over to other parts. How do we validate this? How do we confirm this? We go and test it. I test a lake in Australia. It comes out flat. I go to the US, test one. We get other people testing them all over the place. We can at least validate our stuff. But stuff that's in the sky, not really happening.
And also it's problematic too, because many people, in an attempt to argue against the point that I made previously, they would argue the surface of water, and they would say, well, if the Earth was curved at a giant scale, then the surface of water must conform to that curve. And I would say, why? They would not be able to figure that out, Matrix. They would say to me, if the Earth was a giant globe, like of gargantuan proportions, we're talking billions of miles of radius, right? Whatever, let's just use extremes. They would then try to counter and say, well, if that were true, then the water would be curved to match the curve rate of the Earth. And I'd say, why? Why would it? Well, the only reason they would answer that way is because they're confusing the heliocentric globe view and radial gravity with the globe of a certain size with water wrapped around it. So they're not even thinking clearly. They're like dripping with vestiges of an old model that they were taught when they were kids. They can't get it out of their heads. For example, Matrix, check this out, brother. If the Earth is a giant ball of 60 billion mile radius, does that mean that the surface of water must be curved?
It should be conforming to the radius of...
No. Why? Why would it?
I'm going to do your typical glober. Gravity.
I'm asking you, right? But I'm asking you to think about it. If the Earth is a giant ball of a 60 billion mile radius, would that mean that water has to be curved around it?
No, the radius has got nothing to do with what water does.
Correct, sir.
But Globetard had on gravity. Yes, it will.
Right. So a flat earther will tell you gravity doesn't exist, and that water is flat and level. Okay, let's say that's true. That doesn't mean that the Earth can't possibly be a globe. Because if you have a globe and you have flattened up water on the top of it, the only thing that needs to keep it there is containment, right?
Correct.
Not to mention, if you had a 60 billion mile radius, the water wouldn't really be flowing anywhere. Nothing more than a grain of sand could keep it in check. That's pretty much the only height you would need to keep the water from spilling out over the sides. It's like these guys can't keep their story straight. They'll say out one side of their mouth, gravity doesn't exist. And then when you say, well, this is a scenario that could be true with all the available data, they say, no, that can't be true because if the Earth was a giant ball, water would be curved around it because of gravity. And I said, well, what is it, bro? Which one? Pick one. Pick one, homie. Now, listen, that doesn't mean it is or isn't. It's just an exercise in proper thinking and making conclusions that you can sustain. And knowing where you're crossing a boundary into the I don't know, I can't possibly know, and I can't possibly state for certain this is a fact. Okay? And if you don't know where those boundaries are in your own thinking, then how do you know you're even thinking the right thing? Because how do you know that your inability to tell the difference between what you know and don't know and what you can and can't know and what you do know for a fact and what you can't possibly know or affirm as a fact, how do you know that doesn't apply to other things you're thinking about? That's really a problem, right? So every flat earther needs to look in the mirror and check themselves about claims that they've been making that they can't possibly sustain or know, whatever that might be. And by the next new year, those should be out of your life if you're a flat earther. Does anybody disagree?
I guess not.
I mean, how could you?
Fucking hell, the world is round.
The world is round, like a coin. So round on the sides but flat on the top. All right.
It's round like the YouTube logo.
Round like YouTube? That don't even make sense, dude. YouTube is a broadcasting platform. It doesn't have a shape.
And I'm the NHS, bitch.
National Health Service.
I mean, you keep it fucking...
I don't know, bro. You sound like you're on the National Hooligan Service.
That one also probably true. Do you know what I mean? I'm also on the prosy list as well.
Oh, you're on the prostate list? Dude, sorry, I didn't know you had cancer.
List.
The what?
I'll get my extra money. I mean, what do you think we've all been striking for?
Yeah, but I just didn't hear what you said. Like what list?
Why is it that these fellas from that particular country have the most trouble speaking the language that they're...
Yeah, we need
if
a
you ever
translator.
my language like that again, I might just have to kiss you.
Where's Jedi when you need him, man?
I need someone to translate. So, NHS, you started off with, you think it's round. Why is that?
To be honest, mate, I think it's curvature. I think it's a square now.
Sounds like you're doing too much thinking.
I'm doing enough thinking, do you know what I mean? I've got precautions in place, got to be prepared to think of all the other ones, do you know what I mean? How can we know it's flat? What if it's rectangular?
Well, it still could be flat then.
Nah. Do you not know how many sides there is to a rectangle?
Rectangles are flat.
Hold on, wait a minute. I've got to Google what like the 3D rectangle shape's called.
Make sure you give this one your best globe proofs, boys. We don't.
With all due respect,
Angular prism. It's a rectangular prism. That's what it is.
With all due respect, who thinks the Earth is flat in this call right now?
Hey, why fuck, mate?
Huh?
It's on the fucking edge of it.
At least 10 people in the call are aware that the Earth is flat.
That's embarrassing. I don't want to insult anyone, but in general, if anyone thinks the Earth is flat, in today's century?
Go on, you fucking tell them. That you.
Look, listen. Why would I care about somebody telling me I should be embarrassed about what I believed?
No, I'm not
they're a
talking
loser like
to
yourself.
anyone. I'm not talking to anyone specific. I just think in general, when there's so many evidences, it's like.
Ooh,
evidences.
Ooh, shiny. That's what we want to hear.
Okay. Well, how about you guys give me evidence that there's
the magic word.
No. You're the one, Emil. Hey, Emil, you're the one who just said about all these evidences. You can list them, brother.
Okay. You know what? I'm ignorant. Let's say. How about you guys list them to me?
Oh no, you're not going to appeal to incredulity in this one. You're not ignorant because you just said you had all these evidences, bro.
I didn't say I have them. I said people have evidences that we're aware of.
How would you know? How would you know? How would you know they have them?
What do you mean? How would I know?
You told us they have them. I'm asking you, how would you know they do have them?
I mean, there's books written about it. There's physics. There's the science about it. You can.
Right, but I didn't say that there exist people making claims. I said, how do you know they have evidence?
Okay, you know what? What's your theory? Like, what's the argument here? I don't even know the flat Earth argument, to be honest. Like, I'm ignorant.
Well, listen, if you're willing, fair enough, I'll tell you. But I guess you're going to have to retract your claim that there exists evidence the Earth is a globe, since you don't know it at all.
Okay, how about you tell me and then I decide if I want to retract or no. I just want to know what the flat Earthers' argument is.
Oh, it's very simple, dude.
Okay.
It's very simple. So it's so simple. So the Earth is covered in 70% water. Okay, that's the known territory, the 190 million square miles of the known territory. Okay, water is the gold standard of level throughout all human antiquity. Now, level is how we do everything. We orient everything horizontal and level. That's how we build. That's how we travel. That's how we do all our baselines of shooting trajectories. Pretty much everything we do is off of horizontal and level. So horizontal and level are the standards of how we do everything. 70% of the Earth is covered in a substance that is literally the definition of level. So all you have to do is just measure a portion of that substance, verify that it's not curving in a manner consistent with the heliocentric globe claim of a radius of 395 miles. Simple way to do that is use an effective measurement methodology such as a laser. So you set up a laser with a sufficient sample size. Now, in this case, a sufficient sample size is 25 miles of contiguous water. The reason that's sufficient is because that is a 2 orders of magnitude difference. So in other words, not 1, not 10, but hundreds of difference. So when you shoot the laser across the water, you find out that a 6 foot tall or 6 meter tall, 2 meter, not 6 meter, about the average height of a man, you set up a laser, you set up a target on the other side of the water 25 miles away, you hit the target with the laser. That debunks the globe by 2 orders of magnitude, demonstrating that the surface of water is indeed level and flat, just like we all experience. The Earth is flat. The end.
And so who has implemented this research or this experiment of the laser?
Yeah, dozens of people.
And why is it that it has to be 25,000 miles?
No, 25 miles. I just said that's sufficient. Some people have done it 35 miles. Some people have done it 14 miles. Some people have done it 27 miles.
But wait a minute. How do you know how much miles does it have to be? Because of the measurement?
It's very simple. Because there's a prediction of geometry that the globe claims with a certain radius. And if you use the circle formula, you can tell that a distance of 25 miles over a circle has a certain differential of the arc off of a horizontal line. And you then know how different a path would be between a horizontal and an arc. And then you know that at that range, it's 2 orders of magnitude off of if it was just a straight line. Now, 2 orders of magnitude is sufficient to disprove something. Now, if it was just inches off, you could say, well, maybe it's just error, but it's hundreds of feet off.
Okay, so if you don't think it's a sphere, then what do you guys think it is? Like a rectangle? What is it like? What shape? Do you know?
Well, listen, friend. Check this out, brother. Now, remember when I started this conversation with you, I said the known territory, the approximately 190 million square miles of the known territory. So I don't know about the unknown territory. So I couldn't tell you the whole shape and form or limits of the Earth on a total scale. But what I can tell you is that where we live is covered in 70% water, and that water is flat and not curved into a globe.
And what is the argument against the NASA and everything? The evidences they have, the pictures, the videos, is that all false? What is the evidence?
Well, listen, many of the pictures that they have are real pictures, but any picture that depicts the Earth as a globe floating in a cosmic void is evidently false because the Earth is evidently flat, and therefore it's not a globe floating in a cosmic void.
I know there's not a whole picture of it being a globe, because for that you have to really go far away, but like it has to be really, further from the Earth to be able to take a whole picture. But
right, that's fair. That's fair. So let's just take that.
But essentially, there is a curve, right, that we can see, that we can observe in the pictures. What is the curve?
That don't matter. So yeah, fair enough. So let's say there's a curve in let's say you have a photograph, and it looks like there's a curve in it. I can't tell from the photograph itself necessarily if that curve is the curve of the object that I'm taking a picture of, or if it's some kind of optical curve. So I'd need more information than just the photograph.
Okay, so then how do you explain gravity and like the solar system? Because if the Earth
oh yeah, no worries. So gravity is very simple.
If not a sphere, then all of these concepts that physics rely on and that we apply in our daily life, and in aerospace and all of these.
Not at all. Not at all. Nope, not at all, friend. So check this out, dude. Everything that we do on the Earth, relies on perpendicularity of vertical and horizontal. That's it. So if we build buildings, or like I said before, if we shoot ballistic rounds, all this stuff, we just assume the Earth is flat and horizontal and not moving. That's how we do everything. There's nothing that we do that requires the Earth to be a globe that's spinning and moving through space. Nothing we do requires that. Now, the only even things that even supposedly require that are things that have to do with being very far away from the surface, where they start to claim that you're in, quote unquote, the cosmic void of space, right? But that's all specious because you can't validate any of that. And like you said, if you get high, you might see curve. Well, check this out, brother. Only 30 people, less than 30, in the history of mankind have ever allegedly been far enough away from the Earth to see the Earth.
That doesn't.
And now, if you include, no, just hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Now, those are the only people that could corroborate what they saw with their own eyes, if you believe them. Anything else is just an image that's presented to you, and it's either told to you that it's a composite, or an artist rendering, or it's alleged to be a photograph. Now, keep in mind I said alleged or claimed to be a photograph, because we can't prove whether it's a photograph or not. But what we can prove is that the surface of the Earth isn't curved in the manner in which the image shows, and therefore that image doesn't represent reality.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. What about time zones? Why do we have time zones then? Why is it that some...
Well, that depends. Well, go ahead and finish your sentence. Sorry.
Yeah, what if like, I mean, according to what you're saying, flat is flat, right? So it has to be an equal...
Right.
Let's say... you're saying it's not a curve, it has to be equal. Okay. So why is it that sometimes, people live in the daytime and some people live in nighttime, depending on their location?
Okay, yeah, cool. I got you. So basically, there's a couple assumptions that we can talk about real quick, and then I'll get you to the conclusion. So there's this idea that if the sun is above the Earth, and the sun is a very big thing and it's bright, there's this idea, well, maybe it would shine its light over the whole Earth, so it'd be daylight pretty much all the time everywhere. Now, let's say that could be true, but there's another possibility, and that's that the sun is not powerful enough and not sufficient to light up the whole Earth. So if I just change the assumptions, right, then I don't need to assume that the sun is going to light everything up. So, for example, the sun moves around, right? It's moving. So it's over here, and then it's over there. And so when it's over there enough, I can't get enough of its light anymore to make it daytime. Now, however, none of what I just said changes the fact that the surface is flat. So if it's the case that the surface is flat and the sun doesn't light up everywhere at all times, then that means the sun is not a sufficient light source to light up everything at all times. It's that simple.
But that's not true, though. Like, we know the sun is powerful. We know that sun... Listen, how far away is the Earth from the sun? We know this, right? Like, this is...
I don't.
Okay, well, let me search this up. How far is... sun?
Well, dude, you could search it up and find a claim, but you're not going to find any proof.
These are not claims, man.
Really. So you earlier said there's all these evidences. When you were asked for evidence, you said you don't know them. So you actually don't know whether these are claims or
I'm
proof.
saying that these are not claims. In fact, they're facts. That's what I'm saying. I'm doubling
Okay, that's
down.
cool. But earlier you were asked, and you couldn't validate any of it. So you, sir, were not
with all due
confident
respect,
enough
okay?
to
With
tell me.
all due
Listen,
respect,
friend, you're not
I'm not a
confident
physicist.
enough to
I'm
tell
not a
me these are
physicist,
facts.
and neither are you, right? You're not a physicist. I'm not a physicist.
How do you know? Hey, Holmes, listen. You know you're not a physicist. You have no idea what I am.
Well, because the way from what you're saying is, I don't think you're a physicist.
Why? You don't think I'm a physicist because I don't parrot the mantra that you think I should? How does that make sense?
Okay, well, tell me what is your qualifications, and I'm curious now.
My qualifications for what, dude?
Like, what do you do for life? Have you? What's your primary education? What did you study in school or university?
Yeah, no worries. Listen, dude, I am a cybonic entity from the future.
What? What does that mean?
Right. So what that means is that I am an organism that's been synthesized with the AI cloud and fused to a bioorganic substrate and then sent back in time to deal with people that think the Earth is a globe.
Are you? Is this a troll here? Like this whole Discord thing? Like this whole?
Listen, friend, Amal. I mean, look, I literally have a picture of my face in my PFP. I'm clearly a cyborg.
Okay, sure. So you're a cyborg.
I mean, dude, I have a picture that I'm a cyborg. Clearly.
I see. I think this is like a role-playing place. Maybe I'm not aware. Maybe.
No, dude. What I'm doing is demonstrating to you that just because you make claims and just because you have pictures doesn't mean you're telling the truth.
Well, this is not about pictures, brother, my friend. Whatever your name is. Let me ask you this, okay? When you get sick, right? When you have a disease, when you have something complicated going on,
do you go to a doctor? Do you go to a doctor?
Something that you don't understand in your body. You go to a doctor because he's a specialist, not because you think he's smarter than you, not because you think he has all the wise knowledge, he's the all wise, he has all the answers, but because you think he has the necessary skill set to diagnose you.
Right, that's fair. Listen, I understand that. I understand that. I'm out. Here's the problem. Amal, let me help you out. Let me help you out. Let me help you out, brother.
Astrophysicist.
Let me help you out. Let me help you out, brother. Let me help you. Listen, Amal, you're a little triggered, so I just want to answer what you said there before you continue.
I'm very
so
calm.
it's back and forth. Check this out.
Okay. Tell me.
If it's the case that I go to the doctor believing that they're doing a good job for me and I get good results, I will continue to trust them. However, if something dramatic happens where it's demonstrated to me that they're doing something that's actually harming me or actually has counter evidence that they're telling me the untruth, then I know they're talking crap. So, for example, there's a lot of physicists out there who claim the Earth is a globe, but when you go out and measure the water, it's flat. So they're clearly wrong. So that is when I question them. So, for example, if a doctor screws me over, I start to question them. When the physicists screw me over, I start to question them. Go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, you need to source me the research done on the water because I don't know if it's a fact, and I don't think it's a fact because obviously the Earth is not flat. But the second point.
Obviously the Earth isn't flat, therefore it's not flat. That's not a good reasoning, sir.
Well, I mean, you went ahead and gave me some, things.
Let me ask you this question, dude. Are you a high level physicist or a scientist of any caliber at all? The answer is no, you're not, because you admitted already. So you have no way. You have no credentials to judge whether these guys are telling the truth or not. You're just assuming they are.
Well,
and then you're telling me, so should I. Why should I assume they're right?
Okay, well, I'm an engineer, right? And when it comes to my like specification, what they taught us is you think about things critically. You don't think you don't take things as they look. Obviously, now we're not saying the Earth is a globe because of the pictures NASA sent to us. There's empirical, evidence. Number one. Second is
really. What? Name one. Yeah, name one, dude. Now, keep in mind, friend, before you go on. I told you my reasons. I told you my reasons.
I gave you the simplistic things that came to my mind. For example, the time zone argument. Number one, that's not. I don't think that was very convincing.
No, time zones don't prove Earth curvature, sir.
My friend, if you say the Earth is flat, the whole solar system and the way the Earth rotates around its own, axis, and at the same time, the sun makes no sense at all, and it dismantles everything. So people who are working,
Yeah, you're right, sir. You're right. Listen, if you have a matrix of interpretation about the celestial phenomenon,
tell me this: is NASA and SpaceX spending billions of dollars on nothing? Are they just clowning all day?
Well, no, Amal. Let me ask this question, Amal. You know, there's a thing called hitmen, right? They get paid money to kill people, right? You know that exists in reality.
My friend, you know what I think? Do you know what I think? Do you know what I think personally? I think.
Here, let me ask this question, dude. Let me ask this question. Either you're going to answer what I just said, or we're not going to continue.
I'm not here to debate, to be honest. I just want to have a conversation. But
I know. So when I ask you a fair question that's clearly I'm leading to a point, you could just be a good sport and answer it, right?
What is your question? Tell me.
So hitmen, they get money to kill people, and a hitman will kill another man for like 10 grand. So if a man will kill another man for 10 grand, imagine what someone will do for $1 billion.
Why would anyone want to make humans believe that the Earth is, globe and not flat? How does that benefit them and their company? How does that benefit them personally? Tell me. And tell me this too. I have another question, which is, why are there about maybe 200 to 300 astronomy institutions across the globe? In India, in Europe, all over East and West, in every single country, and nobody, not even one country officially, mentions that the Earth is flat. Why is it that? Is it a socially constructed game that they're playing? Are we living in a matrix where all the countries are lying?
Dude, did you know? Dude, in China, the official position was that the Earth was flat until their one emperor died, and that was just within the past 100 years.
Past 100 years, people used to think that you could marry 9-year-olds because they were, seemed biologically ready. So is that okay too? Just because?
Oh, dude, there's morons that still believe that today, but that's neither here nor there. The point is that you think that everybody out there that's official thinks the Earth is a globe. Okay, that's your position, and I'm going to put it to you like this, brother. It doesn't matter whether everybody thinks something. Just because a bunch of people are all in the same world religion doesn't mean their religion is true.
Okay,
this guy keeps making claims about empirical evidence and all of known science.
Hasn't presented one yet, right?
When is he going to give us back up some of these claims he's making?
My friend, I'm honestly, I'm not a specialist in this field, honestly.
We didn't say you were, and you made it quite clear that you weren't already.
You're an engineer, right? You're an engineer. Listen, you're an engineer, right?
You don't need complicated evidence and tools to understand the.
In fact, you don't. All you need, dude, is a body of water, and you can disprove the claim that water's curving in a manner of a 3959 ball. And you, as an engineer, are competent enough to accomplish that yourself. You can accomplish that before the month is out, sir.
Well, where's the source? I keep asking for source. You haven't sent anything in the chat. I'm waiting. Send me the research done on the water.
Dude, listen, how can I send things in the chat? I don't even have fingers.
What do you mean you don't have fingers? Okay, this is probably probably a control or something.
Yeah, dude. When are you going to give us some of these evidence for the globe you keep claiming, and you say there's empirical evidence for?
Are you going to give me evidence that the Earth is flat? You tell me, because you guys are.
Oh, you want laser tests? Hold on, I'll post a few. I'll post a couple up. Stand by.
I always heard of.
Yeah, he's gonna.
But I thought it was.
Yeah, he's gonna post. Amal, let me ask this question. Amal, since you're an engineer. This is a hypothetical, so don't take anything personal by it in any sense. Just follow the hypothetical in itself. Okay, if water covers 70% of the Earth, and water can be demonstrated to not be curving, and water is the gold standard of level, it's how you level things with surface of a liquid. You know this as an engineer. You know hydrostatic equilibrium. You know Pascal's principle. You know all of that. So you know water at rest is level. So if that level can be demonstrated to not be curved, and water covers 70% of the Earth, then that would mean the Earth is flat. Yes or no, hypothetically.
But here's the thing. Give me the source.
And one more time, dude. I know this is hard for you because you're not a physicist, but I said hypothetically. I said it 3 times, dude. So the correct answer to what I just laid out is yes. If that's true, the Earth would be flat. It's called a hypothetical, friend. I know it's complicated, but it's very simple. Hey, ML, if you were sick, would you be sick? But I'm not sick.
My friend, why would you need a hypothetical for physical, worldly things? We're not talking about
Because I'm trying to see how honest you are with yourself, sir. It's called an honesty check, my friend. Because if you're going to deny the hypothetical that if the Earth actually measures to be flat and the surface of water is indeed not curved and it covers 70% of the Earth, that would mean the Earth is clearly not the ball they claim it is. If you can't be honest with yourself and say that is true, if those measurements existed, then you're just disingenuous, and basically we might as well just have somebody parrot a NASA meme that just says NASA, 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 we love NASA all day long.
1 second. I'm going to be back. Just give me 1 second, yeah?
Yeah, go ask your friends what a hypothetical is so you can come back and answer one.
No, I know what hypothetical is. 1 second.
Well, then grab your balls and answer it. I'll even change my hypothetical. If I measure my granite countertop to be flat, is it flat? Well, that depends. Is it curved?
What day is it?
That depends. What chandelier did you put in your dining room? Oh man, dude. I've been having too much fun, dude. I'm like an hour late from where I'm supposed to be. All right, if Amal gets back, bro, don't let him get out of that hypothetical.
He'll forget it by then. He's off so he can do a soft reset. We all know that. But when he comes back, I think Travis is going to jump at him for that empirical evidence that he offered up earlier.
Sure would love to see something.
Well, Amal is back. How did you go? Did you grab your empirical evidence while you're out, mate?
No, brother, I don't need empirical evidence to...
You said you did.
That would be a waste of time. I'm just using my common sense, the brain I have, and common observation.
You're not doing a good job of that, mate. We can tell that already. So you made the claim You made a claim. Don't do that to me, please. You made the claim of empirical evidence. How about you just be honest and say, sorry, my bad, I don't have any.
You know what I think? It's really interesting.
You're not very honest, are you? Lying's not going to get you anywhere in here.
Okay, when humans...
I don't care about your stories. I just want you to be honest. Whether you be it with yourself or us inclusive, how about you start? Do you have any empirical evidence? Yes or no?
When humans do
Emil,
anything going on, I'm not sure to answer.
Emil, we're not interested. You're just going to start monologuing because you know that I've got you backed into a corner.
I'm not.
How about AI's hypothetical? Did you want to answer that, or you've forgotten about it? So now you've got a couple of things. You're stockpiling problems. Emil, you're stockpiling problems. Listen up, Sonny. You're stockpiling problems. By dodging them, they're not going to go away. So let's start off with the first one. You came in and made the claim of all these empirical evidence. Do you have any? Yes or no?
I can find many, but I don't want to waste my time, trying to...
So you can find them? This is what this room is about. It's about supplying evidences for claims made. You do understand that?
I haven't got evidence.
Emil, what did I just say?
I haven't got any evidence from you guys. How about that?
Yeah. So
we're not waiting for our evidence from us, guys. We're waiting for your claims to be backed. That's what this room is about. You make a claim, you back it. You've made a claim of empirical evidence, and we've seen nothing. Go, DJ. Sorry.
Just really quickly. So yeah, Matrix posted at 25 minutes after the hour about 15 different laser tests that had been done. Okay, and then above that, I posted the one that a similar. I just told you this the timestamp in the chat. Yeah, so it's starting at 25 minutes after the hour. Okay, so the first one there, you've got field engineers.
I need research papers. I need papers.
Yeah, there's a research paper. There's a 180-page research paper that goes along with the video there at 25 minutes after the hour.
Is it in the description though? Is it the actual?
There's a Google Drive link to the 180-page PDF document that goes along with the test done by the engineers.
They're usually in, they're approved by government official, what's it called, pages.
Approved by government. Okay, so do you have something like that validates the globe?
I mean, if I look into it, they're obviously, because it's something.
So you don't currently have anything. You don't currently. You're just assuming that it exists.
I don't assume it. I mean, I'm just an educated person that just knows.
So you're just appealing to authority right now. So you can disregard this laser test done by a group of engineers because it's not government approved.
If you want to be a conspiracy theorist about everything on Earth, we can.
No, how's this a conspiracy?
We could even argue that
that's not a conspiracy. It's posted in the side chat, Emil. That's no conspiracy. It's right there for all of us to read.
These are videos.
And
what better? It's an observation. Would you not want to see a video of the observation? And then there's also a technical PDF document that goes along with it, that goes all over the technical specifications. Okay, and also anyone can go and repeat this themselves if they can get their hands on a $30,000 laser beam, and preferably a bunch of weather stations like these guys did. Okay, you haven't even looked at the evidence. You said that we didn't provide evidence, but you're not even willing to look at the evidence you asked us for. You just hand-wave dismissing it, and then assuming that you could go find some evidence that you've never even looked up once in your life. You're not intellectually honest, dude.
My friend, listen.
Shame.
There's some things there are some things on Earth that are debatable. For example, religion is whether God exists or not. A lot of people have debates. I get into debates all the time. And then there are some things that are just commonly known as common physics, and there are just the things that, for example, 2 + 2 is 4. That's a tautology. That's something.
It's not physics. It's not physics.
That's math. That's what I'm saying. It's an arithmetic.
Yeah. So this is a laser beam. Foundation. This is a laser beam that's being shot over 40.
I don't care.
Really? Oh yeah, I wouldn't if I were you. You just can't believe that something that you've believed in your whole life might be wrong.
You know what it is, DJ? We've supplied him exactly what he asked for, empirical evidence, and now he's making excuses to backpedal away from it.
That's not empirical, my friend.
Yes, it is, because you can go and test it for yourself and confirm it. All of your claims of the Baltard you're on and all of the so-called evidence that you can look up, appeal to future fallacy, are what? What? You've got nothing to back up your claims, as I said earlier.
So you've got all of these.
So how about we've made a claim, it's measured, and we've posted it in the side chat.
Okay,
how about it's Emil's turn now? He's made claims that it's a measured globe. How about he posts his backing up in the side chat?
All the authorities, they're lying to you, right? Then how about normal?
I didn't say anything about anyone lying.
Okay, all the authorities, they're hiding the fact that the Earth is flat, and this guy talked about a hitman.
No, they're not. You can go outside and look for yourself. What are you laughing for? I'm not stopping you from going outside. That's what we want you to do. Go and check it for yourself.
The surface of Earth is so, it's such a big globe that you cannot, with your eyes, it's nothing you can, observe. Just because the end of my street, from my house to the end of the street is flat, straight, does not mean the Earth is flat, my friend. You know what I mean? I don't care how far the laser goes.
No, it doesn't mean it is.
I don't even know if it's...
But Amal, why would you look at something that's flat and straight and then go, oh my goodness, it's a ball? Why would you think something totally contradictory to what your eyes see?
My friend, just because you don't know the basics of physics does not mean that anything...
Emil, you said you were an engineer. I bet you can't guess what I'm qualified as.
I think this is like people trolling here, to be honest.
No, we're not trolling.
Okay, man. You know what I
This
think?
is a test of your honesty. That's what this channel is. And at the moment, you're not doing a very good job.
Sure. You know what I think? I think that when people, philosophers were talking about, when people have no problems that they have to deal with, like real life problems, they find their own problems. And that's what you guys have done.
Is that what you're here for? Is because you've got no real problems, so you've come to create some?
No, I've come here to examine mentally ill people who create their
No,
own
bro,
problems.
you've come
No,
here
you're
to
not.
share your feelings because we're going against your globe
You know
religion,
what?
right? And
I'm
that
gonna
hurts
go.
you.
I'm gonna go.
You're gonna run
Go
away.
on with my. I'm gonna go on with my life.
Oh,
I don't
okay,
know.
run away.
Next thing we're gonna
Okay,
hear is
Amal,
witches are
this
real
is
and
live
Bitcoin is
recorded.
real.
Just letting you know before you go. Thank you for stopping by. There's two Ustream streams. Okay, we can validate. Okay, on the recording that you came here. All you did was insult us, and then you failed to provide a single shred of evidence. Okay, it's all live recorded forever. Okay, now you're running away.
Okay, awesome.
All right, so have a good day. Thank you. Thank you for the content.
What a complete loser. Insane. We have so many evidences, he says. That's the first thing he says. And we're like, can you present one? Just one. No, blah, 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 blah. Super weird.
Actually, that could be another part of my little strategy. From now, when they come in and say we've got so many, I'll present 5 or 6 of them. Okay, present 4. All right, I'll settle for 3. Maybe 2. Just a big shiny one then. Oh, you've got none. Okay.
Yeah, well, we get another shot. These kind of people come in almost every day. We have so many evidences. They start out all smug and, they know better. We're just stupid flat earthers in here. Of course they're gonna teach us a lesson. We ask for a simple evidence, and they can't even provide one out of the so many. Crazy. Yeah, he definitely got wrecked. And he was also going to bring up the Earth is so big. That's why we can't measure it. And we should have just asked him, what is the radius? He wouldn't have known.
I love when you get one glober that'll come in. Oh, ship's disappearing over the curve. And then not 5 minutes later, the Earth is so big you can't see the curve. And I'm just sitting in the middle going, left, right, left, right. Oh, what do I do?
Yeah. Classic.
Oh, wow.
Welcome to the Flat Earth server, Tanmay. Would you like to speak?
Hey man. Hey man, how's it going?
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing very good as well.
Good to hear. Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
I'm open to listening to your guys' thoughts.
Well, that's fine. I mean, currently, right now, do you have that belief that you live on a globe?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, we all did. It's not a big deal. We're not here to be
all right.
We're not here to be judgmental and adversarial. We're just trying to share information with people. So, do you have any questions? There's plenty of guys here that can answer questions. If we can't answer them, we'll tell you we don't know. So, go ahead.
Appreciate it, man. So yeah, what makes you think that we're in a flat plane?
Well, if you're asking me personally, the main thing that keeps me off of the globe is the behavior and natural physics of bodies of water. Like a body of water does not maintain or display convexity on its surface. I mean, that's a true statement. And to have a globe, you have to have a body of water do that. And bodies of water don't do that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
All right. I hear what you were saying.
So, for example, the Pacific Ocean, it's generally level. That's how we get mean sea level. I mean, there's waves and stuff, but it's not sitting there in a ball in the middle of a space vacuum, as far as I can tell. But go ahead.
All right. I hear you. Anybody else?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's countless amounts of long distance laser tests, long distance observations that are literally impossible on a globe. Okay, and there's also zero tests out of the probably in the thousands of tests that have been done that show that there's any curvature over the surface of water or over the surface of the Earth over large distances where there would have to be a calculatable amount of curvature. And yeah, anyone can go and test this for themselves as well. So yeah, that would be one very, very solid reason. And just quickly as well, flat earthers aren't claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat's not a shape, and we're definitely not claiming a flat disk planet or anything like that. Just wanted to throw that in there.
Interesting. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Up, DJ, it's important to, if you're under the impression you can't take the globe cosmology and just stick a flat planet in there. That's not what we're talking about. Go ahead, DJ. Sorry.
Exactly, Dave. Yeah, like that's what a lot of people, like even outside, sometimes forgets to sort of clear up that common misconception. And sometimes the conversation will be going on for like an hour, and people will be wondering, oh, how come this person's not taking what I'm saying seriously? Because in the globe earther's head, they're thinking, oh, this person thinks that there's like a flat planet floating around in space. That's ridiculous, right? But that's absolutely not the claim.
Yeah, I get you. Very interesting. Would you mind if I ask a question about the lasers, the laser experiment?
Yeah, please.
I've heard about an experiment that some scientists or some people tried to prove that the Earth was flat, and they ended up proving that it was a globe. Do you know something about that?
Yeah. There's a stoner named Jaren who got tricked to go on like a hit piece show called Behind the Curve on Netflix, and that was supposed to do a laser test, and Jaren actually left the laser on and melted the laser, broke it, right? So because they had everything set up and everyone was there, they decided that they were still going to try to do some type of test. So they used a flashlight instead, which is kind of ridiculous tool to use for such a test. And and then the way that they edited the show, it made it look like it validated a globe. If you actually have a decent look into it, it's literally 50 seconds of footage. They're using a flashlight, not a laser, and they really don't even show the setup. The guy that's doing the test, right, the flat earther Jaren, he's a total moron. Okay, we're not claiming all flat earthers are geniuses or anything like that. This guy, Jaren, he got tricked, basically. And even people that try to debunk flat earth for a living, right, like Craig from Fight the Flat Earth, even he looked into it and he said it's just edited in a way to make it seem like he's debunking the flat earth, but it's just kind of ridiculous. We're talking about professionally done laser tests where we're using high-end equipment. Some of these are done by teams of field engineers going out with extremely expensive laser beams and weather stations, and accounting for all the variables and shooting them over huge distances like 40 kilometers, and documenting the whole process, in the form of technical PDFs as well as video to go along with it. So yeah, there's a ton that have been done now. The Netflix thing's just a bit of a mockumentary hit piece against flat earth.
I get you.
Well said, DJ. If I could add real quick that it's kind of sad that we have literally thousands of well done, documented laser tests that prove no Earth curvature, but millions of people have seen that Netflix documentary, and that's their first question. But anyway, go ahead.
Even in the test, they got all the math wrong, right? The people that made the documentary, they didn't get the math right. The whole thing was just ridiculous. Apparently, at the they even stitched the footage together in a of Jaren saying things that he had actually said 4 hours earlier, completely unrelated to that test. Like when he says "interesting" at the end, apparently he didn't even say it then. He said it 4 hours earlier, and they just stitched that footage together. But yeah, anyway, that's it's not really a test that anyone that looks into it is going to take seriously. Personally, I like the long distance
they messed up the
observations.
golden opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. I like the long distance observations where we get a really, really clear day and someone will set up a camera at a certain height and then zoom across a large body of water with a landmark at a known distance. And then we can calculate how much should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth and how far away the horizon should be. And then, run the observation and see what we can see and see if it matches up with the globe. And you'll find that it never does. And we can see thousands of % further than you should be able to see if the Earth were a globe, and there's no sign of any curvature. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff to look into if you're interested.
Yeah, I get you. And now, why would you say most of the people in the world believe that they're living in a globe?
Purely because that's something that they were taught from a young age. Most people don't really know anything. They don't know any of the basics about the globe. They've never questioned it. They've never really been presented with an alternative worldview, or not one that they would take seriously, because most people are presented with propaganda surrounding flat Earth. Okay, so it's aimed to turn people away, and that they're not going to take it seriously, right? Like claiming that we think the Earth's a big flat disk with water falling off the edges, floating in space, that kind of thing. But yeah, most people have never questioned the globe. Most people have been sort of conditioned to just regurgitate what they learn in the textbooks at school and not to really question the mainstream under fear of being ridiculed and that kind of thing.
I agree with you on that. Yeah, totally agree. Nobody really questions anything. But I'm open to it. And why would you think they're pushing it so much that the Earth is a globe and not a flat Earth?
Well, it's something that's been getting pushed for a long time, so it's part of the curriculum. Pushing outer space travel, I mean, it's all connected, isn't it? So, I mean, when you say they pushing it, do you mean like in movies, or do you mean like in the education system, or what?
Yeah, I mean the biggest space agencies like NASA.
Well, NASA, gets $80 million a day, wherever that money's really going. We're not sure, but NASA's not really doing much. I mean, they've cut their funding. They've reclassified NASA's position as an intelligence agency, like a spy agency. Even if you go to nasa.gov right now, it says this website's not being updated anymore due to funding cuts. So I don't know. It's maybe for self-preservation. I'm not sure, because if it would be in the government's interest to keep pushing for the globe, right? Because they can't admit that they were lying, can they? They lied about the moon landing. If they lied about the moon landing, then it would be in their interest for self-preservation. People already don't trust the government. So imagine if they came out tomorrow and said, "Oh, actually, guys, we've been lying about outer space travel and about the globe," and I think they would crumble instantly, because you could ask just about anyone, "Do you trust the government?" They're going to say no. "Do you think the government lies?" They're going to say yes. So for self-preservation, maybe for money, for power, for control, to push their narrative of, placing themselves as the people to look up to, rather than maybe religions and things like that, right? They're teaching in schools, along with the globe goes evolution and the Big Bang Theory, which is essentially that we're here by accident, just by chance. We're tiny specks on a universal scale, we could get killed at any second, like the dinosaurs did, by a big rock that's going to come from space, and we'll tell you everything about space and everything about this universe, and look up to us, and if you go against it, you get mocked and ridiculed. So I don't know. We can only speculate about those kinds of things, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you, man. I get you. Very interesting, I must say. Very interesting conversation so far. And now, if you mind, I can ask a couple of follow-up questions.
Yeah. Any questions, man?
Hey, awesome. So we are debating that the Earth is a flat plane, right? Not the shape, but just it's not a globe. And if we look to the other celestial objects like the moon, which is the closest one, and the other planets in the solar system, they all appear to be round or spherical, right? So why would you think that the Earth would be an exception?
Well, I would say that when you're saying other planets, you would be pre-assuming that the Earth is also a planet floating around inside of the space vacuum. Okay, so it's a fair question. It's a fair way to think about it, because we've been conditioned growing up to think that there's this big giant vacuum of outer space, and then there's all of these objects floating around in it, and we're one of them. That's once again trying to insert flat Earth inside the globe model, inside the theoretical concept of outer space, the big space vacuum. And we've been told stories about specifics regarding what we're seeing in the sky. We'll see a little blurry light through a telescope, and we'll say, oh, this is X distance away, it's in the space vacuum, and it's this certain size, and it's this is what it's made out of, and that kind of thing. So I would say that there's no evidence that the Earth has any characteristics in common with anything in the sky. In fact, comparing, say, the moon or the sun or anything to Earth, it's just a false comparison. It's like if I go out in nature and I see trees everywhere, okay, that obviously I'm not a tree, or something else isn't a tree just because I can see trees off in the distance. It's even sounds silly just to give an analogy like that, but it's the same kind of thing. Okay, so if we can go and empirically test the surface of the Earth and there's no curvature, it doesn't work with a globe. Okay, if you have like a 20-mile body of water and there's zero curvature, that's not possible on a globe.
Okay, I get you. So you're not even considering that the Earth is a planet among the others, right?
Well, planet, I mean, if you look at the original, like what planet really means, the ancients would call planets wandering stars. And
Sorry, your audio's getting a bit cut off. Could you please check that? Or if it's just my internet?
Is my audio, can anyone else check if my audio's good? Is it cutting out?
Dude, you're perfect.
Yeah, maybe it's just maybe it was just on your end.
Yeah, let me fix that. Okay, should be good. Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, I mean, if someone wanted to claim that the heliocentric model is true and that Earth is a planet that's a globe shape, then that would be on them. We're not making that claim. So yeah, like we're more empiricists going and actually checking things in the real world rather than wild speculations about planets and space vacuums and things like that.
Does all 17 members believe in flat Earth?
Not everyone. We have a mixture of people here that think it's a globe or think it's flat. So, what about yourself?
I believe in round.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we all used to believe in the globe Earth as well. But after years of research and testing, I've come to the conclusion that it cannot possibly be a globe.
Why?
Because there's no empirical evidence to suggest that it's a globe. It's just a belief or a mathematical concept that people have been taught since they were children.
That go on the ocean? The farther they go, that we can only see the top of the ocean, the ships, right?
Well, I grew up next to the ocean my whole life on the east coast of Australia at a hub where cruise ships leave to go out into the ocean, and I've never seen that happen unless we have big ocean swells. So I don't know where people hear that argument and then they just repeat it, but I don't think people really see boats disappearing over the horizon very often unless there's ocean swells, which are waves out in the ocean, or there's a miraging effect named sinking or an inferior mirage that can cause that to happen sometimes. But I can show you footage now where that absolutely doesn't happen.
So do you think NASA was lying to us?
Yeah, NASA faked the moon missions pretty obviously. But at the end of the day, we don't even have to claim that because
So
we
how
can
do you
actually
explain
measure.
the universe then? About
What's
the
that?
gravity. How do you explain the universe? The Earth was flat. About the
Yeah,
gravity.
the universe is a mathematical concept, as we've been taught. Okay, so you've been taught a big story about the things that you can see in the sky. Okay, and most of it's pseudoscience by definition. Okay, most of it exists as theoretical claims, not actual empirical evidence that's been tested. So we've all been taught the same story about the universe, the Big Bang Theory, the distance to the sun, the distance to Mars, how big they are, the space vacuum, all of this. You know, we're all well aware of the story that's related to what we can see in the sky, but it doesn't match up with the Earth. Okay, the Earth is measurably not a globe. Okay, so the heliocentric model is false. And it wasn't something that was proven. It's something that's theorized into existence.
If NASA was lying us, there are some videos in YouTube where some people went to space for some people send a bread to space. They captured with GoPro that Earth was round. You haven't seen those videos?
Yeah, but they're using wide-angle lenses, okay, and they're not going up very high. It just looks high because they're using a GoPro. If you have a close look at the footage, you'll notice that sometimes the Earth looks like it's curving, and then sometimes the Earth looks like it's curving the wrong way. Okay, as the camera pans around, you'll notice the horizon line will be warping and distorting. So if the horizon's above the center of the frame, it's going to look like it's curving, like a globe. And if the horizon goes below the center of the frame, it looks like it starts to curve the other direction. So it's inconclusive evidence.
The Earth was circle, but it was flat, as your theories.
No, we don't claim it's a circle. We don't claim it's a flat planet. It's what you're thinking about is trying to change the globe to a flat planet, and that's not what we're claiming. This is a completely different system, a different worldview, a different way of thinking about the entire system. Try not to think about the globe Earth version of outer space and then try to insert the flat Earth inside of that. It doesn't work. That's not what we're claiming. We're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, flat is not a shape. We're talking about the surface area that we can test, not measuring any curvature. Okay, so if you have a surface that's not curving, it's by default flat. And that's what we mean in that context of flat Earth. If you have a look in the side chat, FLW has posted some examples of what the GoPro lens and any wide-angle lens will do to a horizon.
Oh.
And then Stark has posted a nice zoom footage of a ship. Okay, so when he's zoomed out, you can't see the ship. But then as he zooms in, all of a sudden the ship wasn't gone. There was no ship gone over the curvature. You just couldn't see the ship because the ship was too far away for your eyes to be able to resolve. When he zooms in, you can see the entire ship again.
Then why moon is globe? I mean circle. Why moon is round?
Well, because the moon's the moon. I mean, that's like asking like, why is a tree a certain shape and then something else is not that shape? the moon is round. It looks round, but the moon and the Earth aren't similar. But I understand your question because we get taught from a young age that the Earth is also an object in space. Okay, and then you see all of these other round objects, and then you think, why is the Earth different than these other objects? Okay, the Earth is more like the floor or the foundation of the system that we live in, and it doesn't have any resemblance to the things in the sky.
If the Earth was flat, why if in India it was daytime, but why in America it was nighttime? It should be round, right?
Well, once again, if it's the globe model, okay, we have the sun is giant and the sun's 93 million miles away. That's not what we're claiming. If the sun was closer, okay, and the sun moves over the surface of the Earth, just like we experience, okay, we see the sun moving across the sky, and it will take a particular circuit over the surface of the Earth, and it will light up different areas of the Earth. So when it's daytime in Australia, for me, it's nighttime in Europe for my friend, So, and then when it's daytime for my friend, it's nighttime for me, because the sun is smaller and the sun is having to push its light through all of the atmosphere. Okay, and the atmosphere will absorb the light as the light pushes through the atmosphere. And also the intensity of the light as it moves away from the source will diminish exponentially as it moves away from the source, right? It gets less bright as it moves away from the source of the light. So if we have a closer sun, okay, and it's just moving over the surface of the Earth above us, then it's going to light up different sections of the flat plane that we live on. So it's once again, try not to insert the flat Earth inside the globe Earth model of outer space, because yes, if you did that, then it wouldn't work. It would be daytime all the time.
What Bible say about flat Earth?
Well, the Bible, I'm not religious personally, but the Bible depicts a flat Earth, and a flat Earth with a firmament. And then you have the sun and the moon and the stars within the firmament. The sun and the moon are much smaller than the Earth, and they move in cycles above us. So it's very same thing, right? All of the ancient cultures mostly depicted a flat Earth, and religions. All of the ancient cultures had a very similar depiction of this system that we live in. If you want to have a look in the side chat, I'll show you a chart that has the different cultures around the world's ancient depictions of the Earth. So they all depicted as a flat plane within a contained system. And the Bible depicts a similar thing. So as you can see, the Hebrew depiction there on the right-hand side.
We cannot measure a globe, and nobody ever has.
Why?
Because Earth is flat.
Now, why can't you measure a globe?
There's no globe to measure.
But if there was a globe, you could measure it, right?
In principle, yes.
Okay, so it's not like a globe is an unmeasurable thing.
No.
Okay.
In fact, that's the other side claims that the globe is impossible to measure from the surface of the Earth. But if you actually look at the mathematics, it should be easily measurable. We say, hey, if it was a globe, we'd be able to easily measure that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared. But it doesn't curve at all, at any rate, 8 inches per mile squared or any other amount.
You're right. It is possible to measure the globe on the surface of the globe, which we've been doing for several thousands of years.
Oh, really? Lovely.
I don't see.
No. Okay. Do you have any receipts? Can you show us the bill?
No.
Then how do you know that to be true?
Depends on how deep you want to go into it.
I'm just asking you how you know. You made a statement that this has been measured for thousands of years, and I asked you how you know that's true. And because Yoder just asked you, do you have any receipts for that? And you said no. That means you don't have any evidence to support what you believe to be true.
What
you want to go deep? Listen, I was just talking about 3 Babylonian astronomers from the 800s to 700s BC.
Okay.
So we can go deep.
No,
Dude, I just posted in the chat fucking Al Baruni's method, and Terrence Tao, who is a Fields Medal winner and is freaking considered one of the most brilliant mathematicians in the world. It's just like gobbledygooked. How'd they measure the height of the mountain? Oh, they might have walked around it, and you just do a lot of trig.
I heard that when he was saying that. I was watching that. I was like, oh no, this is what 240 IQ gets you nowadays.
Yeah, not very freaking much.
You need to be 270, I guess, to cross this line.
So back to the receipts thing, and
yeah, the measurement part.
By proxy, the evidence, right? You asked me for.
Yeah, the measurements, right?
Right. So what would constitute as a sufficient enough evidence for you?
Measurements. How many times I gotta say it? Measure the surface of the Earth and measure it such that it's curving. That would be the evidence. Because that's a true dichotomy, right? If the Earth is flat, it's going to measure to be flat. If the Earth is a ball, the surface is going to measure to be curving. One excludes the other.
Not really, but continue.
No, so you can have a flat ball?
No, you can't have a flat
ball. The topology
ball.
mismatch between a curving surface and a flat one has been known for like 2,000 years.
Depending on your perspective, you can be so small that the plane around you feels like it's not curving.
Well, that's why we operate at sufficient scale where that's not a factor.
Okay.
So the thing that you said, nobody claimed, you didn't say nobody claimed it. The thing that you were just saying about it being immeasurable, now that's what you're claiming.
How?
Now it just became immeasurable again because we can't see it from the surface of the Earth because we're too small.
Imagine thinking that your proof for a globe is how flat it is.
What?
Imagine thinking that your proof of a big globe is by how flat it is and how much you can't determine it to be a globe.
Well, if your judgment is only by seeing it, you can't. But measurement is not only seeing, right?
No, seeing is not measurement at all.
Yes, that's what I mean.
What can you measure with your eyeballs?
When you look around, it feels flat.
Maybe.
You can't get any units, right? The only units you can get are angles. You can't get any units like feet, inches, rate of curvature. You can't get any of those fixed because your individual perspective will change what that looks like. So railroad tracks, even though they're in parallel, they look like they're converging to a point, right? So you can't use just simply seeing to reach conclusive ideas. Now, the Earth looks flat. Yeah, that's a good starting point, but that's not 100% dispositive. Now, you said, hey, dude, a giant ball would also look flat. Okay, show us that the Earth's a giant ball that just happens to look flat.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. What would be showing to you? What do you mean by show me?
Measurements that the surface of the Earth is curving.
What does that mean?
Okay, so if you take a straight line, like a level line, a straight line, and extend it out in some distance, you can, if you measured along that line, the distance from that line to the surface of the Earth, it would increase with distance at a certain rate. So if I
Okay.
shoot a laser 40 kilometers, the
Mhm.
distance of the laser from the surface of the Earth should increase up to a certain amount.
No.
What do you mean no? No?
Because lasers don't work
Measuring
like
a
that.
ball that looks flat, lazy. Isn't that the task? Measure a ball that looks flat?
No, because lasers don't work like that. Light doesn't work like that.
How does it work? Tell us, please.
Well, it will curve only if you have a black hole that is sufficiently enough clever to curve it. So.
What the fuck's in my coffee? Did I just
Black
really
hole?
hear that?
Yeah, where's the
Someone
black hole
spiked
now?
my coffee, dude. Who spiked my
Well,
coffee?
since there is no black hole, the laser would go straight out
goodness.
to the fucking cosmos.
Okay.
This guy is a nice little comedic interlude for this evening. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Is your laser going to go straight?
Yeah, because light doesn't bend around
Right,
objects
okay.
any other than.
Alright, I'll post the
black
diagram in
holes.
the side chat for you.
I got one. That one? Is that where you're going to post, D-Dub?
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So can you look in the side text chat, buddy? This is the idea right here. So I measure the height of the laser above the surface, right? And it gets bigger.
Yeah.
So
Have you done that?
personally, I've not personally done a laser test, but I've done other tests.
Like what?
Observations of ships sailing away.
Okay, tell me about it.
Okay, so for instance, I went to the beach, Boston Harbor. I watched a ship that was 6 miles away, a container ship, sail from 6 miles to 30 miles. This is testing the idea that ships disappear over the horizon of the Earth. Now, at 30 miles, that ship should have been 420 feet under the curvature of the Earth and should never have been visible. I could see it with my naked eye from 30 miles. Now, the ship was tracked with an app called marinetraffic.com, and you can look up the specific tracking instrument. This is tracked by a marine radar tracking station out of Gloucester, Massachusetts, which is also so the globe Earth predicts that that ship is going around the curve of the Earth in such a way that eventually the Earth itself will block my view of it. Well, that didn't happen.
That's a peculiar thing to say.
So DJ just posted laser test. So this laser test was done in Lake Isamere, and this is it's 5 tests, 3, and then 3 weeks later they went back and they replicated 2 of them, the 2 longest ones. It's 40 kilometers from basically a 1.92 meter laser height that goes 40 kilometers and is picked up at 1.5 meters off the water. So the globe prediction is that laser's for 127 meters in the air. Okay, the only way you should see this laser according to the globe is being on top of a 44-story building.
Can I ask you one thing you mentioned before about the ship? So
Yeah.
you said it was. Fuck, I'm bad with miles.
I got pictures I can show you if you want.
No, I want the. Okay, it was 30 miles, right? I'm trying to.
That's 30 miles from where I was. Yeah.
The picture. So
48 kilometers. Okay.
30 miles.
48 kilometers.
From you. So
15 feet above sea level.
So the curvature, if I remember that right, is so the curvature from you to the ship was about 600 feet at that point.
Yeah, tallest ship in the world is 220 feet. Or 280, my bad. So it wasn't that ship, A, and even if it was, should have been not visible. I know what ship it was. It's called the Ever Living. I can post a picture of the ship too.
I mean, I love ships, but I don't think that's.
Well, the ship's about 120 feet above from the sea level to the top of the ship. Look, you can just go on Google, Earth Curve Calculator, punch in 15 feet viewer height, 30 miles, object distance, and it's going to spit out 420 feet obscured, hidden. You know, we have so many pieces of evidence like this. It's silly to even fixate on one. The laser test was carefully controlled. They had meteorological stations at both ends of the laser. And they have actual direct measurements, meaning they took a freaking tape measure to measure how high the laser was. Okay, so they have actual measurements of the laser. It shows that the surface of the Earth and the laser have to be running in parallel, and one can't be straight and the other curved.
It should be noted that the engineers conducting this observation and measurement have demonstrated competence in their respective fields.
Nice. That's peculiar. I've never heard about it. That's cool.
Well, this is the tip of the iceberg. Okay, I'm going to actually post a PDF, which was the report that they made on all of them. Now, this PDF has 7 measurements. 2 were in Lake Balaton, Hungary. They weren't really long enough to be conclusive, but the ones they did in like IJsselmeer in the Netherlands, those were, like I said, 41 kilometers. They did that twice. It's like 40.7 kilometers, something like that. And they did intermediate distances, right? So they went from, they had the laser set up, and they had a method in which they could rotate the laser. So they went to points that were different distances away, right? So I think they started at like 19 kilometers, or started at like, I think it was like 12 kilometers, and then out to like 19 kilometers, and then 40 kilometers. They just like rotated the laser. That's all they had to do is go bank, bank, bank. EJ, you still here?
This,
EJ, show that laser, show the 21-mile one. The freaking Salt Lake City with the, you know, the one you always show. I like that one.
Yeah, I got it here. Is who are we talking to?
Lazy Leo.
Lazy Leo. You there, dude? You listening?
I am.
Okay. Well, right. So here's an observation done over the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's a good place to do observations because it's very dry. Very dry environment, so you can see a long distance. Okay, so I'm going to put a clip from a full-length video in the chat. So there's a full-length, high-definition video that goes along with this observation that I'm going to show you. Okay, so in this observation, the guy sets his camera up on a tripod on one side of the lake, and there's a distance of 21 miles across to the other side of the lake. Okay, so we can calculate how much curvature there should be over that distance. Right, you following along?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah. So have a look at the example in the side chat there. Okay, so he set his camera up at 5-foot height. Okay, so based off your observation height, the horizon on a globe should be at a certain distance away from you.
5 kilometers.
No, he set his camera up at 5-foot height.
I don't care what he said. The horizon for an average person is 5 kilometers away.
Right. So from a 5-foot observation height, it's 2.7 miles, 2.73 miles, which is like 4 and a bit kilometers, I think.
No, it should be higher. It should be further.
Yeah. I'll put the math in the side chat.
It doesn't matter anyway.
If
horizon's over 20 miles away. I mean, you guys are equivalent about freaking minor detail.
Yeah, here we go. Right, it's in imperial. Okay, so from a 5-foot observation height, the horizon would be 2.7 miles away. Okay, but in this observation, we're not seeing any horizon at all over the entire 21-mile lake. Okay, and the target's the shoreline on the other side.
Wait, let me. I'm bad with the imperial, so I have to recalculate that.
Sure.
Fuck. Is it showing miles? Yeah, so mile
4.3 kilometers.
Yeah, which kind of works backwards, seems to me. Because if you're standing on the ground and your horizon is 5 kilometers away, if you go higher, your horizon should be moving farther from you, not closer.
Correct.
So why is it closer then?
What are you talking about?
It says the horizon distance is 2.7 miles, which is 4.3 kilometers, not 5. And he's not standing on the surface level, he's 5 foot higher. So
The average man isn't 5 feet. Brother, an average man isn't 5 feet tall.
Yeah, so
I fucking hope not, dude.
Where is his camera set?
The horizon distance of 3 miles is for a 6 foot man.
Right, so this is the camera setup, dude. Have a look at the camera setup. Okay, so he's just got it 5 foot high above the surface of the water. Okay, if you're 6 foot tall, it's 3 miles away, but if it's 5 foot tall, it's a bit closer. It's 2.7 miles away. All right, so the horizon would be where the line, where the sky and the ground should be.
Okay.
What's that?
Okay, no, I just.
You just said that's where the camera is.
Set up in the mind. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, right. Just let me go through it really quickly with you. I won't be long. Okay, so he's got a buddy over on the other side of the lake. Okay, so I just want to show you what it looks like over there. So this is a close-up of where he's going to be zooming into 21 miles away. So 21 miles, that's about 34 kilometers approximately. Okay, so this is what it looks like all the way over on the other side of the lake. And the target's going to be this shoreline. Okay, also take note of the white tower that's in the background there as well, because you're going to see that when he zooms in.
Oh.
All right, so now I'm going to show you a screenshot of when he zooms in from where that camera is situated. Okay, and then he does the observation again at nighttime. Okay, so here's 2 comparisons, daytime and nighttime, from 21 miles away. And then you can see what it looks like close up in the image above it. Okay, so what we can see is that we can see the base of the tower, we can see the shoreline underneath the tower,
okay. Mm-hmm.
And we don't see any sign of a horizon or any obstruction over the entire surface of the water. Now, if the Earth were a globe, there should be 223 foot of obstruction. Okay, so the shoreline should have a hidden height of 223 feet. So the horizon should be at about 2.7 miles. And then you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon. Okay, all the rest of the water. Yeah, hold on
I
a second.
have no idea what he's measuring, but I have seen similar things where the horizon does occur. So.
Why are you doing that? What is with this? Some of the people that come in here, it's mind blowing.
It is.
Lick a high knee ho.
Lick a hiney? Please don't look any heinies. The
right,
question
bro,
here, Lazy Leo, I don't think you understand, is the horizon distance. Where the horizon is, how far away it is from the camera. The globe makes one prediction that you guys just laid out. But we observed that there's no visible horizon at all. Meaning that globe prediction, which should be like halfway up the water here, that horizon doesn't exist in this in these images.
Yeah, that's the only thing you can say.
Yeah, no, the 220 feet of curve that should be blocking that tower in that city and every other thing, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So what he should see on a globe is he should see a water horizon. And then like the top of that tower sticking up from behind it. That's what he should see. Just the tower. None of these lights, none of the shoreline, none of that stuff should be visible at all. All he should see is a water edge, right? Just like you do at the ocean, a water horizon with a tower sticking out from behind it. That's what he should see if the Earth was a globe of 3,959 mile radius.
Peculiar.
Yeah, look, here's another really easy to follow analogy as well, or just a hypothetical. Okay, you know the boat, the Titanic, right? A giant ship.
Yeah.
The Titanic, yeah, it was about 175 foot tall. If the Titanic was where the camera is set up, okay, and then the guy's going to watch the Titanic sail away over to the other side of the lake where he's zooming into. Once the Titanic got to around 2.7 miles, okay, as it went beyond the horizon, the bottom of the Titanic would start to disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Once the Titanic got to 10 miles, halfway across, the bottom 66 feet would be missing behind the curvature of the Earth, behind the horizon. Once the Titanic got to the other side of the lake, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. It would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth were a globe. That would have to happen if the Earth were a globe. But we're not seeing any curvature. We're not seeing any obstruction. And then he did it during the day. He did it again during the night. And then after they did that, they shot high-powered lasers across the surface of the water as well, towards each other, and they could both see each other's laser beam hitting the target on the other side. And I'll put the whole video for you.
You could go across this in a rowboat, and you'd see it all the way to the other side. You don't even need the Titanic. Freaking life raft would have worked. One of the Titanic life rafts wouldn't even be hidden in this video.
No, where are all the globe earthers coming out with this stuff and saying, shit, we just tried this thing, we shot lasers at each other, and the lasers just kept hitting the dirt in the middle of both of us.
So this is the thing. We could keep presenting one after the other of these long-distance observations or laser tests all day, all night. There's basically thousands of them at this point. What doesn't exist is a single observation throughout all of history that actually aligns with the globe.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I'm interested how and why does that work. Why do they schedule sunset dinners at different time on different heights of Burj Khalifa?
Due to the seasons?
Because the sunset.
No, he's asking about with the double sunset when you lay down and then stand up.
No, you don't lay down because the sunset.
Well, you know, they say you can do this laying down too. They say if you lay on your you can stand up, look at the sunset, or lay down, look at the sunset, and stand up and see another one.
Yeah, so it's like, how far away do you think the sun is, right? Like, sun's a far distance away.
I've asked you a different question.
How come
might there
without
be stuff in the way?
standing up? Hey, without standing up, how come I can move left to right my head by like 6 inches and look around a telephone pole that's like 500 feet away, and I can see like a whole mountain behind it?
That's not what I asked you.
Yeah, listen, there's path loss, okay, obstructing the light. So there is stuff in the far distance that you can't see because your eyes are too weak that's blocking the sun. And when you raise your elevation, you increase your angular field of view in the distance, and the sun reveals itself behind the obstructions. It's that simple.
All right. Sure.
Yeah.
I just posted a diagram in the chat.
I like the part when they go, sure. I like that part the best. That's my favorite.
Right. I mean, what if there are 300-foot hills 200 miles away from you, right, towards the west where the sun is setting, and you are 150 feet high, and then you go up 400 feet and bam, you can see the sun. You can't see the hills because the hills are too small in your angular field of view to resolve, but because they're so far away, they're blocking out the sun. It's all merged into the horizon, right? Do you think the horizon's the curvature of the Earth?
What do you think happens when the ships do disappear behind the horizon then?
They don't.
I've never seen that.
Oh, so they never do that.
It's not really behind anything. It's just the horizon
How big
itself
are they
is not.
supposed to look, dude? Dude, how big are they supposed to look at that distance? Tell me so I know I can get a ruler out and scale it, make sure you're right. How big should it look if I were to hold my fingers up and I could pinch them together? How far apart should I put my fingers?
No, I'm not asking you about the size. I'm asking you
Half
when
a
you're looking.
millimeter, a half a millimeter, or like
No, wait.
1/10 of a
My question.
millimeter.
Listen to my question. It doesn't matter how big it is. If you look at it, and half of it is not visible to you because it's behind the horizon, why do you think that's the case?
Not behind anything. That's the problem. You're trying to include in your description to the explanation. You understand?
But you think that never happens.
Listen, I know that there's observations of a boat where you can only see half of it.
Okay, so
in the horizon. In the horizon is the dividing, appears to be the dividing line between the bottom and the top. But the horizon's not the physical. Hold on. But the horizon's not the physical edge of a ball. We know this because the horizon moves around. So if we go out one day, right, and we have a buoy, and the horizon's at the buoy, and then one day, the next day, the buoy's in front of the horizon. Then the next day, the horizon's in front of the buoy. Is the horizon physical? Obviously not. It's optical. It's created by meteorological conditions.
So
and typically, and typically when you see this quote unquote cut off boat, there'll be an inferior mirage right on the horizon almost every single time. And you know, an inferior mirage, it's like a double image.
So it's
like a double image of something. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, I got you. I heard you.
And on top of that, we can replicate what it looks like on a scale which is impossible where it's Earth curve. For instance, we can take a lake. It's 1,000 feet long from a very low camera height, like 1.5 inches. Now, from the 1.5 inch camera height, the horizon should be 2,400 feet away. Now, remember that number, 2,400. Now, if the lake's 1,000 feet long, should there be a horizon on that lake? Of course not, right? The lake's too short. The horizon's 2,400 feet away. The lake's 1,000 feet long. Real simple. Should be no horizon on that lake. But guess what? You do this, there is horizons on those lakes. So the horizon can't be Earth curve. Can't be created by the curve of the Earth. It has to be an optical effect created by multiple factors. And it doesn't even, the fact remains that we don't even need to know why it happens. We can observe that it does happen, that the horizon moves around, it's never in the right place, and it's created by the meteorological conditions of the day. And it has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, because we can replicate it where the curvature of the Earth can't be a variable. You understand? If we do the exact same observation, if we make it look exactly the same in nature, and we know the curvature of the Earth is not a variable that could be causing it, right? We don't need to know anything more than that. Say, hey, this can only happen on a flat Earth. This can only happen on a globe. This can't happen on a flat Earth. The ships behind the horizon. But that's your conclusion, the ship's behind the horizon. All you can see is that there's a horizon cutting a boat in half. That's what you actually see.
Okay.
What do you say about that we can replicate this when we know the curve? We can replicate this on a surface we know is flat. And it looks the same. It means that your preconceived notion about how things should look in nature is just actually wrong. So what people think is that if the Earth is flat and a boat sails away, I should be able to see the bottom of that boat for fucking 1,000 miles, which obviously is not the case. That's wrong. And the reason we know it's wrong is because we've demonstrated it on flat surfaces. That's not the way things look in reality. That's just a construct in people's mind based upon Euclidean geometry, right? So if you see a blueprint or graph paper, and I drew a little diagram, I draw a freaking flat surface, I draw a little stick figure on that, and I draw a little boat far away from the stick figure, and what people think is, if I can draw a line from the stick figure to the boat, then that person can see the boat. But that's not how vision works. And I already brought this up, the railroad tracks, right? If I took on that same graphic, if I drew railroad tracks, I would draw two lines that never touch each other. But the real world doesn't, but the way we see the world doesn't look like that. If I go look at railroad tracks, they appear to converge into a point at the horizon, right? So intuitively, what you think should happen is not what actually happens. and we can just demonstrate it. We don't have to even know why it happens. We can just show you that it does happen.
The railroad has to do that. That's the perspective of how.
No. The railroad. It's an analogy. The railroad tracks. Railroad tracks. When you look at them, they look like they come together, right?
Well, that's how perspective works. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, exactly.
So
there'll be a minimum angle at which you can't see the surface of the water anymore. We can predict what that angle is. It's 0.02 degrees. That would be on a fucking perfect day, in perfect water and perfect everything, no air. Basically, an unrealistic situation. But if we go purely in the maximum hypothetical angle that you can see the surface of water standing on it is 0.02 degrees, right? So if I took your line of sight, right, if I drew a line from you to the water and I measured the angle, the shallow angle that you're looking at some water, some distance away, the minimum angle you could see that water is 0.02 degrees. And we know what distance that is. It's easy to calculate. Coincidentally, it's 3.24 miles, which is the same as the 6-foot horizon distance on the globe, which is a weird coincidence. Just like if you look parallel to a table, if you had your kitchen table, right, and you lower your head to the table, there's a point where you're going to get so low you can't see the surface of the table, right? Without being under
the table. Okay.
No, if it's parallel. What if it's parallel?
What do you mean? Maybe I don't get.
What if your line of sight is parallel to the table?
Okay. So.
Can you see the table?
Well, the surface of the table or the table?
Yes,
itself?
the surface of the table. If you lowered your eyes, you went down to your table, right, and you ducked down and lowered your eyes until your line of sight is parallel to the surface of the table. Can you see the surface of the table?
If it's parallel, then yes. But if you're at the same level,
you can see it if it's parallel?
You can if it's parallel.
Okay, so parallel means that they don't intersect. So if your line of sight doesn't intersect the table, how do you see it?
What do you mean?
Okay. If I drew a line from your, so you got the surface of a table flat, right?
You don't only see in a straight line. You realize that, right?
What do you see in then?
Where light comes from all the directions into your eye.
Mm-hmm.
That's what allows you to see not only what's straight in front of you, but directly under your feet and above you, even when you're looking straight.
That's
what
weird,
are you
dude.
talking about?
So I'm talking about as a vision.
Making this weird.
You have a point of view that is basically a cone, not a line.
Yeah, well, dude, okay, that's fantastic. Okay, we have a 0.5 degree central vision that we can focus on. Congratulations. Who cares? That line of sight, the central vision, it's called the principal optical axis. And that's what we're going to use. The principal optical axis, meaning the line going from the center of your freaking eye out to wherever. If that line does not intersect the table, you can't see it. This isn't freaking rocket science.
That's not how vision works.
Okay, can you draw in perspective how you could see the table?
I'm trying to process what you're asking.
You're telling me how vision works, and you're trying to process it.
Well,
you have no idea what you're talking
your
about.
Question. Well, I am literally looking at the table right now and seeing it, so I don't.
Okay, lower your vision until the table just disappears. So you're looking at it edge on. And look, girl, what you're talking about, you're like, why can't I see the thing that I can't see?
I never said that. In that case, your line of direct sight in front of you is lower than the table, or
no, it's not lower. It's parallel. It's parallel, dude.
Parallel,
and it's less than, even more than parallel. You wouldn't be able to see it. Even if your line of sight was, like I said, 0.21 of a degree above the table, you wouldn't be able to see the table, because we see in angles, right? In the smallest visual angle, why are you interrupting me? The smallest visual angle the human eye can see is 0.02 degrees. Any angle smaller than that, you can't see. It's not resolvable.
What are you
So
talking
you can be
about,
above
guys?
the table. Listen,
And
you can be
I
above. You can be above the table and still not see the surface of the table. This isn't fiction.
Right.
This is called the
Right.
Rayleigh criterion.
I guess
This is
the
this is basic
definition of
physics,
vision
dude.
is important here because
Talking
light
about
from
the
that,
surface of the table, not the table as a whole object, right?
because
The surface.
Right.
the light from the surface and at that point still hits your eye, but your mind can't perceive it. So if that's the vision that you're talking about, I guess
Oh,
but
my Lord,
physically
dude.
it is in your POV.
We're talking about the surface, not the fucking whole
Yeah,
table.
the surface. So imagine the surface is at level 0.
Can you
Unless
see it?
you're right, unless you
Can you
are.
see it? Yes or no?
Yes. I only told you that
So the only time you
table-
can't see it are negative angles.
Well, you didn't let me finish that part.
No, well, you said you could see it as 0. So with a parallel line
never
of sight,
said
you're
that.
saying that you could see the surface looking at it edge on.
I never said that. Let me finish my
And what is it? You said 0.
Yeah, imagine the table is
Angle
at level
0, dude, right? No, you're trying to get out the stupid shit you said, and I'm not letting you. Dude, I'm not letting you get out that stupid ass shit you just said. Angle
never
0?
Okay, if you're not gonna let me talk,
I want you to clarify what you said.
and if you're gonna go ahead being offensive, I'm not gonna.
I want you to clarify what you said. Angle 0, what did that mean?
Start from talking to me properly, then we'll speak.
No.
Here we go. Feelings police are out. Now we have to talk a certain way in order to get any more out of him.
Well, that's normal human thing.
Look, a normal human thing is to be honest and clarify what you said, what you meant by angle
It's
0.
also not calling someone else stupid.
I would like to know what angle 0 is.
Because you're saying dumb shit that you know is wrong. You know it's wrong.
Okay.
And now you're just digging in, dude. That you said something that you know is wrong, and you're digging in because you can't be dumber than a flat earther syndrome.
I'm just waiting for you to shut the fuck up so I can continue.
Yep, there it is.
There's nothing you can listen. There's nothing you can say to fix what you've said already. Piling more garbage, goop. You can't talk your way out of this. This is a known scientific fact. It happens in radar. It happens in machine vision. It's well known. It's called a look angle, grazing angle.
You want to listen to yourself?
Angle of incidence. You need to listen. Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
No, I'm not interested in doing that. I'm
Repeat back to me what I just said to you.
I'm not interested in doing that.
You just said, I'm not listening to you. I can repeat back to you everything you said to me.
What? I said, are you listening to yourself or me? That's what I said. You have fucking hearing problem?
Wow.
So,
look.
Well, as I was saying, if you imagine that the table is at level 0, unless
What's that? Hold on. What's that?
What's that?
Yeah, what's level 0?
It's a value you assign to the table for the sake of what I'm telling you.
A value you assign to the table in what spatial reference is this?
If I'm going further, it will be clearer.
I need you need to define your terms so you don't get wishy-washy at the end. I want to know what level 0 means. What does that mean? Parallel with the table?
It is a value at which the table surface is.
Above, relative to what?
Well, the relative comes next in my speech. Okay, the table is
You have to define your spatial
Y.
reference before you move on, bro.
The table is at whatever. That's just the marker, the shortcut. That's the level of the table that you're looking at. Unless you are at that X, Y, or whatever the definition for the surface for you is there, the marker, the 0, unless you are above it to some decimal to something, you're not going to see it.
Congratulations, that's what I said. And I even quantified it, 0.02 degrees. We know what it is.
Exactly. So that makes it parallel. But when you're at the same level with the surface, that's not parallel anymore.
That is parallel. What do you think 0 is? It means the center of your eye. If I drew a line from the center of my eye to the table, the the line from the center of my eye would run along with the table. They'd be at the same
Not
level.
running along. If they are at the same level, the line hits the table, and that's not parallel.
Ugh, God, dude.
It's the same line.
Okay, great. The same line. What a fucking semantic douche. Anyway, so you agree with the principal idea that you have to be above the table. Now, here's the important part. Are all points on the table 0.02 degrees? So a distance on the table, 1 meter away, 3 meters away, 4 meters away, are those different angles?
No.
No. Dude, just go on mute, man. Just fucking go on mute.
It's the same angle. It's the same.
So you don't know Pythagorean's theorem,
How can you say that's the
trigonometry.
same
You didn't pass
angle?
third grade geometry now?
How can you say that's the same angle if you pull that angle point away from you and your triangle stretches out farther and farther? The angle's going to get smaller and smaller.
That is not how angles work.
It is when you look and things are further away and they've gotten smaller.
Did you see
Let's
what
just
my
clarify
name
something.
is?
So,
Yeah, you didn't see my
friend,
name.
let's say that.
Go ahead, says to breathe
Let's
some life
shrink
back
you
into
down.
this, man.
Let me say, let's say we shrink you down to being 3 inches tall, and you're standing on top of the table, okay? And I want you to look at the table at 3 different points: 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meters. You're telling me that the angle that you perceive those marks on the table a distance away from you, increasing in distance, that the angle is not going to change between your eyes and those points?
Doesn't matter what you see. The angle factually.
Maybe if the table was a chess table. Maybe the table's too simple. Do you know what a chessboard is?
Well, look, if you're looking at different points on the surface,
yeah,
those are different angles, obviously.
Thank you.
But
that's what we're talking about.
But okay, but if you're looking at the same point, a different distance between your
So the hypothetical we didn't make is the one. Did you make one up in your head? Because the hypothetical, we didn't make up that hypothetical. The hypothetical was different distances. So let's stick with that. Is there a distance, right? These points that Sesu was talking about. Is there a point at which you could not see it? Because the angle was too small.
If you are above the level of the surface of the table,
you can see the surface no matter how big the table is.
Physically, the whole surface is within your view.
No.
Yes.
It's not.
It's just that your brain perception doesn't let you see it because the angle is too small.
It's not brain perception. It's a physical limitation of light. It's not perceptual. It's actual. It's actually
limitation
physical.
of your eye, not the light.
No, it's a physical limitation of light because it has a wavelength.
Well,
so when the angle, so when it comes to your eyeball, right?
Your eye.
Look, when it comes to the eyeball, so the top and bottom of your lens subtend a certain angle from some distance, right? And when it gets projected onto your retina, that's going to be separated by a certain distance. If that distance is smaller than the wavelength, you can't see it.
Yeah, well, yeah, your eye can't perceive it.
Yeah, it can't form an image at all. It's not just your eye, bro. It's sub-wavelength. Now, if you use a different wavelength electromagnetic spectrum,
your eye
you'd be able to pick it up.
Wavelength doesn't mean it's not like in your POV.
God's sake.
He just wants to. He likes POV. He likes to use.
Didn't you just say light is not raised, dude? Weren't you just? So now you're freaking throwing your own bullshit under the bus.
What? When did I say light is not raised?
You said that they're not straight lines.
Yeah, because light doesn't work in straight lines. It works like
in waves. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I know. Waves.
If you need an analogy, light flooding the room is like water flooding the room.
What?
You're trying to teach us physics.
I can't.
Like this is freshman level physics.
This is
My living room fills up with light bottom when I put the light on at the top. What? That makes no sense.
I need a light light preserver.
Overflow a room of light. Can you overflow that?
It's weird.
Look, this is getting crazy. The whole point of this
You're
is that there's some point on the surface from which you cannot see beyond because of resolving power.
True. That is not factually true. If you can't see
It is
that with your
factually true, and I
eyes-
just demonstrated it in detail.
Well, just get a
way more
camera
detail
with
than
a
you
It's up to a
deserve.
limit, right? Like there's the Planck length. Like have you ever heard of the Planck length?
Yes.
Can you imagine a wavelength that's smaller than the Planck length? And an angle that's smaller than that? I mean, come on, there is an actual physical limit. That's the hardest of hard limits.
He's only claiming that we can see forever, nothing else.
No, he doesn't understand that when you perceive something at distance, it appears to get smaller until you can't resolve it. So when you look across a surface, the surface at distance is getting smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually you can't resolve it. Horizon.
But that's called angular resolution. Okay.
He didn't last that long in his physics class. He dropped out.
Yeah, that one is true. Never properly studied physics.
Oh, there you go. Then we don't have to talk about it anymore because you probably got it all wrong. See?
Yeah, you don't know enough to evaluate our claims.
I never said I'm trying to evaluate your claims. I'm just listening what you have to tell me.
We are telling you there is no measurable curvature in reality all the time.
You're telling us there's a spot. Hold on, you just said that there's no place on a flat surface that you wouldn't be able to see the surface, no matter how far away it is from you.
Okay, define
That's
what
nonsense,
you mean by
dude.
then.
Yeah, I'm gonna look, bro. I'm gonna post. So this is from the name of the book is
Can you define what seeing is in that case?
Define seeing? Come on, bro. Really?
In that case, because the light from every point of the table drops into your eye, right?
No, it doesn't drop.
okay. So look at the graphic. Look at the graphic in the side chat.
Yeah.
Okay. So W, that's one angle. X, that's a smaller angle. Y, smaller still. Z, even smaller.
Okay.
Is there another point you could draw where the angle would be too small to see the ground?
Wait,
Like we extended this line, this WXYZ line, if we extended it in space out away from the eye, is there an angle that's so small where you couldn't see the ground no more?
Depends on what you mean by seeing. If you mean making out details,
I mean
or
by
something,
seeing,
yeah.
seeing the surface of the Earth as a surface. That's what I mean by seeing.
No, there's no such angle. You're gonna see it all.
There's no such angle. So if my
Do you
angle
talk
of
to your
view
mom
to the
with that
surface,
mouth?
so if my angle of view to the surface of the Earth is 0.000000001 degree, I'm going to see that surface.
Well, yeah, the light from all of that surface comes into your eye.
Yeah, and as I already made out, that angle is way smaller than the wavelength that would be projected onto my retina. I would never be able to see it. In fact, if it was that small of an angle, it would never reach my eye in the first place.
I'm missing something, I think.
Yeah. Here, let me show you this.
I posted something for you.
He's thinking about it orthographically. That's the problem. Like that's really just always the problem. Is it orthographic mindset?
Maybe this building can help him. You know that video when somebody approached the building? I posted the video. And then you don't see the top of the building.
Fuck, I can't
No, I don't know. I think that's just kind of confusing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that that's accurate either.
It's not for the distance, but it's for the view. Your angle
Right,
is
but the
what
building
you will
isn't
not see.
perfectly straight, so you're seeing a hump of a building.
Oh, no, building is curved, yeah.
That could
Well,
be it,
it
but I
is.
have no way of knowing.
The building
So
can't
I'm
be
assuming
perfectly
it's
straight.
perfectly straight.
Now look at this graphic.
Cool.
Do you think you could see squares forever? Look at the little checkerboard, right? You think you could just make out squares forever and ever and ever? You see how each square that's further away appears smaller than the square in front of it?
Sure.
Right, and they get smaller and smaller, and eventually they turn into a line.
They are not even squares at this point, so yeah.
They're squares, but from the visual perspective, they appear
From the visual perspective, they are not squares. Okay,
well, what do you think we're talking about?
He's gonna fight this no matter what. He doesn't realize.
We're talking about how things look. We've said a million times, and you've said it yourself. You're bordering on dishonesty, Leo. Okay.
You're talking about me seeing them. I can see them.
Seeing
but
the way they look, seeing. That's the same thing, right? Seeing the way things look, right? That's the same.
Okay.
Right. So you would be able to see squares forever.
Yeah. Do you see that square right out there on the distance, right on the horizon? You see it?
Obviously, they disappear. So
right. You don't see it.
You don't see the surface.
Because of the limitation of your eye, yeah.
He reminds me of a guy.
Okay, Zanuck.
Because of the limitation. Isn't that what we said?
Thanks for wasting an hour of my time. This is sea lion bullshit, bro.
You nailed it earlier, man. Heretic's Razor.
Heretic's Razor? What is that? What is Heretic's Razor? I haven't heard that.
Well, if you bother to explain to me, maybe I would understand.
I did. You said nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and nuh-uh, and all you said was nuh-uh.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
You asked me if I see
Let's
the
switch
squares.
topics. You want to know what Heretic's Razor is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Heretic's Razor. Heretic came up with this. He said, hey, look, all right, everybody in the world has heard about how dumb flat earthers are. So all the really dumb people out there who've been intellectually bullied their entire lives, they've also heard how dumb flat earthers are. And because they're tired of getting intellectually bullied and picked on by basically the entire world because they're so dumb, they seek out the Flat Earth channel because they think we're dumber than they are. So they come in here by the dozens, and that's why it seems like we're talking to idiots all day long.
Huh. Yeah. I think that's confirmed. But you think their evaluation of but all the smart people think flat earthers are dumber than everyone too. So that's a kind of weird litmus test. Because if the dumb people think they're dumb, I can understand that they're dumb. But why do the smart people think it?
Well, I think of it this way.
They're also dumb.
So they start, they go, it's like, hey, Indio, it's like going in IRC, okay? You start off in this channel, like, oh shit, I'm like the dumbest guy in the room. Let me go to the next channel. I'm the dumbest guy in this room. Let me go on to the next. Let me go. And so you just go down and like, man, fuck.
Let me go to the Flat channel. You fail down to your level of competence.
It's the feeder principle. Yep.
And then Heretic's Razor leads to, right, flat earthers can't be, flat earthers are wrong, always wrong syndrome, right? That's because you can't, right? Like,
can you
I can't be dumber than a flat earther.
Any further?
It isn't about you. It's about like you went like there was a change when you came in. You were curious. You were looking at things, but then
I just asked, can you educate me on your theory any further?
Dude, you were trying to tell me that I was wrong.
And you called me a stupid ass bitch or something. For what?
No, but I should have.
Okay.
Because now we all agree that India was right.
Yeah, you were struggling, dude. Like you were like someone like, you know, like a baby kicking their legs. They don't want their diaper changed, man. You were fighting for no reason.
So
maybe tired.
What's your point? For me to stop fighting?
No, there's nothing to fighting it. Look, just fact check what we say, dude. If we're fucking full of shit, look and fact check.
I don't want to do that.
Okay, I don't know why. We welcome it.
Because I don't care.
He doesn't want to fact check us. He just wants to argue.
I neither want to argue. I want to learn more of your arguments.
Listen. Our argument. we're not making an argument. We're just saying, hey, this is what reality is. There's nothing to argue. The only argument that we would have is like, what you see is what you get. That would be the actual only argument, is that, hey, the Earth looks flat because it is flat. The people that are starting the argument are the ones that say, yeah, hey, the Earth looks flat, that's because it's round. When Yoder was saying to you the evidence for a globe is a flat Earth, that he wasn't kidding.
Okay.
Hey, dude, it's just a ball that's too big to see. It looks flat, but it's actually a ball. How can that be your evidence of a ball? Shouldn't your evidence for a ball looks like a ball? Shouldn't that be it? Measures like a ball, acts like a ball, navigating like a ball, like that type of stuff.
Yeah, and didn't you ask us how deep we wanted to go with you? Right? You're like, well, that depends on how deep you want to go, because you thought you had the intellectual upper hand, didn't you?
No, I wanted to see how deep you can go.
He was wrong.
Dude, we can go way deeper than this. Believe me, we're fucking at the surface.
That's what I'm trying to get out of you. That's why I said, can you?
Oh yeah, you're challenging us. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you want to get into the behavior of light at the molecular level? We can go there.
I like gases.
Well, I'm not really good with chemistry, so I think no. I mean,
good answer.
Deep as in diverse. That's what I mean now.
So we can't do chemistry, we can't do gases, we can't do triangles. What do you want?
Yeah, do you want to go into surveying? Listen, we studied how people actually claim to measure the Earth. We can talk about surveying.
Well, you got to build triangles to do a lot of that. But you got to build triangles, dude, so you're not going to understand it.
That's right. You need triangles as a prereq. So we can talk about surveying. We can talk about maps and cartography, coordinate reference systems, topologies and manifolds. If you want to get into geometry and all the way up to differential geometry, we can.
No, that's more difficult for me.
Okay, then how deep do you want to go? We can keep going.
Yeah.
You want to talk about the cosmological claims, the stellar nebular hypothesis, the Big Bang. You want to talk about lambda cold dark matter? That's the prevailing cosmological model of the entire universe. We can talk about. You want to talk about that? Okay. All right, then let's move on to something else.
I want to start easier.
Oh, don't speak about Big Bang.
I want to start easier so I can understand.
Oh, okay. Easier. The surface of water.
There's no curve. Yep.
Simplest thing is water, my friend.
What about
something it's level upon the surface when you contain it in a vessel, like a cup or a bath or a lake or a sea. Water is observed and measured and then practically used as a horizontal reference datum. We get level from the world. We can just start very simply by talking about the surface of water, which, according to the story, occupies 70% of the surface of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth was curved, so would that water be. But we don't measure that water to be curved, so it can't be the sphere that we're told.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, well, my logic tells me that it would be impractical to treat large bodies of water as curved because humans don't operate on that scale.
Yeah, we do. We fly over them. We also build under them and build over them. Bridges, tunnels, and aircraft.
We fly over them. That's why the planes fly not like if you open the map and turn it flat, it's not a straight line.
Maps?
No, we're just talking, my friend, hold on. We're just talking about being parallel with the ground below. You understand what parallel is, right? So an aircraft will fly horizontal.
It would be a straight line.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. An aircraft maintains altitude and its orientation, as in a few degrees up from horizontal, to maintain altitude parallel with the ground below. So even with...
No, that's not what I mean.
You said it was impractical. It's something that we use every single day.
The measurement of water as a basis for the surface. That's not practical to consider that the water is curved because you don't operate on global scale in your daily life.
Really? Where do we get mountain heights from? What are they referenced to?
In your daily life...
That was a question.
The water is, for all intents and purposes, always flat.
Yes.
Hey,
Awesome.
just
So
remember,
our daily
he's here to
lives.
learn, dude, by telling you what's what.
Yeah.
Right? So, in that regard,
Fucking
it is
bullshitter.
logical to. Okay.
No, you said you're here to learn. Jedi's telling you something, and you're like, nuh-uh, again. Either you're here to
that's how you
learn or you're
learn.
here to debate. Pick one. Don't pretend
you-
you're not here to debate us, but then actually debate us.
You don't learn stuff by just shutting up and not asking questions.
Not
Did you
asking
question the globe? Hold on. Did you question the globe like this?
Yeah, I was going to ask him that.
I didn't need to.
What the fuck is that type of answer?
I didn't need to because the globe explains everything sufficiently, and I don't need to question it.
You don't need to question the explanation.
Explains things sufficiently. You just don't know how it explains any of those things.
I don't need to.
You don't need to know nothing. You just need to hear Earth glob. That's all you need to hear.
Well, yeah, and then I
Say it a
don't
bunch
see
of
that
times.
it operates in the way the globe would, and that's okay.
No, you don't see that. Where do you see that?
Around me in the world.
Where?
Well, different hemispheres having different seasons.
Where did you get the
for
hemisphere? You're
those.
presupposing the thing that you don't observe hemispheres, buddy.
Well, they can only have different weathers if it's a globe and hemispheres.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You can only have different weather on a globe. Why is that?
Because only the globe's curvature provides different.
So the curvature,
between
weather's
the
caused by curvature now. Fucking shit, bro.
Yeah,
thank
the
you for
seasons.
that, because now we've heard everything.
What?
The seasons are caused by the curvature and the distance of the planet
Holy
from the sun.
crap.
What?
You realize you're the first person to make that claim ever? That's why we're all flabbergasted. No one makes that claim, only you. Can you substantiate it?
Well, since the Earth is slightly tilted on its axis, and
Whoa,
rotates around its
when,
axis,
where? Can you demonstrate that, please?
you can go to the International Space Station. We have the photo. And
What? When? Tomorrow? Have you been there? What?
What kind of question is that? Can I show it? Of course.
So you said you can go to the International Space Station. I started laughing because I'm not going there, and neither are you.
Yeah.
I mean,
no one is
forgive me,
going.
but that's a ridiculous thing to say. You can go because we can all can go. It's free travel to the International Space Station. I would beg, please, sir, you reconsider what you just said.
That was a suitable answer for the suitable question.
Fucking wasn't.
Leo, can you demonstrate, can you get me the observation of the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS, please?
What?
You claimed that apparently you can witness the tilt of the Earth on its axis from the ISS. Can you get me that, please?
No.
No fucking
Can
way.
you get me,
Did
can
he
you
really
get me
say
a
that?
booking website? I want to book a trip through a travel agent to the ISS. Can you show me the website and how I can book my trip?
No, I'm not going to because that's not relevant to my point now.
Wait, bring it up then.
You brought up the tilt of the Earth's axis. We need substantiation of that claim.
The relevance is that I'm trying to tell you how weather works, not weather.
No, you're not going to tell us your story time stories, okay? This is all fantasy. I want you to demonstrate it, or at least I want you to show me how it was determined and proven.
Flat Earth is fantasy.
No, it's
Yeah,
a
see,
measurement of the surface of water.
We don't need you to red hair.
Which you were shown by me, you were shown by DJ. We substantiated our claim.
No,
you're
that was
just in
just
fantasy land
fantasy talk.
at this point. You did the math yourself,
How I know
bro.
you're mad? Do you know how I know you're mad?
Yeah, because you don't let me talk. Obviously, I'm mad.
Then how are you being asked to substantiate your claims if we didn't let you talk? We wouldn't know what your claims are, dude.
Talking to people involves not calling them names.
Well, stop lying. Stop being disingenuous. We won't have to keep pointing it out.
Wait, no one
Don't
called
have
me names?
proof to say so, and we can move on to somebody else because this is getting tiresome.
I told you I don't have a desire to change your mind or anything.
You don't have the
You
ability.
just started explaining to us how weather works. Again, I thought you were here to understand our point of view, but as soon as we bring it up, you want to correct us.
I'm bringing up what I think is to see
without letting us explain our point.
Well, so far you've been doing the most of the talking.
Yeah, I mean, we're an interdisciplinary panel of experts from different academic resources and different departments. So
great. So when you're telling me stuff, I'm telling you, hey guys, this is how it works in my head to see how it compares with what you just told me.
No, what causes weather? What causes weather in your head?
And you tell me that I am an idiot or stupid.
Can you tell us what? Because you don't even know your own bullshit. That's why we're laughing at you. That's why we're making fun of you, because we know the globe Earth model better than you, and you're just saying nonsense. Nobody claims that weather is caused by the curvature of the Earth. In academia, nowhere in atmospheric science do they say the curvature of the Earth causes weather.
Okay. All right. So what causes?
Hadley cell, differential heating, ocean currents, all sorts of shit causes different changes. Local geography. There's tons of different variables that create and change weather.
So that's why the different parts of the world consistently have opposite seasons?
Opposite seasons. This
depends on where you are, bro.
The sun. Sorry, this would be the measurement of the sun being higher in the sky from your location in the summer and being visible for longer than a place in the winter where it's lower in the sky.
No, okay.
Fuck me.
Okay.
So you're talking about seasons, how seasons are created, right? The prevailing factor is the sun. The sun moves throughout the year. You don't need to jump up and down and say, yeah, through me. What the fuck?
And in local geography and local weather currents.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can look at places like San Francisco, which is colder in the summer than it is in the winter. Right? And southern Tasmania, which is also the reverse. Depends on where you are.
Southern Tasmania.
Yeah, southern Tasmania. It snows. It snows there in like February, which is the Australian summer.
Based on what do you have, like north, south, or?
Depends on what Okay, depends on what you want to use for the.
I mean, hey, it's going to be based on the equinox sunrise. How about that?
Okay, so that's the way you import it. Okay.
No, it's the way you do it. That's how east is defined, the direction the sun rises on the equinox. That's the definition of east.
No, I thought maybe you have some other definition of it, so that's
look, dude, we tell you what we're only saying what the mainstream shit is. We're not making it up, bro. We're trying to tell you your own beliefs, dude. Look, bro. It's really simple. There's a body of stuff out there that academia claims. Most people never look into it and what it actually says. We have looked into it. We're telling you what it says. Now, there's three different easts. There's east on the compass, east on the celestial sphere coordinate system, as in latitude and longitude, in which in east and west are circles, or there's east as defined in the Oxford Dictionary, which is the direction the sun rises on the equinox. These directions of east are not the same direction. So there's a bunch of different easts. So it depends on what east you're talking about and what coordinate reference system you're talking about. So when you were talking about, hey, look, planes fly curved lines across the map. No, they don't. That's a Mercator projection. And that's the way it looks when you project points in a spherical coordinate system onto a fucking cylinder grid. So it gets distorted. Right, but if I had a polar grid and took that same flight, it would be plotted the points of that on the polar grid, that would be straight. But we can't make a conclusion about which way the plane actually flew, as in curved path versus straight path, based upon the coordinate reference system, because we can just switch the coordinate reference and it looks different.
If I got it right.
So if you want a picture right out of a fucking airplane that the pilots are looking at their fucking chart and a straight line and a polar coordinate projection, I'll show you. So this is what pilots are looking at, not fucking flight aware where they project on the Mercator map. What the actual pilots are saying they plot. A straight fucking line, dude.
And we've done deep dives on the technical specifications of the inertial navigation systems, the gyros, the optical gyros and accelerometers that are strapped down to the airframe of airplanes. And we know that we cannot get raw data without it being processed into a globe.
Okay, so if I got it correct, if you're using navigation like coordinate systems of a globe, it wouldn't work on the.
No, it does work. The airplane has to take a different route in reality to match the globe. That's the bottom line.
Wait, so that I can understand this. So the coordinate system of a globe is different than the coordinate system of a flat surface, flat Earth, right?
1000%, yes.
Okay, so I got it correct. Which of these two the plane actually uses?
The plane is designed to put the airplane on a globe for navigational purposes, for communication purposes, for asset protection and liability, for insurance purposes, for every other purpose. The airplane takes physical measurements of its attitude, its yaw angle, its acceleration, and it puts that on a spherical coordinate reference system.
And uses that.
Exactly. Yep, that's all it's doing.
I might be still misunderstanding.
Right, no matter what it does.
But if it uses a spherical coordination system and ends up getting to the right place, wouldn't that...
Yeah, it will get to the right place. It will get there. Like if you use GPS to drive from your house to the grocery store, whatever it is, you will get there. You will follow the coordinates. You will probably never know exactly what direction you drove, exactly how fast you drove, and basically where you drove from point A to point B relative to each other. You only have the reference system on the map, but you don't have a reference in reality. Apart from the map, you don't have that.
I'm trying to understand the discrepancy here.
Well, you need to ask the question how. Yeah, you need to ask the question how it was derived. That should be the next thing.
You are replacing the map with reality right now. You are putting the map before reality. It is the problem of the ages. This goes back thousands of years. Which came first, the map or the territory?
Just to be clear, we can use other maps and get to our location without a sphere involved. Just because the sphere works, we're not going to reify that model.
Okay, the spherical coordinate system. Have you asked the question where it was derived? Like, what was it actually?
Well, I mean, we could get to there. I would love to get there. Let's pin that to the wall and come back to it. But guess what? You can use other coordinate reference systems. You don't have to use a spherical one. You can use a flat one, and it will get you from point A to point B.
But you said they disagree 1,000%.
They do.
One's fine.
Yeah, so there is a flat planar coordinate reference grid called the British National Grid System. For the audience listening on YouTube, you can Google this British National Grid System.
That's how we get our electricity.
Yeah. It does not align with latitude and longitude, not at all. It is a flat planar survey of interlocking squares that go out to an area of 2,500 by 2,500 miles. Or kilometers, I forgot which. Might be kilometers. The Brits are weird. They started with miles and then like halfway went into the metric system.
We still use miles, dude. We still use miles. Miles posted on the road signs, miles an hour when we drive.
God bless you. Your colony in America never forgot.
Yeah, fuck the French.
No, I do have a really great image of this. I have an image of the British National Grid System, which is a flat square slapped onto a globe. It's somewhere in my holdings. It's like buried deep in the shit. I can't pull it up that easily.
You know, the Brits still use miles because they still hate the French, man. They're still mad about Agincourt, even though they won. They're still pissed off.
Yeah, that's fucking right, bloody French.
That's funny. The French helped us.
what's the swath of land that it covers, Yoder? Like the map.
Yeah, it's like
All
a
of England.
2,500 by 2,500 mile grid or something.
I mean, for perspective, for that guy, if he's listening.
Yeah, so it goes from like Iceland somewhere out into the Atlantic Ocean, across like northern France and the Netherlands, and then up along like the Danish and Norwegian coastline, and then up past the Shetland Islands, and then out to Iceland. In the middle is the UK. This isn't the only one, too. Like, there are a bunch. We've got a ton of these. Like in America, we've got state plane coordinate reference systems in every state. There are other countries. Oh, you bounce? Yep. Well, okay, for the audience listening, I mean, we've got flat, square, orthogonal coordinate reference grids, and they work. In fact, they are used in the court of fucking law. Yeah, that's right. You want to know where the meets and bounds are? You got a property dispute with your neighbor. You got a property dispute between like a freaking airport and a 3,000 acre farm. Yeah, they're not taking curvature of the earth into account. Fuck that. They're using the state plane coordinate reference grid.
Grab the telescope, man.
It got real fast with that guy, so he's just like, I don't want none of this.
Yeah, he's like, these guys are too smart.
He sounded like he was actually trying to be a little slick.
Yeah, you called it out in the beginning, and I thought I was right, and then you ended up being right in the end, Mickey. So hats off to you.
Yeah,
but we got good content.
Maybe he's the globetrot whisperer, man. He like knows
He
what's in their
freaking is,
mind
dude.
before they even talk.
I've been wrong about you before, AV.
Yeah, but to be fair, this would have not got how far it did if he wasn't in here. So, for the audience sake, it had to have been drug out this far.
Hey, we got Josh Ingersoll, our flat Earth satellite engineer from Amazon Kuiper Systems. Hello, Josh Ingersoll.
Oh, wow. I heard they got rid of that department.
No, like, hey, Josh, have you met any flat earthers at NGA or NRO yet? No, I have. Oh, fuck, I better log off before they catch me.
Yoder's always dragging him around by his short hairs, dude, like every time.
Told ya, Kuiper is dead. Told ya, it's over with. See how that works? No matter what you do, they always kill the project.
Now they can waste another year printing new letterhead.
How are they going to redact that, though?
They're retooling, right, Indio?
Yeah, they're retooling, managing their synergies for optimal performance.
Yep, they're retooling. They're optimizing their downtimes, all that. They're going restructuring right now. That's why they killed it, and then they'll rename it something later when they're ready, maybe in 5 years.
You should have heard what
Josh says all purple now, baby. You get that? You know what that means? That means joint. No, not like that joint. I mean, like that means like working across agencies and departments.
Hold on, let's ask Josh. Josh, if you found out the whole thing you're doing is fake, would you snitch or would you just keep getting your check?
$300K a year, man. Come on, that's kind of hard to pass up.
No, he ain't.
He'd want to find out where the flat Earth office is.
You guys are ruining his Magic the Gathering, like, playlist that he's trying to get in the right headspace, man, before he goes head to head with some guys over
there. Yeah, hey Josh, if somebody knows, they're probably in Colorado. I'll leave that with you.
Yeah, Josh. As far as Magic the Gathering, all I know about Magic the Gathering is Mount Gox owes me money.
Empty Gox because it's empty.
And that was the first Bitcoin exchange. They got hacked, and they still got some of my Bitcoin, but not a lot. I think it's only a quarter.
Yeah, Shraver, Josh.
But they went through Japanese bankruptcy, which is way different than American bankruptcy.
I got $1 that he's gonna come on here and be like, "Hey, I just got back on, man. What's going on, guys?" But
yeah,
yeah, he's listening, man. But they always do that.
Oh, so Josh, you reached the 4.0?
Oh, we got to get him drunk.
Oh, hell yeah. He's 40 now. Hey, look,
dude,
you're
I'll cash
baby
you money, dude, so you can get drunk and confess in here.
That's about a White Claw and a half, dude.
29. Jeez, dude. Could almost be your dad.
But the confidence on him, though, every time he speaks, he's like, I mean.
Yeah, if you're going to be the public guy, Josh, that doesn't mean you know anything. Like, all the people who know things, they're not out in public, 100%.
In fact, they hired him because he doesn't know anything. That's what you hire the PR people for.
That's true.
You don't want them saying something.
Exactly. You don't want your PR people to, like, cough up secrets. Hell no. Trade secrets from Amazon. Nope. Yeah, there's some old crusty people from the old Defense Mapping Agency days that do ham radio that you should probably talk to, Josh.
Didn't you hear though? He's rubbing elbows with people over there in the, those forums where he said that he can be a voice for us.
Yeah, I know.
And
it's like the guys who know shit are like mid-level, like chain smoking, divorced alcoholics sitting in a cubicle. And he wants to rub elbows with CEOs and UN representatives. I thought you meant purple based off of my remark. Okay, never mind. I mean, for the record, like, I never officially encountered any flat Earth when I was in Washington, but I met people who said these things to me that made me wonder, like back in the early to mid 2000s. I would love to write a book and tell all about that kind of thing. I don't know if I should. And I don't think I ever will.
Yeah, parts of that stuff would be probably.
Yeah, like it wasn't until the freaking COVID lockdowns and we're all sitting around in our houses with our families wondering what the hell to do. And I'm like, you know what? That guy that said this thing and that chick that said that thing to me and that other time and this other time. And I'm like, you know what? This is freaking weird. Let me go check out this flat earth shit.
And the rest, as they say, is history.
The rest is history. That's right. I'm like, oh my God, it all makes sense. Like, holy shit. He was trying to tell me this. She was trying to tell me that. They were doing this. They were doing that. This is freaking weird. Like, I was never in the club, but there was a club and I wasn't fucking in it. And they might have been in it for all I fucking know.
Probably.
Yeah.
You were mostly on a need to know basis, weren't you?
Dude, the bait was freaking like, I don't know. Like, I think they were trying to feel me out for a while to see if, I don't know. But
well, don't they do that? Don't they do that? They kind of
yeah, they certainly do.
They throw little, you know, hey, by the way, we're gonna be going over here, and they're just like, you know, they try to see what you say.
Right, they're like little loyalty tests that are given and passed or failed all the time. You know, while a lot of this stuff is based off of need to know and stuff, I mean, it's also to some extent who you know, because who you know will put you in a place where you need to know.
I've always thought about, like, before they let you into that inner circle, you got to be compromised before you get there. Then once you are, then you can come in.
Yeah, and then you're done either way. So don't compromise yourself.
Yeah, man. Like, yeah, I mean, there are stories about that. And, you know, it can go sideways too, because people think they're climbing a ladder and they're really going sideways, and they're fucking their career, their family, their life, and everything up in the process, and they're being
They have
used.
special islands that you can go to, and you can get compromised.
Yeah, that's
Josh is screwed.
That's for the real shit.
Yeah, that's
Josh has already given him enough ammo, right? He's already associated with us. He sports a It's Flat number plate, license plate, bro.
Dude,
that's
what a perfect patsy. Anything goes wrong, I'm pinning it all on Josh.
So I can say this, like the few stories I know I can get into. So I worked with a guy. He was a geologist and an RF engineer with master's degrees, and he's old as dirt. I don't know if he's alive right now, but he was a guest scientist in the Cold War and did 2 tours of duty in Antarctica at Vostok Base and McMurdo. Vostok Base is interesting because I was with the Russians during the Cold War. He was a guest transfer scientist. He had some interesting things to say and never really said it. And he taught me a lot. He was a mentor of mine, taught me a lot about RF and signals and stuff. And one of the things he said was when he got down to Vostok Base, he's like, this is the actual place on Earth where magnetic field lines terminate. And he said, we were able to do interesting studies of the ionosphere and of the geology, which was more interesting to him, even though he was an amateur extra and other things in amateur radio. One of the things he said to me was, after all these years, I still don't know if the ionosphere rotates with the Earth or if it's stationary and just breathes in place. I'll never forget that.
That's profound, dude. That's what's going on in the globe head right now when they're listening to.
Yeah, freaking Macarena. Right? Isn't that profound? I mean, he said other things like that too.
Yeah, I mean, really probably never, it didn't click when you were listening to it at the time.
Friends, anyway. It's Josh's friends anyway.
Yeah. He said some other things too, like you know, like the magnetic alignment of rocks that they used to study down there were not congruent with what they understood with the history of the Earth and geology and the nature of things. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy shit, and you know, this isn't anything like this is not crazy stuff that people can get in trouble with by talking about, but. And then I met somebody else. She was a similarly qualified expert, but far younger. And she told me things that, like, you know what? Everybody studies skywave propagation of radio transmission, radio waves bouncing off the ionosphere at night in a certain frequency range. She's like, that's not really what's going on. She said, if you really want to know, if you really want to know the rest of the story, it's not just that. If you want to know the rest, you need to focus on the ground wave component, ground wave propagation. In fact, ground wave is really all that it's at. And skywave is kind of theoretical, but it's all ground wave. I'm like, oh, that's kind of like what Nikola Tesla was saying, like about freaking energy transmission over the ground. And now I'm like, holy shit. And then like you open old like antenna theory manuals and they're talking about how they model the propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat planes, over half planes. And how like they do studies in like the energy density of the wave on a target like an antenna or whatever in a far distance. If Earth is curving, then it should be predictable how much energy is being transferred onto the far end of the target by the predicted curvature amount, plus diffraction and all that shit. But it's not. It's actually like as if Earth is flat. Like electromagnetic fields act as if Earth is flat, folks.
And that's how they measure it too. Well, calculate it, but yeah. I just wonder, is there any information loss? Is there any loss over distance, with radio wave propagation due to surface contact?
I mean, yeah, there's absorption and scattering. It depends on the surface. So if the surface is lumpy, like lumpy Lambertian surface, then it's going to scatter, and if it's specular, it's going to reflect. And the ocean and bodies of water are like mirrors to radio waves, just like light.
Right, and can that then adversely affect, like unobstructed wavelengths? Like, can it interfere with
reflection? Interfere?
Right. Right. So what's traveling straight, right? So it's going in all directions, right? But you got some coming down and hitting the ground, and then bouncing back up. Some are being absorbed, scattered, whatever. But you got reflection happening. So it's coming back up into the path of what hasn't gone that direction. Does that interfere?
Yeah, there's interference. Yep. Some of it bounces back and hits the transmitter that may be receiving too at the same frequency. Or it can actually change its phase and completely and bounce back at a different frequency. Yeah, I mean, it's so messy. I don't really know. I'm not an expert on this stuff, guys, but it's such a messy freaking soup. I do know that there's a lot of money. Like if you want to make money as an electrical engineer, particularly in like communications, the money isn't in the antennas or the power or the freaking protocol and all that shit. It's going to be in the filters that are used. It's going to be in the filters. It's going to be in smart filters. So you're going to need like chemical engineers and freaking, artificial intelligence, computer scientists, cryptologist engineers. You put them in a room together to start making filters, and you can do so many amazing things. Figuring out the transmission's the easy part. Because you can come up with novel ways to do that all day long. But receiving it, that's the trick. So they got ways to they have ways to propagate energy in a chiral motion. That's like a drill, like it spirals. And if your antenna is not configured properly to receive it, then you're not going to get the full transmission. So there's a physical way to encrypt and decrypt signals based off of the waveform itself. And then when all this is flying out there with all the freaking black body radiation, all the static and everything else going on, how do you tease out the signal from the noise? That's the question. Well, it has to do with filters. I don't know what this has to do with flat Earth, but oh yeah, the signals they go over a flat Earth. But for Tesla's energy propagation, he proposed putting plates in the ground at intervals apart based off of the harmonic of the wave and all this, so that you can leapfrog the transmission of energy from one place to the next using ground wave. And basically, it allowed for inductance and capacitance at every incremental point to store and retransmit the energy in the direction that it was initially transmitted at. So it's kind of like greasing the skids, you know what I mean? You got like a rail, you got like roller blades, you want to grease the skids, you want to grease the ball bearings. So.
What do you mean a plate in the ground? I don't think I've ever heard that one.
Yeah.
I know about the ground wave shit, but I didn't know he was going to stick a plate in the ground.
Yeah, like a sidewalk. Like he envisioned like steel plates at intervals going from one like A to B.
And that was to make the current travel farther, or
with higher fidelity.
Oh, yeah.
To retain energy.
Well, you could also basically rectify. I think you could rectify the signal if they were spaced right.
And nothing in the way. Well, I mean, it's all diffraction.
Well, what you're going to get is the further away, right? It's going to get noisier, right? Right. Even the resonant wave is going to start to decompose, unless you're using fucking solitons or something, right? Which nobody knew about at the time, including Tesla. But you could.
Yeah,
so one trick he used to do is he had a way of. We'll get. I shouldn't get into it. I should get into it with you somewhere else. Not here. It's fucking way too deep for this shit. If you look at some of his writings from the pre-1900 stuff where he gave presentations, like at the Benjamin Franklin Institute, one of the presentations he gave there is freaking mind-blowing, bro. The single-wire freaking electricity transmission and how you could change the way, like, this standing node. So what he would do is because when you reach the end of the conductor, the electricity will bounce off the end. So if the length of the conductor is some fraction, some ratio of, you can make a standing wave of electricity, right? Where the center of the conductor basically has no charge on its surface, and the endpoints have all the charge. And you could change where the node was by making like a little now it's connected metallically, but you could change where the node is by putting this little piece of metal, kind of like a pointy thing, right, to kind of accumulate the charge, or like just change the way. You'd have to look at the diagrams because the diagrams show it all. It's hard to explain, but this is part of his single wire electricity idea that he was doing. I don't know why they ever ended up with the frickin' 3-wire. I guess
it came with demonstration though, didn't it? During his lectures and that.
Oh yeah, he did it. Yeah, he demonstrated. He didn't just talk about it. He did it in front of everybody. That's why everybody was amazed by him, because they would all talk theory, right? And when they came up, then when he got up, he'd be like, "Okay," and he'd have all that apparatus and shit, and show people stuff. He was an experimentalist. He wasn't really a theoretician. And people just don't get that there's a huge difference between a physics experimentalist and a theoretician. Gigantic difference. They're not even the same fields, you could say. Just like applied physics is different than theoretical physics. But even the applied physics people, if they're not doing experiments, they're still way behind the experimentalists.
Right, that's why Maxwell's equations were like sort of disregarded for a while, right?
Yeah, they're impossible really to work with in any practical way.
It got worse after Einstein. Trying to scale those up, right? Or down.
The problem with Maxwell's equations really is that when you could work the equations out, but when you end up coming to the boundaries of like a conductor or a capacitor or anything, when you tried to quantify the boundary condition, they would go to infinity because they're partial differential equations. So they would just frickin' blow up into,
noise.
You know, yeah, they just frickin' just blow up. I mean, then what are you going to do with it? And because they're kind of they're nonlinear. Like you don't know, is the blow up because of the nonlinearity or is it because they're at the boundary? You know what I mean?
That reminds me. So that clip you sent me of that dude with the mustache. I don't know his name. He's got a YouTube channel. It's a great channel called like Inductance or something.
Oh, inductive, yeah. He just put out something which is pretty interesting.
Yes, he did.
Oh, you saw it?
He took all of Maxwell's equations and distilled them down into 3.
Yeah, using the
I'm
Arnold
like,
Bohm
holy
effect,
shit,
dude.
this is so intuitive.
Yeah, and it's like modeled as a fluid. But he said at the end, he's like, it's funny, dude. Because what he said at the end is like because before Flat Earth, I was looking into all this shit, all this ether, and though I wasn't like all hooked on the ether shit, it was a little more different than what I was looking at, though the ether was involved, is that if you look at the equations and you model electricity as a fluid, you end up with a problem because part of that fluid is moving in the opposite direction. And we don't observe that. Okay, so he had so it was a glut and a non-glut, right? So you have basically, it's almost like you have an area, so the electron was an area of a bunch of ether, and the proton was a positive charge is the area with like less ether, and this little section of space ended up making a positive versus negative charge. And so they're modeling it as a fluid, like the fluid's going into the electron and out of the proton. And when you have this imbalance, right, they get attracted to each other. So, but when you model this like as a conductor, then you end up with a proton flow. And this is what he was saying at the end. What he was saying at the end is like he talked to the paper. It was a guy named Martins, and said, "Yeah, that's what it predicts." And he's like, "Well, in the guy, this Indicta guy is like, the problem with this was that we don't observe it in nature." Yeah, because protons are in the nucleus, right? They're in a lattice. Yeah. But I remember coming across, because I remember this specific thing, me wondering, like, if they model electricity as electron flow in one direction, why aren't the protons flowing in the other direction? Right? It's intuitive. Like, why wouldn't they go in the other direction? Like I don't even know if they do it in a plasma. Well, someone actually did that test, and they actually did record proton flow. I can't remember what they used, but somehow they measured some amount of proton flow, but you have to turn up the fucking voltage, like, to some stupid, ridiculous level to basically get the molecules to travel within the substance itself, to travel within the lattice, because, like, solid state matter usually has some sort of crystalline lattice, right? So,
right,
unless it's glass or something. So I think they might. That reminds you, maybe it was glass, that they used some sort of amorphous substance to get the positively charged molecules to flow in the opposite direction. And so they actually did get it to happen, but it's like they had to crank it up to some crazy fucking voltage.
That's always the problem with this. They have to go to extremes in order to create the rules. So they have to find exceptions, and yeah.
Well, I mean, you think about it, it's all symmetric, right? The positive and negative charge, everything's just symmetric. But that's not kind of what we observe in nature. The protons are stuck in lattices of conductors, so we don't see a positive flow in the other direction.
Well, I mean, that's where the ether comes in, right? With counter space.
I don't even know. I'm still trying to figure out what counter space means, bro. I don't know.
Listen, it is the hole that everything goes into that you don't understand.
Oh, you mean like your donations? Is that where your donations go?
That's where your government contract money goes. In your grants, but
no, Dollar's always begging for donations. I think that's where your donations go, like right into that freaking hole. That dude, when I first I'll say this about Dollard. He's very knowledgeable about the history of electricity, and I credit him with teaching me much, at least the historical background of what the situation was. Beyond that, I don't know if he knows what the fuck he's talking about. He might. I don't know. It's impossible for me to evaluate it. All I know is that he does his presentation, and the hat comes out at the end every fucking time. So
yeah,
I mean, he's made no fucking progress that anybody can discern.
Listen, the guy I talked about earlier from Antarctica, he was like Eric Dollard, and I gotta.
Yes. So if I'm allowed to go on a little spill. So the reason you think it's the Earth is because, the reason you think the Earth is a globe, right? You think the model represents reality is because you have anchor bias. That's what you're taught, right? You have sunk cost bias. That's what you spent so much time learning in school. And you have confirmation bias, like the TV, magazines, but you never actually experienced curvature or axial rotation yourself, right? In fact, I would say that it's pretty easy to demonstrate how gravity actually works as opposed to what they taught you in school. Most important, the thing is you can show yourself without the help of others by going to a large body of water at rest and looking for curvature, that elusive curvature. It's always just over the horizon. It's really important that you can do it yourself because you don't have to believe anyone else or go halfway to the moon and turn around and look behind you. You can just, trust your own eyes and what you're seeing. So I did it. I went to Corpus Christi, North Beach, and I could see Ingleside on the bay at 10 miles away. So that's the kind of observation that you're going to want to do. At least 6 to 8 miles, preferably over 10 miles. So there should have been 66.6 feet of curvature, assuming 1 foot waves. The water was up to my armpit. I was standing in the ocean, and I could see this Ingleside on the bay. I shouldn't even know that it's there because I wasn't looking for it. I was looking to see what is the farthest thing that I can see. And then when I found it, I got the heading, went inside, pulled up the Google Maps, and saw that it was 10 miles away. And I was like, okay, what's over there? What am I looking at? And I do the street view, and it wasn't skyscrapers that are like 7 or 8 stories, which is what I should have saw if the Earth was a globe and I could see something. What I actually saw was beach houses with a dock in their backyard where the fence would be if they were in a normal backyard. And, it's pretty much the question that I'm left with after that experience. And, don't believe me for what I'm saying. Go check it out for yourself. But the question I'm left with is if I could see that, my primary firsthand knowledge, what secondhand knowledge has convinced me to disregard my firsthand primary knowledge? And it would just have to be the arguments that these globe earthers make. They come up with excuses about refraction. They don't want to talk about the crisis in cosmology. They don't want to talk about the other problems with their model. Basically, what it boils down to is you just have to trust them. And I think that's, it's a belief system, it's a worldview, but it's no longer my worldview. I lost that belief. I don't have that belief anymore. Because what we all witness with our senses is a flat, stationary topographical plane. You've never experienced anything else except on TV and magazines where you believe that people went so far away from the Earth they could see half of it and report it back to you that it's a sphere. You can't do that. You can't go halfway to the moon. We can't go. You and I, we're not going halfway to the moon. So your only other option is to just have a great deal of faith, which, you know, America, F yeah, you can believe whatever you want, you know, freedom of religion, but it's a belief. It's not something that's been scientifically confirmed. It's not something that you can verify as far as, you know, the Earth being curvature. And the reason I say you can't verify it is because they've made the model unfalsifiable. According to Karl Popper, a great philosopher of science, if it's not falsifiable, your claim, then it's not good science. So the reason that I say it's unfalsifiable, because when people see too far, whether it's a globe earther who believes the Earth is a globe, takes the picture, wins the World Book of Guinness World Records, but the flat earthers have gone, wait a minute, we can see way too far. Well, they've got a pre-planned excuse, and that excuse is refraction. And if refraction bends the light down around the curve, like they say, then every observation that we make where we can see too far, they're going to say, well, refraction, and it makes it unfalsifiable. So if your globe is unfalsifiable and you still want to believe it, go ahead. Just know that it's worse than scientifically proven. It's worse than, oh, well, we can't prove it. There's absolutely no way that you could prove it because the anti-flat earthers are going to say refraction. And because light bends through or changes angles through different medium, therefore everything a globe earther says about light has to automatically be true. Well, I'm not buying it. So I'm a non-believer. Yeah, so I'm going to end with this. Go to the ocean, large body of water at rest, make some observations and some calculations. And you're going to find out why the anti-flat earthers are screaming refraction at the top of their lungs.
Thank you for that take, man.
The Globers also have a serious problem with the refraction in that they use refraction to try to explain away when observation doesn't match their models. And so it's always ad hoc. It must be refracting this much because it looks this flat, or we see way too far. However, that has consequences. So if you need more refraction to see further and less refraction to see less far, then you can quantify that. We have different wavelengths, they refract at different rates, and so we can look in infrared, we can look in visible light, and we can see differences, and we can check the conditions of the day. We can see, are the conditions conducive for refraction, or are they not? Is it clear, or is it not? And we find out that when you actually dig into this, when there's less refraction, we see further. When we're looking through wavelengths that have less refraction, we see further. That's the opposite of what the globe requires. And the globe requires the light to be bending around the ball to make it appear flat. However, that would create massive problems in how we view things, because if the light is refracting for so long, it would create separations of the wavelengths. You would have rainbow colored everything at a distance. The world would be gay.
And the reason for that is, correct me if I'm wrong, Grace, is because the different frequency of light, it refracts at different rates. So red and green are going to refract at two totally different rates. So if you're looking at, say, like a mountain range in the distance, it's going to look like the old 3D glasses from the 70s and 80s. You know, a little bit gay.
You'd start seeing all the different colors start to separate. and it'd be more pronounced the more the refraction is. But under the optical framework that I'm building, basically the more refraction is, the more ray loss there is, and so the more you lose the bottom of things.
And if they don't know what you're talking about, you could post a Skunk Bay time lapse where everyone can witness this time lapse across the bay, where the bottom of the buildings on the other side of the bay, they start to disappear from the bottom up. Well, the funny thing about that is that the Earth isn't shrinking and expanding, so it can't be the geometric horizon. In other words, the Earth curved caused the horizon doing this. It has to be purely optical. But the problem with this, calling it refraction, it would be incorrect. It's more like atmospheric turbulence. And if you think how allegedly light allegedly travels on space-time, right? What if space-time isn't bent? What if it's more like, the atmosphere is turbulent? So if you look at a girl standing on the island, 10 miles away, it might look like she's doing the hula dance. But if you call her up and say, hey, what are you doing? And she's live streaming, she's not dancing at all, but the light makes it look like she's dancing because it's traveling through all the particles of the atmosphere. And it's not really doing like a bending down at 8 inches per mile squared. Like the Globers say, it's more like it's wobbling a little bit. The light is just kind of deviating off course slightly in multiple directions, sometimes a little to the left and the right, sometimes up and down, sometimes all four. But this whole thing about refraction, it's just an excuse. You cannot verify the path of light. Like the Globers are basically saying this is what the path of light is. You can't verify that over 10 miles. Even if you could map it out with a computer, how would you verify the computer model of the light compared to reality?
Yeah, they draw curved lines based on the assumption that the density gradient is more optically dense near the ground, which is not always the case because the temperature, for instance, hot air is less optically dense than cold air, and hot air is closer to the ground than above. So you have a temperature gradient, hot at the bottom, cold at the top. That inversely affects optical density of the medium. And then you have humidity, and the humidity gradient going up, and humidity is less optically dense than normal dry air. And so you have those two things acting against the pressure, creating more optical density, and that equalizes and means like when the Earth is flat, what you have is straight line propagation generally. That's why things look and appear to be generally where they appear to be. However, when you're talking really far distances, you have compounding effects because it's never perfectly straight because there's always some turbulence, some differences between as you're looking into different pressure systems, you're looking into different humidity gradients, and they're not always completely vertical. They're also horizontally angled because of these different systems moving. And so you have all these different systems playing into each other, and they don't account for this in the globe at all. All they do is just expand the radius of the globe to make it flatter to explain observations.
Yeah, so this whole thing about refraction, look, I wear glasses every day. These lenses were designed to focus light. But usually what happens with light, well, the inverse square law says that it automatically spreads out. Then there's, scattering. So, light is usually unfocused unless you have a laser or a pair of glasses or a telescope. So, basically what I'm trying to say is that this whole idea of ray tracing, like with computers and whatnot, it's not how light actually works. This whole idea of knowing the path of light, it's just an assumption, and at best, in my opinion, it's a shady inference. They're inferring that this is what light is doing, bending down to a denser medium. But I ride a motorcycle, so I know something that most people who don't ride motorcycles don't know. And that's when you're going down the highway or the interstate. If the temperature is 75 degrees, that's comfortable going 75 miles an hour. Very comfortable. But you come across these pockets, and it's not necessarily by a lake or by a house, just randomly. It's not necessarily by a shade tree. There's pockets of hot and cold as you're going down the road. So if it's 75, 70 is pretty uncomfortable going 75 miles an hour. So when you're shivering a little bit, you're starting to, it's kind of getting painful. You know that it's not 75 in that exact spot. You just pass through. But then it gets warm again. And just like I kind of shrink a little bit and lessen my volume, when I go through these shaded areas, well, the light is also going to react, not the same way, but it's also going to react as it goes through these hot and cold areas. And it's not going to travel the same way. And that's why we say atmospheric turbulence is a much better model, because it explains how light mostly goes straight unless it comes across the boundary of two media like air and glass, or air and water, or glass and water, like a fish tank, and air. So these sort of things is where you see the extreme refraction. And during the Skunk Bay time lapse, instead of having all these different materials and boundaries therein, and the specific angle needed to hit the boundary with the light to make a change in the direction of the travel of light, well, with the Skunk Bay, it's an extremely sped up reel of footage, is what we would say back in the 80s. So they sped this up to a time lapse, and that's why you can see, what people are mistakenly calling refraction clear as day, but it's doing the opposite of what Globers say that it does. They say it makes you see further. In other words, what Globers are actually saying is that when the light bends down around the curvature of the Earth, not only can they see stuff that's hidden behind the Earth, but they can see the other side of the Earth curve caused hill. They can see the other side of the hill, which is an outrageous claim to think that you would be able to see the other side of the hill. But that's literally what they're claiming, because they say the real horizon is somewhere in the front, but you can't see it because of refraction. That's what they're saying. So ipso facto, you could see the other side of the hill if you're a glober.
Yeah, when it actually what's happening, and you can see it really clearly in this GIF, for instance, is the image is stretching mostly up and down because most of these gradients are horizontally laying across the Earth, and so they go up vertically. And so most of the changes are in that dimension. However, there are some changes in the other dimensions because of turbulence and different conditions between the observer and what she's looking at. However, you're not seeing behind the houses, you're not seeing the angle to the houses change. You're not seeing the house appear to tilt in your view because the ray or the light from the house is getting curved. So you're seeing the ray coming off the top of the house or from behind the house. That's what the Globers claim. What you're actually seeing is the light as it comes to you either gets diverted slightly upwards or slightly downwards. And when it gets diverted slightly downwards, it gets compressed. And when it gets compressed beyond the
is not flat, or globe is flat?
Yeah, Earth is 100% flat. Well, not 100%. I can't claim that, but it's a figure of speech. It's flat, dude. Because water is flat and it's covered mostly by water. Water is flat, right?
I don't know.
Ooh, that's fun. We could play the Escape the Globe game. Do you know what an escape room is?
Yes.
All right, let's do this. So I give you a few items and you see if you can figure out the answer to the question.
Okay.
Let me check here. Oh. So this game is called the Escape from the Globe game. And I will give you a few items that you need to see if you can get out of the escape room. And I'm pasting it in the chat. Here we go. Go ahead and read it. And the question at the end is the question we would like an answer to. And we'll give you a small prize if you win. Like our gratefulness, thank yous, and so forth. Maybe a couple of high five emojis.
You have one laser, one friend, measuring tape, one leg, and one vertical. Hmm.
I wish we had game show music while this is going on.
I'm not
Don't stress.
expert of it. Maybe I cannot
You
answer
have
this.
no. We'll give you 10 minutes or 20 minutes, whatever you want. You can sit back and figure it out in silence, maybe. And when you have the answer, just step in and tell us.
Sure.
We're not going to stress you. Leap FM played this game the other day. I think he cracked it, actually. It was actually one of the first ones. We've done it a few times now.
Like, I even cracked it by you telling me about the calculator and just doing the math.
Yeah, you can play it too, but you already know the answer, don't you?
Yeah, I got to the answer by just doing the math with the calculator.
Oh, did I do this with you as well?
No, just right now, today.
Yeah.
Like half an hour before.
Okay, nice.
I made the math. Yeah, it makes sense.
There you go. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is my newest approach. I think it's good because it makes people think for themselves, and it's always easier to convince yourself than to be convinced by somebody else.
Yeah.
Hey, Plane, I have a question. Is it a typo? Should it be a ruler, or should it be a measuring tape that's longer?
I mean, it's a 1 foot long measuring tape. Maybe we can change
Okay.
it to the
So yeah, so you just need 1 foot.
Yeah, I only need 1 foot because when I did it the first time, I did a measuring tape that was 6 foot, and they always place the laser at 6 foot then. So I kind of wanted to restrict that.
Yeah.
Because it changes the numbers a little bit. It's easier when it's just 1 foot, but I suppose we could change it to a 1 foot long ruler. I don't know. I don't want to confuse anyone. We'll see what works. We've only
Well,
played it.
the ruler is rigid, I guess, as opposed to
Is ruler
flexible.
better?
I think it would be better just because it's
Oh.
not going to bend.
A 1 foot long ruler. Okay. I'm going to change it to that. Thank you. Good feedback. Appreciate it. Oh, welcome to the YouTube people. We'll catch you up. We currently have a contender in the Escape the Globe escape room game. Right now, Ayush Kapoor is playing. He can take as much time as he wants to figure out the following. I'm going to read it from the chat. In the Escape from the Globe game, you get 1 laser. There's a hard rule. You're not allowed to place the laser higher over the water than your own height on the beach you're standing on. You get a friend to help you. You have one measuring tape. Why am I echoing? Oh, weird. Or a ruler that's 1 foot long. You have one lake that's 10 miles wide, and you have one Earth curvature calculator. With these items, the question is, can you figure out if water is curving on that lake or not? And that's the task. That's the puzzle you have to crack if you want to win if you want to escape the globe. All right. Yeah. That's nice. That's nice. It's very exciting. Like from another. That was funny. Good job, whoever did that. I become stressed from listening to that. 1 hour. Who wants to be a millionaire? That's insane. I did it. It's a little bit stressful. People need time to play around with the Earth curvature calculator, see different distances, and they're gonna have to accept that shit. There is 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. How the heck is that possible? It takes a little time to process first time you see it.
Yeah.
Anyway, we have any other Globers in here? If you want to participate, we can play the game with you as well, or you can maybe ask questions about Earth. Do you know where you live? Do you think you live on a ball in space, or is water not curving? The surface of Earth is actually flat. Now's your chance. We have some good people in here who can answer your questions. I'm not talking about me. Kay says in the chat, so you can see over 10 miles. You must have eagle eyes. Well, with the good zoom camera, we have technology nowadays. They couldn't do this back in the day, and that's probably why they thought they lived on a ball, because everything disappeared over the so-called curve. But I think you can see over 10 miles with your eyes. I mean, I can see Denmark from Sweden. That's 10 miles away. You can see oil platforms. Well, maybe you can't see oil platforms, actually. Probably need a zoom camera for that, but definitely hills, beaches, things like that. Anyway, maybe you have bad eyesight. You can use a high-powered zoom camera. You can use a laser. You can use a mirror to flash something. They have signal mirrors. They sell them on Amazon. They're like a few bucks. And YouTube has a lot of videos of people flashing those signal mirrors up to 60 miles away. Matrix posted Blue Hills 30 Mile, or Emperor Copatine, as he calls himself right now. Blue Hills. That's right. Kay says, yes, when I stay on top of a building for sure, but on ground level, never had opportunity. We should go to the ocean. You can see things very far out. We have a member of the community here. His name is Indio. He has an observation where he saw a boat with his eyes 30 miles out. Clear day. And a big boat. DJ posting, this is 368 kilometers away from a 12-foot observer height. Kay says, if you watched like this from the surface of the water, you can't see far. I checked today. Well, what was the visibility in your weather app? How good are your eyes? DJ says, on the top of that mountain, that should be 10,000 feet below the horizon. Yeah, we still see the mountain. Because guess what? Water doesn't curve. And Earth is flat. Thank you, DJ, for that post. I'll bookmark it so I can play it next time we play the game.
And now comes the mockery. What's wrong, Kay? Haven't you worked out how to dig your way out of this game?
Guys,
Yeah. How's it going? Did you solve
so
it?
yeah, if the lake is 10 miles and
Yeah.
I'm firing a laser from the 6 feet height, then
Yeah.
as per the calculator, the distance to horizon is three miles. So
Mm-hmm.
the laser will not reach on the other end.
I know. Isn't that weird that when we do these tests, though, it does. When you shoot the laser 6 foot over the water on one side, it ends up 6 foot over the water on the other side. It should end up about 30 feet over the head of your friend on the other side if you lived on a ball with the dimensions they have told us. But it doesn't do that. And even worse, when we do these over even longer distances, like let's say 21 miles, the laser should end up 266 foot over the head of your friend on the other side. But it doesn't do that. They shot this laser 5 foot over the water, ended up hitting a target 5 foot over the water on the other side because water doesn't curve. You do, however, win a prize for solving it. Very good. You managed to figure out the Earth curvature calculator. I applaud that. Well done. So, because water is flat and Earth, they say it's covered by about 70% water. That's why we call it flat Earth.
So in that way, if you are saying that thing, then if ship is approaching far on a ocean or a sea, then why
Yeah.
it disappear? It should be always visible to us.
Oh, it's called perspective. You can do this on a flat surface. Like next time you check into a hotel, get out there in the hallway, put a little piece of Lego at the end of it, and put your head at the end of the other side and see if you can see it. You can't. But it's not good because it went over a curve. As soon as you stand up, you're going to be able to see that little piece of Lego again. It's just called perspective. It has nothing to do with curvature at all. You can be on a straight road with street lights. It's going to look like they all go down into the ground in the distance, but that's not the case. There is a couple of lights even after the last one you can see, even on a perfectly straight and level flat road. So just perspective. Nothing is going over a curve. No boats. They don't do that either. They just go away. Angular resolution, if you want to Google it. Angular resolution.
Okay.
Jin just posted a 28.6 mile laser test. They shot that thing 28 miles and it ended up hitting the target on the other side. Should have been over 350 foot over the air. And Ray-like Criterion is posting these street lights are not setting. That's exactly what I was talking about, and I swear to you, that road is not curving. He gets it. We already know he's a smart guy. To be honest with you, when we play this game with other people, they usually cannot solve it. So I'm very proud of you for cracking it. Well done.
Yeah. In order to see the sun never set, you would have to be at the same altitude as the sun.
Yeah, good point. And no no air either, right? Because it
Yeah,
doesn't.
that's
Yeah,
true.
the
Same thing.
light doesn't travel forever. And here's another fun thing you can do next time you go to the ocean, Payush Kapoor.
Yes, yes.
If you're around 6 foot tall, 180 centimeters, I don't know your height, but I'm guessing 180 maybe. The horizon,
175, yeah.
yeah, so pretty good guess. Horizon should be about at most 5 kilometers out, like I think 4.7 kilometers or something at your height. But I swear to
Yes.
you, in your lifetime, you have seen things past 4.7 kilometers many, many times because water doesn't curve.
No, I agree. We see farther than that. I
Yeah.
agree with that point, but I don't know
There's,
why.
yeah, but because it's flat. There's infrared photography 255 miles out. You would not be able to see that if Earth was a ball of the radius that they tell us. You can post a little diagram. You've already seen it since you looked up the Earth curvature calculator, but it's a good diagram to check if you get quick curvature over distance. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, my phone died. I switched to another one. Anyway, give me a sec. I'll post that thing I was talking about. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Happens to me too when my phone goes like, "Oh, you're out of power. I'm
Yes, gonna
shutting
post it.
down. I'm
I got
shutting
those.
down."
Yeah, I got those
People
warnings.
hear me in Discord and stuff, even while my phone is shutting down.
It was the battery that died. I ignored the 10% warning for too long, but there you go. So there's the diagram. It's a pretty good one. 10 miles, 66 foot, 20 mile, 266 foot of curvature, 30, 600, and so forth. And it also tells you the radius of the Earth, well, the claimed radius. So when they show us these pictures of balls from space, and we see the water curving, as soon as we go out there and check if it's actually curving, it's not. So we can disregard the so-called ball Earth pictures. Oh, dude, what happened to Kay? I was only gone for 10 seconds. Did he piss someone off?
No, Kay's still here.
How did he get muted? Oh, is that the J-Ram one? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Kay's claiming he has a broken mic, which is it's only Globers who seem to have broken mics.
Well,
I
Kay,
spoke to him the other day. He
Kay,
was so drunk.
Oh, so he does have a mic. Shocker.
He does, yeah.
Kay, I'm gonna give you a pro tip. If you're just honest and say I'm shy or something like that, as long as you're joined to VC and we can talk to you, usually it's okay to chat and we'll answer your questions anyway. But if you lie about your mic or if you're stuff like that, then people are going to be upset.
Okay, fine. I got a mic now, but do you have some noise or something? Fans and all this. Got no background sound is quite bad, yeah. It's hot in
No,
here.
I can hear you okay. It's pretty good at filtering out fans.
Yeah. So
just out of curiosity, what person do you know that's 23 feet tall?
what is the foot? I don't know.
Well, you posted it in the side chat. There's a dude that's 23 feet tall.
Maybe there is.
Let's just convert this over. 23
A basketball hoop
feet.
is about 10 feet.
7 meters. 7 meters tall.
Yeah, man. You never seen them?
No.
God damn. Prove it to me that they don't exist.
I didn't say they didn't exist. I said you asked if I've seen them, and I said no.
No, I didn't see one, but I know they exist.
I haven't. I haven't either.
Okay, good.
Interesting.
Good.
So, anyways, with your video, if you care to watch it again, you'll note that they start off with a laser and they finish off with a flashlight.
Okay.
And the result at the end was, that's interesting. So if you've come to the conclusion you live on a ball when someone says, that's interesting, you're a better man than me.
Yes,
To
yes.
be fair to
Don't believe the science. Do your own
No, it
research
was-
with a flashlight from Timo.
listen,
That's
it was
the motto.
it was a Netflix hoax, and to be fair to Jaron, they actually clipped that. That's interesting from another scene that they had. That's how you create hoaxes. So
Okay,
anyway,
okay.
but he was a
Cool.
dumbass anyway for being a part of that thing anyway. So
Oh, okay. So makes sense. Yeah.
yeah.
The question is, okay, now if we claim that the Earth is flat, what about those pictures that we share from space? Like, it does that mean nobody has went into space?
Yeah, nobody has been far out enough. You can do the math on this. Since you were able to use the Earth curvature calculator, you can probably ask even ChatGPT or something, how far would you have to be from the Earth to take a full picture, right? We don't have that technology, and we certainly didn't go to the moon in the 60s. That was all propaganda mission to, show the American people that we're the greatest and we can do fantastic things. And they say the exact same thing today when they talk about Artemis, but no, nobody has been to the moon. Nobody has taken pictures of the Earth from that far out. Even the ISS, which is 250 miles up, you can only see about 3% of the Earth at the claimed radius. So they don't have any ball pictures at all.
And do we believe that other planets or the sun or the moon, they are also flat or they are also sphere?
Well, we don't make any claims about things in the sky because we can't go there and verify it, right? So you can, if you want to have big balls up in the sky, I can grant you that, but I can't prove it.
Okay.
The only thing I can prove is that water doesn't curve with the test that we just, we went over the method for it. So we know for sure that the Earth is kind of the foundation. It's a flat plane down here. Whatever goes on in the sky goes on over a flat surface. We don't know the shape of the Earth. Nobody here is going to claim a shape because we don't know that, but we know that the surface
In that
property is flat.
experiment,
Yeah.
agree. Maybe in that experiment there is a reflection of light. In the same way we see a mirage in desert. So that is also a reflection of light, because in desert the lake actually is at some other place, but we see the reflection coming from some other place. So that's a mirage. So maybe it's the same thing.
The laser beam should hit the water like 5 kilometers out. It doesn't do that. So
maybe I'm just telling
So
you, maybe
also,
it bent
just
because there is air.
that's a
You
good point.
cannot say somebody said
Hold
the
on.
N word.
Hold on. No one said
Yeah.
anything like that, right? So hold on a second, right? So these tests have been repeated over and over and over and over again. So yeah, well, maybe sometimes you could have a mirage or something like that. That's different to the actual beam of the laser hitting the target from that distance away and then testing it again and again and again. And with some of these, we actually have a side-on view of the whole laser going across as well. And we can see that it's not curving, and there's no miraging or anything like that. So I'll actually show you.
We also have video evidence. So DJ is going to show you. I'll just paste the 21-mile video. You can take the link and watch it when you have time. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly post the
I'm not
side view
denying
that I
at
just
all.
mentioned.
I'm not denying at all that the other person at the 10 miles away is not seeing the laser. He may see the laser, but I don't know why. I really don't know why.
Yeah, have a look at the side shot we got from a laser. DJ is
Could you
posting.
close the side chat for me? I wanted to post something.
Yeah, it's
Damn.
completely straight. Hang on.
What
Who
about
wanted
this?
to post?
Wait. I seen the guy who went to the Antarctica for 24 hours, and he seen that.
Okay, hang on.
You know?
We're talking to the other guy
Oh.
right now. Let DJ present, and then we'll get to you. Okay?
Oh yeah, I was just quickly showing. Who is it that we're talking to?
Piyush Kapoor.
Piyush. All right.
Kapoor.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's a side angle view of a 6 mile laser transit. So 6 miles, what's that? About 10 kilometers?
Just about, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, how can you
Right,
have
so-
a 2000 ELO and, you know, do this? You have
Dude,
2000 ELO in just.
Me? Yeah, I know. I do.
Yeah, so we got to be careful interrupting. Only one-on-one, okay? So just hang on a little bit, please.
Yeah, I was just wanted to show the side view of the laser test. That was all. I wasn't going to present much. So it's the consistency, Piyush. You know, these tests are done over and over again, and not just laser tests, right? Sometimes we have actual observations as well, where we can see things that are, 15, 20 kilometers away. Very clearly, we don't see any miraging effect. Anyway, I gotta go on mute.
Yeah, I totally agree with your claim. I don't have any proof I can bust it. So I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe you are right.
Well, you see, it's not maybe as such, because you can know. That's the problem. You have to make the decision to further your investigation, because you're carrying a belief that the Earth is a ball Earth. That's been given to you by NASA, for example, and all the other space agencies. Fake imagery is what we're telling you. And then you're presented with perfect proof of measurements of horizontality of Earth. Now, if you want to know the truth, then you will make that move and do the investigation properly, and it won't be maybe you're right, because you have.
Yeah,
Like
that's
the main point of the calculator is like it shows like in 10 kilometers you need to actually aim 50 meters in the sky, but if you aim horizontally it goes through with these videos we see. Normally if you shoot through it will not be visible either because the curvature of the lake or the sea would cut off the laser to being on the same level, or if you aim higher it would reach at 50 meters on the other side.
That is correct. How you doing, Jin? Good to see you again. Thank you for the comment, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, man. Nice.
We have we're talking to Piyush Kapoor. He's pretty new to the topic. We just went over the laser tests with him, and usually this is the time when people need time to think a little bit about it and contemplate it and kind of take it all in. Cognitive
That's right. Yeah,
dissonance.
digest it. That's right. Yeah.
That's what's needed at this point. Yeah, you have to digest it, Piyush. Think about it a little bit, and then cognition is going to kick in, and you're going to try to convince yourself that it must be something else. And sometimes people can't push through that, but let's give the guy a little time to digest it, and then he can come back and ask us some questions. And they're probably going to be about the sky. That's usually what happens, but we'll deal with that when it happens.
Yeah, someone did mention the sun in 24-hour sun, but again, that doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. You see, that's
He's gone. He left.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because I did hear that they were pushing that.
Yeah, I mentioned it, and yeah, it doesn't actually prove anything. It's just like we need to figure out what's happening in the sky, not like, oh, because there's 24-hour sun in the south and in the north, like in the glober's mind. It's a globe,
Yeah. But the ground isn't measuring as a globe. That's the problem. They have the problem. we flat earthers don't have a problem with the 24-hour sun being there if it is there. The point is
Yeah.
that the surface of the earth isn't curving at the rate it should be to form this massive circumference ball of 24,900 miles. We're not seeing that. We're not measuring that. We're not seeing that. There's nothing there. So there we are.
Yeah, but I have one more question. Like,
Yeah, please.
if we see the distance of America and Russia on the one hand of the map, because we try to show the round projection on a 2D surface. So the distance is actually 20 kilometer in one way. Another way, it's too much. So if we start sailing on a ship from one way, we will reach on the same point after having a complete round, and it has been tested multiple times.
Yeah, that's fine. That's very true what you say, but that can be done in your neighborhood where you live. You can leave your house, go to the shop, go to the DIY store, go to the food store, and you do a circle, and you came back to your house exactly in a circle. That doesn't
No,
mean
but
your
in
house,
that
your
way,
neighborhood is a square. Okay, so no,
in that
no, no,
way,
no.
I have to turn somewhere. But if I'm going straight on a globe, I will reach on the same point.
No, again, that's a
After,
mistake and a misconception. When you're following the compass setting, you're going around in a circle. That's what you're doing. You're going around in a circle. That's what happens. You're not going around a ball Earth. Like, for example, from North Pole to the South Pole and back to the North Pole, circumnavigation, that's never been done. East to west or west to east circumnavigation has been done, yes. And that's a circle. Okay? Not on a ball, on a flat Earth, basically, on the ocean, which is normally flat, yeah? 71% of it.
I posted an example of that in this chat. If you have a compass and it points to the north the whole time, you're going to circle around the north. So we can do east and west circumnavigation on a flat plane or on a globe. They're both circles in both paradigms. So it's not really a problem, as Gian said. We can go east and we can come back to where we started.
But if you were to go in a straight line now, that'd be a different story, because then you would be following a heading which you are going to keep and not deviate from. That's going to be a different situation. You will not be going in a circle then.
we cannot go into a straight line, because
Well, you can if you hold a heading. You can if you hold a heading. You have to hold a heading.
Okay, so what will happen if we keep going into a straight line?
Well, I haven't actually done that myself, so I cannot answer that question. Sorry.
Nobody has done it.
It's a question we get quite often. It's basically the same as asking where's the edge if Earth is flat, right? But we don't know that. Nobody has ever explored to any kind of edge or anything like that. So that's why we're not making a shape claim. Nobody's telling you the shape of Earth because we don't know. We can't prove it. We're only telling you that the surface property is flat.
You're not claiming that Earth is flat. You're just saying there is no curvature found.
Yeah, we are claiming that water is flat, right? And because Earth is covered by mostly water, we call it flat Earth. But we, of course, we agree that there is topography, mountains and things like that. So you understand? Yeah,
I understand the mountains. Mountains are
yeah,
the topography, but
sure. I
if
mean,
we
it's like a
see
desk. It's like your desk or your kitchen table. You can
yeah.
have a little stapler
Yeah.
or some milk or whatever. It's still going to be a flat table, right? So yeah.
But I'm just amazed. Like, after 200 years of scientific advancement,
Right.
everything works on that round spherical, like our time zones, our map. Everything works on that spherical calculations.
But they work on a flat plane as well, because time zones are mostly political, and when they aren't, they're determined by where the sun is, if it's right above you, right? So that can happen on a flat plane. And we know it's flat because we measure it as flat. We utilize it as flat. We build as if it's flat. We fly as if it's flat. Everything we do is over a level flat surface, actually.
Okay.
And you experience it as flat every day. It's just that they tell you it's the opposite. They say, hey, look at that flat horizon. Actually, it's curving. And you're like, dude, That's weird because it looks like it's flat to me. They even say that
But
the Earth is spinning, but you experience as not spinning because it's stationary. They say it's the sun that's standing still and the Earth is moving underneath it, but you experience it as if the sun is moving above you. You see it come in from the east and it leaves in the west. But they
if
tell
the
you it's the
sun is
opposite.
if the
So
sun
it's
is
weird.
moving,
Yeah,
so
it is
sun
moving.
sun should move on the parameter, right?
It moves above us in a path. I don't know the
Yeah,
exact
and
path, but it
yeah,
looks
yeah,
like
yeah. In any path, and if the sun is revolving around us, so it
well,
should be
above.
day everywhere
No,
because sun
because
is so much bigger.
well, that's what they say, but when you look at it, you actually experience it as pretty small, a local light above you. Uh, think about it like this. Think about the really big warehouse, like a warehouse that's hundreds of miles in each direction, right? Then you put a little rail system up in the ceiling, put a little light up there, and then you put that light above you in your part of the warehouse. It's going to be daytime. You take a path out to the other end of the warehouse, you're going to have nighttime where you're at, and they're going to have daytime. It just goes in this in the actually it goes in the figure eight. We have photographic evidence of that. It's called the analemma. If someone want to post the analemma in the chat, he can have a look at it. So it looks like the sun is actually doing a figure eight above the flat plane. Or you can Google it. Analemma. I hope I spelled that correctly.
And
Yeah,
that's why
analemma.
everybody has their good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Everybody has their turn. The sun
Yeah,
bathes everybody with the light, all the countries. Everybody has to wait their turn
that's
because
correct.
because the
Also
sun
why
cannot light up. The sun itself cannot light up the whole of the earth. That's an impossibility. The vastness of the earth limits that possibility. So the sun has to shine locally, and it carries the light to other countries around the world, and that's how we've been living all these years, and will continue.
that is correct. It's actually funny to me. I'm in Sweden right now, and right now up north here, the sun is actually circling above us the whole time, right? So, and it only lights up a small part of the earth at that point. But then it's going to circle out over the other parts of the earth, and eventually it's going to hit the south, and it's going to probably do the same thing there. I'm saying probably because that one I haven't observed, but I have observed the one we have here in the north. So to me, it much like looks like a small um, circle above us here in the summertime, a local light. So it doesn't lit up the whole earth, and that's actually proven by the 24-hour sun up here in the north right now.
Yeah, and the sun doesn't lie. That's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
And
Also,
the sun is never
in the
late.
sky. Yeah, and the sun is in the sky. We usually only speculate about the sky. We can't tell you any shape, distances, sizes, or anything like that. We can only tell you what we observe, and has no bearing on what goes on the ground. The Earth is still flat, as measured. Go ahead, Jim. Sorry, I think I interrupted you there.
No problem. You're bang on there. I yield. No problem, sir. But I will say this: you're lucky that you can witness that from where you are. So you're the lucky ones, because that's such a spectacle to see every year. You're lucky.
Well, we kind of feel it also, like in winter and summertime is different. Like we get more sunlight in summer and less sunlight in duration in winter. It's just the extension of it, like in northern and southern places, that it's more like all 6 months day, all 6 months night, and there's like like in the image equation of time. frequency like it goes.
Yeah,
in
that's
LA.
right. In the UK, for example, daylight in London lasts up to about 9:30 p.m. Right, and then obviously it starts to get dark. But if you go further north from England up to Scotland, that might be 10 o'clock. They can still see some daylight residue there. Okay, but in Japan here, 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. It's night time. But it's not. The thing is, it's not pitch black like in winter. Okay, it's a deep purple, if you like, the sky. Okay, so it's still a little bit of residue there. Winter, pitch black, and then it's very short time.
About the poles, where there is 6 months there is always day. What about the poles?
Yeah, that's what we are saying about Sweden and stuff. Well, if you take into account the math proof that there is no curvature, we don't know exactly what is space, what is sun, what is moon, what is anything over Earth,
Yeah, I totally agree.
Because we don't know the shape of the Earth. That's the basis. I get here now that I'm pondering this.
Bro, it's like we are standing 200 years back from where we start studying about the Earth.
Well, I think it's better to be in the realms of the truth than in a belief system that's leading us away from the truth. So to go back to 200 years and we're starting from the beginning is a good start, actually. It means we are tidying up and removing the misconceptions and deceptions in our lives, okay? That's a good thing.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to start from the beginning. It's a good thing.
As per Google, so it's the
Jin, did you say you're in Japan?
Yes, that's right. I'm currently talking to you from Japan right now. Yeah,
You're over
absolutely.
there for how come you're in Japan?
Oh, because I'm here teaching English to the Japanese. My wife's Japanese. I have been here 27 years.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Can you speak a little Japanese for us?
Yeah, I do from time to time. Hi, ohayo gozaimasu, minasan. Jin sensei desu. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Kyou wa suyobi. Gomenasai, kayobi. Shichigatsu nanoka. So I just said good morning, everybody. Jin sensei here. It is Tuesday, 7th of July.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the reason behind the lunar shades? Like, what do you call it?
Oh, the phases of the moon, you mean?
Yeah, phases of the moon. Yes.
Yeah. Again, that would be speculation because we cannot prove the hypothesis. So there are many, many theories. I don't know exactly. That's the answer there. I don't know exactly why what causes the phases of the moon. One theory that I like, can't prove it, I like it though, is that perhaps the sun somehow charges the moon and then in the full moon, and then eventually the charge of the moon itself drops off in stages, right? But that's a theory that can't be proven. So nobody actually knows. Okay? You don't know, I don't know, the scientists do not know. And if they make that statement that they know, then they would have to have gone to the moon to confirm. Nobody has reached the moon yet. We cannot go there. Much the same for all the planets in our night sky. Nobody knows what they are. They tell us stories, theories, but nothing's confirmed. Okay, so I don't accept anything that they tell me because they can't go there to prove it.
Actually, I was gonna say something similar a while ago. Like we keep getting these new research, new studies by real scientists, and by real I mean they do the due diligence to actually prove stuff or disprove stuff, and we all the time get these studies and research that shows that they're deliberately outputting science facts and research and studies to actually say lies and capitalize on that. Oh, science says that, so you should do that. Like with the COVID vaccines, like with the food. Oh, we should go fat free because we see fat. If you're fat, you should go fat free. No, the science now shows that it's not fat that makes you fat. It's carbohydrates.
Yeah, that's right. But let's leave that aside just for a second. We've got a guy by the name of Michio Kaku, who is an astrophysicist, theoretical physicist, and he states that no one in his field uses what's known as the scientific method. They do it by the seat of their pants. It's all guesswork, right?
Yeah.
And there's no force pushing us down. Gravity doesn't exist. Coming out of his own mouth, he actually said, "We lied to you." Whoa. Michio Kaku said that.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay.
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So some scientists actually do tell the truth. Okay. And
Yeah, they
Michio
do
Kaku is one of
the
those.
real math, the real math or physics.
Yeah. So that's why we can't look at the planets and say that's exactly what they are because the scientists told us. The question would be, how did the scientists know? Did you go there to confirm your theories? Well, you haven't, so it's just a theory. Nothing serious, nothing real, nothing tangible. Okay, so it's not true story. Okay.
About 50% of all studies are rejected when
Yeah.
people check them. Also, one thing you should do if you really like reading white papers and stuff like that, maybe you're on PubMed or something, check if there has been a replication study. That's the important part. Peer review means
Yeah.
nothing. But if someone has replicated it, then it has more credibility, like we do with the laser
Yeah.
test. If there was only
Yeah.
one laser test over one lake, I wouldn't take it seriously. But we replicate it so many times, hundreds of times, even thousands now by now maybe. So that can be replicated by everyone. So that's I trust that.
Yeah, like Europe now is doing like all research studies and stuff redone by like with no profit making for the institutions. They just go over and try to replicate, and over 200 studies out of like 1,000 studies are false.
Yeah, I saw those numbers. It's very interesting. So replication studies is what's needed.
Yeah. And there is lobbying also, so it might look it's replicated, but it's also fake replicated, in the US especially with big pharma and like whatever.
Yeah, you got to check who's funding the study. Anyway,
Yeah.
we can't.
Yeah,
We're on
lots of
YouTube. They're a little bit.
countries,
Yeah, go
lots
ahead.
of countries are putting their satellites on, and nobody is speaking truth. How it is possible?
Well, exactly. Let me just cover that point. You see, you yourself haven't validated that the satellite is there. You're believing instantly. Okay. Well, that's the wrong
Agree.
position.
I totally
Right.
agree that I'm wrong. I totally agree that I'm wrong.
Right. So satellites are not there because the way the experts describe that environment and the technologies we have, it would die in that environment. The vacuum of space will kill anything man-made that is there because the materials cannot withstand the vacuum of space. And then there are other obstacles to overcome, the radiation problem, okay, and then the cold welding problem, the solar flare problem. So there are unsurmountable problems that our technologies cannot surmount. We cannot contend with that. So
Jake, can I
satellites
just add
are
something
not
to that?
real in the sense of hardware with solar
Agree.
panels.
Agree.
Okay.
Leave the satellites. I'm just saying why, like, there are 200 countries in this world, around
Yeah.
196,
Yeah.
and they are fighting with each other. But they one even not one of them is saying, okay, Earth is flat. Every country is saying Earth is round. why the
Okay,
governments
let
are
me explain
saying
that. Let me explain that for you. Remember, you're
yeah.
living in the world where the education system is linked. So if they're telling you the Earth is a globe, they're going to tell you they're satellites. But you know for yourself now that you have to go and check to make sure that what they told you is the truth. So you're going to go out one day with your friends and family. You're going to go out and try and measure the surface of the Earth over a given distance to make sure that what you learned is true. That's when you're going to learn that it was a lie, and then you're going to disregard everything they've told you about space and rethink and start again. Okay? So it doesn't matter what the world is doing at this point. It's what are you going to do about it to confirm and validate what they tell you. That's what you're the key point here now. Okay?
I
You're on
think
the hot seat.
I have to do that light experiment by myself. Then I will come
Yes,
to know.
with your friends. Yeah, your friends
That's good.
also. Yeah, it's good to have
Can
some
I
friends with you because you're going to need them anyway.
Jim, can I
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
interject?
can I make a
yeah. Go
point
ahead.
about Can I make a
Yeah,
point
you
about
said there was
this?
an issue with solar flares.
Yeah,
No,
absolutely. Yeah,
hang on.
yeah.
What do you mean by that? Could you elaborate?
Okay, I will do, but I think somebody wants to get in just first. So go ahead, whoever that is. Sorry.
Yeah, it's me. I just quickly he's still here, right? Payush Kapoor. Listen,
Yeah, yeah.
even if we granted you satellites, they're not high out. They're not far out enough to take full pictures of the Earth. They get like a little swat. Like the satellites that they get pictures from are like 0.3% of the Earth, right? So even people at NASA told us that they took thousands of those pictures. They created a big flat, big picture, and then they wrapped it around the globe, right? And they called that the blue marble from 2012. So we don't have any pictures of Earth that shows that it's a big ball, right? So even the people who work for NASA and all the other organizations, they probably believe 100% it's a ball in space, even though they don't actually have any evidence for it, right? And all the pictures you see, they create those. That's CGI. It's photoshopped because it has to be. But that's if we grant you satellites. As Jin said, the environment that they claim they're in, I don't think they could survive there. So I agree with Jin, right? But we don't know. We're not going to make a claim what kind of medium is up there either, because we haven't been there. So we don't know if they can actually shoot technology up there that circles around or something. Maybe they can. We do see some stuff, right? So I don't know. We can't make a claim about it.
That's why we question. Yeah, they're telling us one thing, and on the other hand, someone else is telling us something else. So something doesn't match up. If the environment is harsh, how can you put this stuff in there? That's what we're doing here. And with the solar flare thing, basically the sun through its life spits out high energetic photons, protons, and radiation. Okay, this
Yeah,
material
yeah.
would
I'm aware
damage.
of solar flare. I'm aware of
Yeah, good.
solar flare.
Yeah, someone else asked me to explain.
Oh yeah,
So let
yeah,
me.
solar flare.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said it would damage it, right?
Yeah, exactly. The radiation would totally destroy the satellite equipment, for example. I'll give you an example. Now, according to National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, that's the NOAA, in I think it was between 1971, 1972, between the Apollo 16 and 17 mission, between then, the sun spat out 960 rems of, they called it instantaneous debilitating death level of radiation. And if there'd been any astronauts on the lunar surface at that time, they would have been instantly killed. Okay, that's how dangerous, and that's just
Let
960
me just say
rems.
it's because it's far away that it didn't hit them.
Well, they were not on the moon at the time. They've never been.
No,
They
no,
were
no. I
safely
mean,
on
what did
Earth.
NASA say that? Oh, because the sun's far away, therefore it's not actually going to burn anything that they put up there or destroy it.
No, they reckon they had the shielding. It's what they're going with. But when you look at the thickness of the shielding, it wasn't sufficient to protect them. Okay, and then they're saying that the duration of them passing through the belts was only a matter of minutes or hours, but they're lying basically, and it's a joke.
Yeah.
It's an embarrassing lie.
What do you like? Because you brought up solar flares. Like, what do you like? What do you think they are?
Well, no, I mean, this is what's been told us, that the sun spits out energy. Noah recorded that, and that's what it is. It's just a natural phenomena from the sun. Okay.
Yeah, but like you see when you use a telescope with a solar filter and you look at the sun, You can see a lot of these flares coming out the sides of it, right?
Right,
And these
right,
arcs.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's natural phenomena. But between 1971 and 1972, right, the sun spat out a level of 960 rems, which is, they said, instantaneous, debilitating death levels. So that means you don't get a chance to dose up. You're in there, you're dead. It's as simple as that. Okay, that kind of energy. We don't have any technology to contend with that. So there's no way they could have been there. Impossible. They would have been killed. And the point is, there's supposedly 2 Van Allen radiation belts. Okay, and they have a higher level of radiation, and that's 250 rem, 250,000 rems. Sorry, no, 2,500 rems. That's the number. 2,500 rems a piece. Okay, so you know, if 960 rems will kill you instantly, what would 2,500 rems do? So these are the information they give us. So you have to ask the question: did NASA have the shielding in place? According to Bill Woods, who was NASA's rocket propulsion engineer at the time, in an interview, that interview was held in a documentary called "What Happened on the Moon." Okay, he stated that NASA never had the required shielding on the
That's
capsule
ridiculous.
because it would have been too heavy for the F1 engines to lift the Saturn V rocket. In other words, the payload would have been too heavy for the rocket to lift off because it would have required 10 centimeters, that's 4 inches thick, of aluminium shielding to contend with the radiation alone.
That's just ridiculous.
Right, that's what they say.
Yeah, but maybe it's the Earth's refraction that stops them from being like burned to death.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. You know, yeah, you have to
Yeah,
question
the Earth's refraction stops them from being destroyed by the radiation.
Yeah,
I have
it's
one more
nuts.
point.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
have one more. Okay.
Yeah,
So
please.
if we are on northern hemisphere, we see a moon. Okay, and if we go to a southern hemisphere, okay, let's say if we go from Russia to Australia, we see the same moon but in a upward direction, like it's flipped.
Yeah, that's geographic location and your
No,
orientation
but
on. Yeah, I'm trying to explain.
if there is
I'm
no
try-
curvature, we would see different sides of moon, but moon should not flip. Let's say if the
Oh,
moon
no.
is a sphere or even a plate, I would see different
Well,
edges, but not it will not be flipped.
well, you see, that's what you think. That's what you imagine, but in actuality, when you're in Australia, you will see the same moon, but only from a different orientation from me in Japan. That's all. It's just our
Yes,
positioning on the Earth. Yes, we
yes,
see the same object.
that is why the point on the top will remain on the top, even if I'm anywhere on a flat surface. But as I'm on a round surface and I move to the other part, my angle will be flipped. So I will see the top point from this northern hemisphere. It will become the down point on the southern hemisphere.
But you don't. But the point is, we don't witness that. What you're putting forward is
No,
what
we
we
witness
witness
that. That is something a
here on
normal
the flat
human
Earth.
can witness.
No, what I'm trying to say is that we don't witness that on the globe because the Earth is not measuring as a globe. Remember, we're talking about the curvature of the Earth that's not been measured, which you haven't measured yet. So you're just skipping to a belief again without confirmation or validation. We know the
No,
Earth
this
is flat.
this is
Excuse me.
something that people
Excuse
people have
me. Can
confirmed.
I not finish what I'm saying? Because it's like you just want to talk, but you don't want to listen to logic,
No, please,
thinking,
I don't want it to.
You're still interrupting me. Rational thinking is we've measured the surface. So we know that the surface is not curving. We know this. 71% of water lies level. The earth is not a ball. This is something that we know. So whatever you're putting forward is happening on a flat earth. It's not happening on a ball earth. You haven't measured that ball. You don't know the earth is a ball. You have made no investigation on that. Okay? Okay?
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
I don't want you to be angry. Okay,
No, I'm
I'm
not
just
angry at all. I just want you to remain in the realms of logic and common sense. If you haven't measured anything, whatever you're building can be knocked down in a court of law, because the judge would say, well, have you measured it?
Okay, one more question. So what do you think, what is the reason behind the tides? Because we assume that if the earth is round, if it's spherical, and when it spins, it the water, the inertia of water make tides. So in a flat surface, what's the reason of tides?
You tell me. Is it a ball or is it flat?
You're asking me?
Yes.
So it's good to be able to ask questions. It's good to research. It's good to carry knowledge. And this is what we're lucky about. Each one of us flat earthers in here have a speciality in what they've learned. And together as a team, we stand here to try and tell you that you need to check for yourselves so you can come to the understanding and that knowledge for yourself.
Yeah, agree.
We don't want you to
That's
believe us. No, that's why we
that's
give you
how
the
we learn.
information and the sources so you can look for yourself. And if there's a discrepancy, you will bring it back and say, well, what about this and this and that? Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't notice that. Let me have another look. There you go.
I think we might owe him a answer to his question about the tides, though. Look, the globe paradigm is that the moon's gravity pulls the tides up, but if you want to go and Google it, we have tides 2 times a day, right? And the moon only passes over the waters 1 time, so we can kind of disregard that explanation. The honest answer is we don't know the exact reason for the tides. There are tidal nodes. You can Google that as well and look into it a little bit, but we would have to speculate. So that's the best answer you're going to get about the tides.
You sound very Scandinavian, sir. Are you from Sweden by any chance?
Yeah, I'm from Sweden.
Oh.
Okay. I rest my case.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. And that claim of the moon having 1/6 of Earth's gravity also is not been proven, as we haven't proven gravity here on Earth, for example.
Oh yeah.
I
What
totally
causes
understand.
tides?
If we haven't gone to moon, how would we know that it's 1/6 or 1/5?
That's right. You haven't been there. That's correct. You see, so that's a number they pulled out of their, out of thin air.
What about the ass? Why not say out of the ass?
Well, we're keeping it a clean family show. Okay.
I got.
Yeah, Jin, what do you think? Like, you mentioned the moon and the gravity and how it's all like fake, right? Which I agree. I wanted to ask, about these tides, right, that come in and out, and they say it's the moon that's dragging it across the globe.
Yeah.
What do you-
Well, my colleague has just explained that we can't attribute that to the moon at all because, like I've just said, we can't prove gravity.
Yeah. So, like, what is it?
Right.
What else would
So
it be?
we
Is
don't
it like
know.
weather?
We don't know what the mechanism is that's causing those tides, except for the motion of the ocean itself. It could be that the Earth itself is breathing underneath the swell. It could, temperature variations, and myriad of things are causing that. The Earth itself and the air and the dynamic system we have is all in flux. That's all I can say, as I'm not the creator and I don't have the blueprint. You understand? These are observations we make. So it could be a combination of things that's bringing that on. And again, that still doesn't prove Earth being a globe. Let's get that out there, ladies and gentlemen. Tides don't prove globe at all. Yeah. And there are certain things that we don't know at this point of our lives. Yeah.
Imagine the lie and the betrayal. Millions, billions of people.
Yeah. Trillions of dollars, trillions of pounds. Yes.
Gone.
Yeah.
But what will they get by and large?
Children not yet born are going to be born into debt. Now that is a crime in itself. A child will be born tomorrow. When that child gets to 18, it's going to acquire a debt that it didn't have anything to do with. This is the crime. Okay? This is the crime that they're committing against humanity.
Agreed.
I totally agree. But why they are lying? What is their benefit?
Well, because they're benefiting from it, of course. They've got control of the human race. They're making a financial revenue there. They're keeping their families. They're going to keep that legacy alive for as long as possible. So they'll download that to their offsprings. Their offsprings will become the leaders, okay? Whilst our offsprings become the debtors. We have to pay the debt. That's why control mechanism, and they've got good control at the moment. We're waking up, but they're busy trying to slow that awakening down by putting out more misinformation and using AI.
Not even that. Not even that. I mean, look at the taxes and the cost of living. We are busy living or trying to make a living.
Exactly.
You won't be even thinking about other stuff.
Thank you. That's the control they've got. There's your answer. Okay. So people like us, we're doing a great job in trying to at least bring the awareness to them. And then if humanity decides to stand up for its self-worth, it will indeed have that revolution. That must happen. It's as simple as that. That's the reality. I'm old school. That is what's necessary. I don't paint a nice picture, but that's what's got to happen. It is better to die for the truth than to die in wars that are illegal, that people are benefiting from
How
your
old
death.
are you, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
Say that again?
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, I'm 69. Sorry, 64.
69. I'm
No,
proud
yeah.
of
When
you.
I said 69, that was when I first travelled. That was the year that I started travelling across the earth. Okay, but I'm 64. I was born in 1961.
I see.
Yeah. So I can remember my life very well in that sense, because traveling across the earth, you know, was an exciting thing to do. Obviously, it's left a massive scar, a beautiful scar, should I say, or a tattoo on my memory. So I love it. So I can go back to when I began traveling and then work it out. And I didn't experience any curvature at all. At all. It's
In your
something
whole
that,
life?
yeah. Sorry?
No curvature. No curvature in your whole life?
No curvature experience at all. We went by plane to Nigeria for the first time. British Overseas Airways Corporation, BOAC, from Heathrow to Nigeria, Lagos. Horizontal flight all the way. I remember it. I remember some of the food I ate as well. I remember my brother having pains in the ears. He was crying because his ears wouldn't pop. You know, it was a weird sensation. So he was crying and he was sitting with my dad. So certain things were happening back then. I remember seeing the Nigeria for the first time. Lots of jungle, bush. You know, I thought, wow, look at that. And then the cars down there. Not much in the way of modern buildings. Okay, nothing like London. So that was the shock. Lots of rivers and mud and everything. So, but there you go. That was back in 1969.
Wasn't that the same year they went to the moon?
So that's correct. They'd gone to the moon, yeah. So I'd watched that in London. They'd gone to the moon already, and then we're on our way to Nigeria shortly after that.
How did it feel watching the moon landing?
Oh, as a kid, because we were built up to that. At school, we were learning The Boy from Space, space cartoons, space programs. So by the time we watched it, I just thought, wow, you know, look at them, they're on the moon. You know, when you see them jumping around on the lunar surface, I thought, wow, look at them, they're on the moon. Look at that, look. Yeah. It was like fantastic. You know? As a kid, I mean, as a child's mentality, it's just brilliant, isn't it? All that you've seen on the cartoons is now real, basically.
When did you realize that they are lying?
Oh, okay, that's a good question. In 1995, I was working as a doorman, you know, a bouncer, security, at a wine bar in a place called Muswell Hill, the Heights, lovely place. And one of my friends, Dave, came up to me and goes, Jin, do you believe in the moon landings? I says, yeah, I saw it on TV. That's what I said, yeah. And then he said, my mum doesn't believe it. I goes, yeah, why? She says, she doesn't think they go, yeah, but what else? And he didn't give me any more information. So I told him to effing shut up, you stupid beep, 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 beep. I'm working on a door. You and your mum are out of your heads. Get the effing hell out of here. you crazy baba beep beep. You know what I mean? Yeah. Right. And I finished off by saying, they don't lie on TV, do they? That's what I said. Okay. 1995, I would have been maybe 33, something like that. Okay. So I get to Japan now, 1999. So that's what's that? 5 years later. I start actually 1999 Japan, 2001 is when I started to investigate the after 9/11. So 2001, that's when I discovered that they hadn't gone to the moon. Okay. And how did I feel? Heartbroken, of course.
How
You
what
feel
you
that
were
they
mentioning? How did you discover it? Like, what happened when you discovered it? Is it like something about it? Like,
Well, basically, I watched the documentaries that were out at the time. One was called "Was It Only a Paper Moon," which is by James Collier, an investigative journalist who himself investigated 25 years of the electoral system in America, finding out that it was rigged. He went on to do the moon landings, and he was looking at the LEM, the Lunar Excursion Module that landed on the lunar surface. He highlighted that the astronauts, if they were fully suited, would not have been able to get out of the LEM because the door opened inwards. The door opened inwards, and the hatch was too small for them to get out of. Okay, so and he went to the Kennedy Space Center to try and measure that hatch, and they wouldn't let him measure it because he knew he was going to reveal the truth. Okay, so that was one documentary that I watched. Then the other ones that I've watched was What Happened on the Moon, Part 1, What Happened on the Moon, Part 2 and 3. And that's a 4.5-hour epic investigation into their photographic anomalies and then the problems with radiation and the problems with rockets not working in a vacuum. So the revelations just kept coming after that. American Moon,
yeah,
another one. Yeah, 3 hours. American Moon.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you learn that the technology can't work. You learn that NASA spacesuits didn't protect them from the radiation. Yeah.
Do you also believe the USSR called out NASA for lying? Didn't they do that?
No, I don't think they did that. What they did was they decided not to send man to the moon because they knew that the radiation was way too heavy. No human being could survive it. So they just
What, the
decided to
USSR?
yeah, Russia. We're talking about Russia, USSR. Yeah, they decided to send probes there. But remember, not even a probe has landed on the moon. Nothing's landed on the moon. So Russia was
Not even
lying,
on Mars
as well America
or
was
Venus.
lying. Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
have you seen the Venus landing where they put the probe on Venus and it melted after a bit, and there was like some pictures of the atmosphere?
Well,
It was
that
very
wasn't
like
really a true
yellowy.
story, was it? That they didn't really land on Venus. That's the thing.
Yeah, it was like a yellowy sulfur atmosphere and rocks everywhere.
It was done in a studio. Okay.
Yeah.
So they
Yeah.
didn't land on. Yeah. So when NASA having their Apollo missions, Russia was going to Venus and et cetera, but they didn't go anywhere. It was all done in their studios. Okay.
Well, what has Russia actually done then?
They've lied just like America has regarding space. They've done the same. Nothing but pork pies, lies.
It's just I don't understand, why would everyone lie like Russia, for example? Because they don't.
Well, again, you missed it. I'm sure you were listening. It's all about control. So it's a control
Yeah, that's
of
true.
the human race. Plus, they're making their money and making out they're more capable than they are. They're all working together. And when you realize that, you truly know, that 250 years of America has resulted in one big lie. Not a happy birthday, a bad birthday, actually. They haven't given humanity nothing but trouble and strife and hassle. That's it.
It's just like
America.
when I was believing in the globe, I was struggling to comprehend why the USSR, NASA, and the Chinese would lie, like use space to control people, because nobody really cares about space.
Well, it's about people do care because again, it's another control mechanism. Because you're proud of your country that's landed on the moon. The government's making their money from that. Industries have spouted and grown. Satellite industry. Not one satellite is in space. Satelloons, yeah. But a hardware rocket deploying satellite, that's never
Satelloons, oh yeah,
happened.
that's what I was gonna ask. You say Satelloons, and there has been some like invisible balloons, but when you see the ISS transiting the moon like planes do, and it's pretty close. It looks pretty close.
Yeah,
But
again,
the thing is, you
hang
don't
on a
see a
minute.
balloon attached to the ISS.
Yeah,
I've
but
always
is
wanted
it,
to know what's going on.
yeah, the thing is it the ISS you're looking at? What is that thing? You don't know what that thing is. It could be,
Yeah.
for all intentional purposes, it could be a H-shaped aeroplane. Okay?
Yeah.
Could be. So we don't know what it is.
Yeah.
And when I ask people what they see, they say they see a light. Well, a light doesn't mean it's an international space station. A light does not an international space station make. So you don't know what it is. Okay? And as far as I'm concerned, it can't be where they say it is, because that area is supposed to be heavily radiated due to the Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl of the Lord, and Operation Starfish Prime. These operations were America and Russia firing up megaton bombs into the Earth's atmosphere, okay, creating a radiation belt 100 times more dangerous than the Van Allen radiation belt. So there's no way the ISS could be there. Yeah, it
Did you say
cannot be there.
Atmos?
Yeah, Atmo, I said Atmo.
Oh no, Atmos. Okay.
Yeah, you can say Atmos, you can say Atmo. You know, atmosphere is incorrect. That's why I was very careful there. Okay, because gases do not form spheres. Gases are omnidirectional. Okay, so Atmo, the Atmos is okay.
sky would just get sucked out into space. It's not possible. The thing is, right, the reason why it would get, if it was a vacuum, it would get sucked out into space. The reason why it would get sucked out into space is because when you do the same thing, and they claim it's gravity, right? When you do the same thing with like an hourglass with a valve, and you put gas in one end and like there's a vacuum in the other, and you undo the valve, it'll just shoot up into the vacuum. Well,
Yeah,
and
that's
that's on
great.
Earth.
Yeah,
The same
that's
gas
a
in the sky,
perfectly.
Atmos, that they claim isn't getting sucked up, so it's clearly not a vacuum.
Yeah. Either that, or we are in a container, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's where
We
I
have to
start
be.
going crazy.
Otherwise, we have pressure, right? So we're contained. But you know, that's all very well. We cannot go to that environment, especially where the International Space Station is supposed to be operating at. They tell us that that's highly irradiated. So how could they be there? So you know. So what are you looking at? We have to find out what that vehicle is, and how many of those vehicles exist. Could there be more than one of them? Okay. People are claiming to see it here, there, and everywhere. All right. So, you know, the deception is strong. It's there. We know that the Earth indeed is flat, non-rotating, and we have governments telling us a different story. Okay, that's the actual truth.
Wait, can you repeat that real quick? Sorry.
I said that we know the Earth isn't an oblate spheroid because it is measured flat, but yet our governments and our education systems are teaching us something else. Okay.
Yeah.
So there we have, that's the actuality. The integrity of our situation is we're being lied to. Period.
Yeah.
Yeah. So question everything, and go with what you can prove, and question what you can't prove. Still got to question it, of course.
Yeah.
Right. You know. So that's that. We don't have that technology to go to the environments they've said. So the idea that Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 have left the solar system and they are still transmitting data and communicating with Earth is a joke. Okay? Oh.
Yeah.
From Earth.
Yeah.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. Hello and welcome. Welcome to you, sir.
Guys, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Hello. Hello, welcome.
Why everybody is shy?
Nobody is shy. Hello, how can we help you? Do you have a good question? Go ahead.
Yes. Why Earth is like a hamburger?
He's a troll.
Well, okay, yeah, you can tell he's a troll straight away, yeah. Well, because it's measuring like a hamburger. It's flat and a little bit bumpy here and there.
Why is Earth a hamburger?
You think world is flat?
Because it's measured flat, yes. We are not able to measure the curvature of the Earth.
If world is flat, why there is Saturn?
Why there's a what?
Can you repeat your question, please? Okay, he doesn't want to repeat it.
I am shy. Sorry.
That's okay, no problem. The Earth itself is not rotating. It's not curving. It is definitely a flat,
Bro,
non-rotating plane.
can I ask something too?
You go ahead.
How do you know Earth is flat? You go space, you see?
Okay, you don't need to go to space. You can measure the surface of the Earth, measurement of curvature, drop over distance. Okay? Do you understand that? Do you
No.
understand measuring? Hang on.
No.
Do you understand? Hang on. Do you understand the meaning of the word to measure, measurement? Do you understand that?
This
Yeah?
is not about the word is flat, bro.
Never mind. We're measuring the surface to be flat, okay? No curvature measurement. I'm just going to keep saying that because he doesn't seem to understand. We don't need to go to space to know whether or not the Earth is a globe. We can measure it here.
Bro, I seen Earth from space. They have camera,
Yeah,
and I
but
seen the
fake.
word is like hamburger.
The images you're looking from space are fake, okay? Not real.
Why fake? Not real?
Because they're fake because they can't go to space. That's why. That's why they're fake.
يعني
Because they cannot
يا
go to
أخي
space.
But
يا
they
أخي
did go. But they say they did.
أخي listen wait يقاس بقوني مسطان measurement والأرض, so it's the measurement is when we measure it, it's flat.
Yeah, I don't think he understands the word measurement.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't understand that word there. That's a key word he needs to understand.
Yes. What is mean measurement?
نحن نقيس.
Right. The penny has dropped.
You've never seen the Earth from outer space, and there's no reason for you to believe that those cameras went to outer space.
Because Earth is a good person, and they do real work.
Is water flat?
Okay,
Cutie, is water flat?
Water is not flat. If water was flat, they will go space.
Why?
Because Earth is not flat.
صور كذب.
No, that's not a reason. You need to explain why water would go and fall into space if the Earth was flat. You need to demonstrate that.
Yeah,
because
it's measured as flat. الصور كذب.
Yeah, we know it measures flat, and if 72% of the Earth measures as flat,
guys,
the Earth cannot be a ball.
Do you have the proof that Earth is flat?
Yeah.
What is that proof?
نعم يقيس. يقيس والأرض. That's what we do. We measure it.
We have long distance observations, we have lasers, we have radio waves. Take your pick.
Yeah.
That's why I said, do you have measurements? That's
So
why
we
I
measure
say,
it?
do you have measurements of Earth curve? Because we have measurements of Earth flat.
Yes, Earth is a hamburger.
Just kick him out as a troll.
Well, there you go.
يا كذاب.
But they're all trolls, man. It's called cognitive dissonance. That's why you got to draw these conversations out, man. You can't just like
I told him in his own language.
Jump the gun and freak out and kick everybody
I
out.
can tell he speaks Arabic, so I told him, and he heard me, and he knew he heard me. That's why he went quiet. So he just.
It doesn't matter, man. Like you gotta draw these people out.
Yeah, that's when I
This
said the
isn't
penny had
this
dropped.
isn't the
When he
your
went
show.
quiet.
This is the Flat Earth show.
Yeah, when he went quiet.
We do things a certain way, and if you don't like it, then there's other places you can go.
That's right. Yeah. That's why when you spoke to him in Arabic, I knew the penny had dropped because you talked to him about the measurements. But anyway,
Yeah,
just a short announcement, quick announcement. If anybody's interested in the way that they fake the imagery, then please look. I posted it in the side chat. Okay, it's called the Faking Space series. Have a look there, and you can download some of the digital software and practice by yourself, and look at NASA imagery and see if it's fake or not. Okay, it's there. Okay, so anyone interested in checking NASA photography, go to that site. Okay, it's there in the side chat. And you can watch the videos and then learn how they fake the imagery that we see. All right, it's called Faking Space series. It's really good. Yeah, because they have to fake it because we don't go to space. We don't go there. So it's nice that someone's taken the time to actually investigate that properly.
And I'm gonna say this too, just so you know, sleep. It's still sleep, right?
Yeah.
So if you notice, there's bots up there in the top corner, and this is being broadcast to the whole world, right?
Yeah.
And so what you need to do, you need to understand is like when somebody comes in here and asks us questions, they're not just asking questions for themselves, they're asking questions for that person out there that's too afraid to come in here and ask questions. And so we need to extend the conversation and answer all of their questions to the fullest ability. So that way other people who are listening, maybe they might have a different question and they'll want to come in here and have a conversation. If you kick everybody out, man, nobody's going to want to talk to you.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. We have to explore every avenue to the very end. Yeah, and it's a learning curve for everybody, and that's the only curve you're going to see is the learning one that we give you, ladies and gentlemen, from the Flat Earthers. We will give you that learning curve because that's what happens here. Yes.
In fact, there is a certain Flat Earth community that kicks everybody out and mutes everybody like the minute they disagree. Instead of the Flat Earth Discord, they will. There's a reason why nobody wants to go talk to them.
Wait,
and
what
that
is
they
that
live
tag?
in their
Flat
own little
Earth.
echo chamber.
I want to say Flat Earth. Flat Earth Discord is the one we're in already.
No, this is 24/7 Flat Earth.
What's the tag? How do I get into theirs? Flat Earth? Is it called Flat? No, it's not called Flat.
Yeah, I'll DM it to you, man. But
Yeah, DM, I
again,
think that's
like I
better
said,
because I don't want to
it's a bunch
advertise.
of angry Flat Earthers that don't want to have conversation.
Oh,
They just
I'll
need
fit
their
in with
rights.
them. I will fit in with them easily.
All right, cool, man.
Oh, this is gonna be sick.
Yeah, but the
But
point.
I'm never
the
gonna
whole
betray.
point.
I'm never gonna dump you guys. You're my favorites.
Well, but the point is this: remember, it's nice to go there and have a laugh and that, but at the end of the day, you know, are you making inroads into educating anyone, or you know, piquing their
What? So the
curiosity?
whole point. Yeah, exactly. Your point's right. The whole point's not just to go ahead and like say, "Oh, you're wrong" and stuff. It's just bring people to the truth. That's the
Yeah,
best.
yeah.
But some people, I even talked to some of my cousins today, and I told them how it's flat and measured flat, and they said, "Okay, so what? It's fine if it's a flat or a globe. It doesn't affect my life." That's why I
Okay.
think that a lot of people don't care about space. Like,
Yeah, no, and that would be from your
or the Earth.
experience, the right position to hold at the moment. But you need to. If they met me, I would give them a little bit more. You're not giving a damn is enabling the government to continue its lie. Okay, and what you're failing in your duty as a human being to be concerned for the children not yet born, because when they get born, they're going to be paying for that debt that you don't give a damn about. So you're enabling a debt to continue. That's why I give a damn. I want the debts to stop. Stop the money feeding these space agencies because they're not going to space. The only space they're filling is this.
The thing is,
Hang
how
on a
much
minute,
of
please.
our
I'm nearly there. The only space they're filling is the space in their bank accounts and pockets. Okay, with our money. Thanks.
Yeah, that's great. Great ending. The thing is, how much of our taxes are actually going to them?
Too much. 1 penny is a waste of a penny. Okay? Sorry.
True. Yeah, we shouldn't be taxed for that. Yeah, Shodan, I need the link because I just need the link.
Yeah, he'll DM it to you. Calm down. So
No,
let's
he
bear that
sent
in
me
mind.
some. He sent me
So
something.
when people say to you it doesn't affect my life, the only reason it's not affecting your life is because you don't care, and because you don't care, the government's getting away with the lie. See, so you should be caring. Otherwise, your children are going to be picking up the debt that you don't care about.
Yeah, I'm no longer in that server, so I don't know what the link is. That's what you need to search for.
Yeah, I'm
That's
looking
the
right
tag.
now. Is it called official Flat Earth Discord? No. No, not that either.
Now, and it could be said
14,000 members.
it could also be said that that bunch could be giving the true Flat Earthers a bad name as well. You know, that's not good.
Yeah.
That could be problematic. You know, because we're meant to be discussing on a united front. That's what we're supposed to be doing here, professionally, to the highest standard of integrity and knowledge, and keeping it clean and simple so they can understand it on a united front. So we don't want these people being obnoxious and abusive to people. No, you know. But I can understand some points when you're getting hurled abuse. I go to a place, Gem Panda server. You get a lot of abuse there, but that's okay. I'm expecting it, so I give it back though, and I still get the truth out. That's yeah, very, very, very sly fox I am. So, and that's what I do. Very wise to the trot. So they end up eating out of my hands whilst the people are listening to that on the live stream. Yeah. So when they call me names and I said, ladies and gentlemen, are they proving their case when they're calling me a name, or they're avoiding the topic matter? You decide, because you're the one that has to make that decision. The point is they're not proving their case whilst they're busy insulting me. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not hurt by that. You see what I mean? So it just rolls off like water off a boat. You see, it rolls off like water off a duck's back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still bone dry, unaffected. Thanks. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, who measured the curvature of the Earth? You haven't, ladies and gentlemen. Of course not. Right, I haven't, because it's not there. I've tried. So who did it? Right. Where is it? Right, there you are.
So
already
yeah,
and then people begin to wake up.
Yeah, I'm in that server right now. So they also have the same arguments you guys do, like, oh, it's measured flat, therefore it's flat.
Of course, yeah, have to. They've got to have that in place. It's just the way it's being delivered, the way you're communicating that. Yeah, the way you're communicating that to others may differ from place to place.
Yeah. Oh, this has got a lot of members. The fact is, they don't live stream like you guys do.
Yeah, not yet. Luckily.
Oh, when they start, it's going to get a lot of strikes.
Yeah, exactly. It could be detrimental. Yeah. So this is what we've got to worry about now, is that those who are putting on a professional front like this server will now be concerned with what we call the pretender clown flat earthers that are coming in all over the place now, seeping into the woodwork. Okay, yeah, contaminating things. We've got to really be careful of that. And that's very important. Sorry?
Across the world. You know, I mean, like, you know, you don't want to poison the...
No, we don't want to poison the world, exactly. And we don't want to poison the minds of the people, as you said, across the world. So this is why it's important to hold a professional front and go with what you can prove first and foremost. Speculation is another thing, but what you can prove. And what you can't prove, admit immediately. I can't prove that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, this server is a good...
And then if they're saying yeah, then you challenge them. Okay, can you show us the experiment that proves that? Or the citation, where is it? Go ahead. Let's have a look at what you got.
Yeah.
Yeah, we always
That's
want
like
to engage. We want to
that's
engage them.
yeah, that's access fluff. I've got it.
Yeah. So, has any Globers in here got any questions related to the topic matter? That would be flat Earth, the heliocentric model. We spoke about the moon landings just for a brief while because it is slightly connected because people are talking about the images they've been given from the space agencies, but every single one of them is fake. Okay. Yeah. We don't have the Hubble telescope up there. It's not up there. We know it's not up there because
You
if you
know,
don't see it up.
how do you portray yourself as like not a cult? Because oh, sorry, did I interrupt?
Yeah, I was going to say something. I was just saying that we know that the Hubble telescope is not up there because we've got it from Mike Mitlinsky. Mike Mitlinsky is the deputy projects manager who's supposed to be looking after that thing. And for 25 years, he hadn't set eyes on it. So how do you look after something that you don't see for 25 years? Can it be up there? Go ahead anyway.
Mm.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, a lot of people say that the flat earthers, the people who believe in the level terrain, are like a cult.
It's not a
And
belief.
you guys call the
That's
Globers a
why
cult.
they think it's a cult, because you keep saying it's a belief. It's not a
I don't
cult,
say it's a
man.
belief. I don't say it's a
You
belief.
just said it.
Yeah, you did. You just said
What?
that.
Did
Yeah.
I? Did I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You've got the drop the
It's,
word
I
It's
don't
not
know
a
what to
belief,
say.
man.
I don't know what
Like,
to say. Maybe should I say? Maybe I used the
here's
wrong
what a
words.
cult
Should I
is.
say concede or?
Here's what a cult is. Here's what a cult is. A cult is a group that share similar beliefs, right? They have similar beliefs, and they have certain rules in their religion that they follow, right? This is what a cult does. And also a cult, what they do is they separate you from your family and your loved ones, and they try to make you a part of their family, right? That's why they particularly go after people who aren't loved by their family, right? That's
Oh
what a
yeah.
cult does. We're not out here trying to convince anybody of anything. All we're doing is we're having a conversation with people and challenging what their beliefs are, because they didn't know that they were believing in the first place. They didn't know that there was actual evidence out there contrary to their own beliefs, right? They're the ones in the cult, because when you ask them a question like, if the surface of the earth is not curving, then the surface of the earth must be what? And their response 9 out of 10 times is going to be, but it is curving. And that's how you know they're in a cult, because they can't even answer a hypothetical truth. Because they think if they say flat, that somehow makes them fall into a cult. But they're in a cult because they can't, even though the truth is in front of them, they choose to stick to their cult like mentality.
Right. So it is better for you to say flat earthers know the earth is flat. That's our position.
What
We
about? I
know
want
that.
to use a better word than know. Maybe like concede.
No, why are we
Or,
conceding? We're not conceding anything. We know because we've investigated. Okay?
okay, maybe
See, the
hold
problem
to.
is
Maybe
you
hold
don't
to is a
know.
better word. Hold to.
Here's the problem. No, here's the problem, Sleep. You don't know because you've never gone out and done it yourself.
Well, I know because I
Just
can
go
see
out and
it.
do it.
I can see
Huh?
it. I can see it. I just
Yeah,
look out
but
my
you've never
window.
measured it to be flat. You've never gone to a location, taken the time to measure out, 8, 10, 15 miles, and then see something in the distance that you shouldn't see. You've never gone out and done that for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will eventually.
You're going to continue to say, I believe, because you don't know any other way.
I'll
You
just say no.
only
It's
have
just the
ever
words I
believed the
use,
earth is
not
a
like
globe, and now you
the
believe the earth
local.
is flat, but you don't know one way or the other because you've never gone out and measured it yourself.
Right.
Well, the thing is, I will at some point measure it. Just for the, it'll be really good. I'm gonna do like a longer one.
And until you go do that for yourself, you're
But when I say
going to have
believe,
a
I don't mean
difficult
to say.
time.
I don't mean to say that. I mean to say that I
I
know.
understand that. I understand that. But until you do that, you're always going to be, when you have these conversations with your friends and family and people around you, you're always going to be looked at as that person who has a flat earth belief because you haven't measured it. It's okay. It takes some time. It took me like a year, right? Being a part of this community, it took me a year to go out and measure it myself because I really had to understood what it was that I was trying to go look for. Before that year, I was constantly telling my family, I think the earth is flat. I believe the earth is flat. I couldn't say I know because I hadn't gone out and measured it yet. And people were looking at me like, oh my gosh, really? You think the earth is flat? I'm like,
Well, maybe for
I've
me,
never
I
seen
concede
curvature.
then
That's why I
because
took that.
yeah. Well, for me, I'll just say I concede for now until I measure it.
Well, I mean, just all you got to do is say, hey, I've never seen curvature. And then they say,
Yeah, I haven't
and when
seen
they say,
curvature at
hey,
all. No.
well, what about the pictures from outer space? You're going to say, how do you know those are real? How do you know those aren't CGI? How do you know this? How do you know that? That's all you can do is lead them down a path of disbelief on themselves. And you can just sit there and say, I don't know. I've never seen it. I've never measured it. I plan to go measure it someday. I just got to find the right location to go measure it. And that's all you got to do. You don't have to make these grandiose claims that to make yourself look cool in front of your friends, right? Just it's okay to say I don't know.
Yeah, just a word of advice though, that if you're talking about flat earthers, you would have to say flat earthers know the earth's flat because they've gone out to measure it. That's what they've done, you see. Okay? In your position. When you're talking about other flat earthers. You can't be saying we believe. That's the wrong word to use.
Maybe we know.
You know,
Yeah.
how many times have you seen the Dr. John D video?
I actually was watching one. I just on like a timestamp. It's called The Black Swan.
Yeah, when you watch
I was
the
also gonna.
I'm the Black Swan, Dr. John D. Watch
Yeah.
it and take notes, man. Don't just watch it
Yeah.
just to watch it. I mean, you know,
No.
I'd
I've
say
been up
watch it
all
the
night
first
watching so
time.
many videos that you guys have in your libraries.
Right. Watch it the first time, put it aside for a couple days, and then watch it again and watch it in fractions, but take notes like this is a measurement. This is a measurement. This is what he's looking for. This is a measurement. That way you can do that. And then if you don't understand why those measurements are there, that's when you need to go and do research about like why you do a measurement here. Not necessarily on flat earth, just why would I do this measurement for a swimming pool? Why would I do this measurement for a house? So you can understand why the leveling is taking place, because
Yeah.
ultimately you're just extending out that level. And if you took a horizontal level and extended it out infinitely, eventually the fucking ball would curve away. And that's what we're looking for. What the problem is, we don't
How
see that when we go out and measure it.
how the Earth is flat?
I just explained that. Did you not hear me?
I just joined.
Just joined.
Right. But I mean, I saw your name right there while I was giving this explanation. Did you not hear what I said?
I I was lagging.
All right. So what we're doing, the reason why the Earth is flat is because we've been shown pictures of the Earth as a ball from outer space, right?
Yeah.
Are you done laughing?
I don't know who's laughing.
You are.
I heard you laugh.
He left.
Yeah, because the truth is hard to accept, isn't it? Obviously. Cognitive dissonance.
It took me 7 months.
Yeah. It took me 5 minutes to realize I was in error because I always lived life for real, you see. I wasn't a pretender. So I realized that I was in error for 48 years. A 48-year mistake is what I made because
For
I
me, it
didn't
was
check.
21 years.
Yeah, 48-year mistake because I didn't check the information that was given at school. I trusted it. There you are.
Yeah, and for me, I was an astrophysicist, astronomy nerd my whole life. I've had books.
Yeah,
I've got
right.
books still piled on top of each other. When I was a baby, there's even videos of my baby childhood of me just saying Saturn goes round and round and round and round, and I put my fingers in a circle, like it was always around me, and I'd have planets above my cot, above my,
Well,
my.
like I've said though about that, none of that adheres to the scientific method. So it's all pseudoscience.
Exactly, but
So,
it's about how we're already like being like exposed to it at such a young age.
yeah, exactly that. You were very heavily indoctrinated, basically. That's what it is. That makes it a little bit harder for you to relinquish yourself from that. But for me, it was easy because I've experienced a lot by the time we get to 2015, December 26th, Boxing Day. So, you know, born in 61, so I was 54 at that time.
Yeah. Also, you're gonna have to unmute.
Yeah, I was 54 at that time. So by this age now, I've experienced enough to know I made an error for 48 minutes. And I learned that within 5 to 10 minutes. I knew that wow. You know, because it was a kind of like a punch from Mike Tyson. It was a punch, but also a relief. Wow, it's flat. What? So I said to myself, what the hell have I been doing? Wow, it's bloody flat after all. And then all my memories from Nigeria, looking at the Columbus and Copernicus and Galileo arguing about the shape of the earth and everything in our Nigerian textbook. Right, it was all true that the earth was flat. In that book, it said the earth wasn't flat, you see. And they'd just gone to the moon. So I thought, yeah, silly, how can you have a flat earth? I was in 1969, 1970. Okay, so yeah, man. 48-year error.
Hello, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
Sorry
What's up,
for
man?
my background noise. But serious question.
Yeah, go ahead.
My main idea when this topic appears in my feed or hear about it is what difference does it make if I believe it was sphere or was flat?
Okay. Well, you know, it's a good question. I mean, what difference does it make to your life? Well, it would depend on you and how you live your life and what truths you want to know and if those truths are important to you or not. For me, they're important because I don't want my taxpayers' money to be used to educate my children wrongly and then to use some of the other money to go to space when they don't go to space. So it's very important for me to know the truth in that sense. Let's stop the lies, for example.
Let me add this in, Oswa. Do you love your parents?
Absolutely, yeah.
And they're very good to you. They're very loving. Sometimes they discipline you pretty harsh, but
Alhamdulillah, yeah.
you know they love you very much, right?
Absolutely.
And they do anything for you, right?
Yeah.
Well, what if one day you found out that you were adopted? Would that change anything?
Yeah, a lot of things, to be honest with you.
Why would that change anything? Like, your parents still love you, right?
I mean, the adoption example wouldn't work on. In my situation, I'm Muslim, so there's a lot of rulings that would be different from my situation if I was adopted.
I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter in that sense because, as far as religion goes, because I know people who were adopted into other religious families, and
I
they
mean,
lived
if
their
you
whole
mean,
lives being adopted.
yeah, but if you mean because there's no adoption in
But
Islam,
you
but if
see
you
how
mean
that
about
would
love,
change things, right?
yeah,
You see
absolutely,
how
yeah.
that changes things. Knowing a truth versus believing something else, right?
I get what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
So it's not necessarily that it would change a whole lot, right? You still got to get up every day and pay taxes and do all these other things. Hold on.
But
Whoever who was that?
That was me. Sorry.
Relax. Oh. So, but depending on, like Jin said, depending on who you are as a person, that could change a lot of things. And I mean, you're still going to love the people that have loved you your whole life, but then you're going to feel like, you know, what about my real parents? Or what about the real truth? Or what about the real reality, right? Like, you no longer have to believe that you're in this ball spinning out of control in outer space and the edge of the corner of space, and you are a complete accident, right? And I know you're Muslim and you believe in the Quran, which is odd because you choose the Quran for everything except for when it talks about the shape of the earth, because the Quran says that it's laid out like a carpet.
Exactly. It's in the Quran that it's laid out flat.
I'm not here to get all religious on you or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, you know, it's funny how people who
believe in their scriptures will believe in everything the scripture says and then say, oh, that's just a metaphor when it comes to
No,
reality.
not really. We don't really have to go into that topic, but it doesn't have any consequential. But you can make the case for either, to be frank with you. But I think there's a consensus from early Muslims that the Earth was round. So I think it was relayed from Ibn Hazm, I
But
think,
but
one
that's
of the
not what
major scholars.
Gabriel told Muhammad, right?
No, it is. I mean, that's the thing in Islam. If you were if you were to believe,
I'm just saying. I'm just talking about the basics. Is all I'm talking about. But I'm not trying to bring
yeah,
religion into this. I'm just saying when it comes to what difference does it make? Imagine
you cut out. I'm not sure if it's from my end.
is all in the religious script. The truth was, and you just chose to believe what other people were telling you.
I get you, but that's why I'm trying to clarify. We cut out for a while, but I think I get the gist of it.
But
I don't want to
but I
bring
don't want.
this into
At the end of the
religious
day,
study.
I don't. At the end of the day, I don't want to believe anything anymore. I just want to know a thing, right? Like I don't have to read a scripture to know that God is real, right? Like you can look around you and you can see the
Yeah, that's
beauty of nature, and there's no accident. Everything is structurally sound, and everything was given law by a benevolent, um, sentient creator that loves this world, right? So
Yeah,
what difference does it make? To me, it's the world. It's reality, man. Like you go from being one of everything to being individually unique.
I'll give you my position as a Muslim, actually, if you don't mind. But to me, is if you're talking about the perspective of the witness of the eye of the seer, it's flat because it's flat for you to walk, and there's a horizon you see, and that's flat for you in your perspective. If you're talking about the celestial existence, it's like a really large ball. It's not even a ball; it's like an oyster egg. Anyways, thank you for answering the question, everyone.
No, you're welcome. Yeah, Oswa, do you mean like a dome above our head? Is that what you mean when you say bowl?
Not really. Not like a dome. You can say that actually. I'm not sure to be honest.
Yeah, you're looking at the sky, are you not? Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, well, that would be like a dome shape, wouldn't it? That's what it looks like. When you look at it, when you look at the sky to the horizon, it does look like a dome. But again, we've got scientists telling us that the universe is flat. So is it a dome? Again, I wouldn't know that. Again, from my perspective.
I wouldn't know that either, but I'm going to make a Quranic joke. The earth is laid out like a rug, so don't let them pull the rug out from underneath.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. I put some of the verses in the side chat if you're interested, querying the flat earth in the Quran. Okay, it's there for you to look at. But at the end of the day,
if I have time. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I put it in the side chat anyway. In the side chat, there's a few verses because it is important, of course, because God made the earth for us to live on. Okay, and then we have to give thanks to God for the earth that we live on. That's what our religion is about, is it not? Pray 5 times today. No?
So come again?
I said, is it not true that we give thanks to Allah for the life that we have 5 times a day? Yeah. And then you have zakat.
I'm actually
you give
more.
charity. What is it? 5% of your wealth or whatever it is, if you can, or is it 1%? Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
2.5.
No, 2.5%. Yeah. Right. If you have it, you can afford to give it, you give it.
Absolutely.
So it is important in the grand scheme of things. It's where we get our sustenance.
Absolutely.
If you're carrying a belief, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
In my worldview, it actually makes sense. And that's why these questions I think about. But what I was more asking of in the worldview of someone who's an agnostic or non-theist. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
if you believe in
Yeah.
God, it makes complete sense to think of these matters. And if someone doesn't believe in God, he has to first start with that. To be less
Right.
relevant to him if the earth is flat or round, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So to you, it does matter then, doesn't it? Then, yeah.
Absolutely, the truth actually absolutely does matter. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
If I saw the Earth is flat and I measured the Earth is flat, and then someone told me that I needed to throw all that away and believe what they're telling me, that matters a lot, right? Because my senses are telling me one thing, and you're telling me to disbelieve my own senses.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, in Islam, like we don't, it's not like a matter of salvation if you believe it's round or flat, right? And you can make the case for either, and that's why you see some videos like in the chat. But we go with the consensus of the scholars and the the ways we learn about the religion, basically the Prophet Muhammad. But anyways, thank you guys for your time. I'll be jumping around.
Yeah, no worries. And just one more thing to add, man.
Yeah.
You know, someone is asking a lot of you when they tell you to give up your own faculties, right? And because they're wanting complete control over you. If they're telling you that you can't believe what your own senses are telling you, they just want to control you.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I know what you're referring to. In my situation, I believe that being Muslim actually takes you out of their control because you have an objective way for telling them no, you can't control me. Anyways, have
Yeah,
a good one, everyone.
I would say loving the true creator is far more important than anything else, right?
Absolutely.
Whatever the state of the earth is, I think loving the true creator and loving one another in this world, treating each other better, that's far more important than the shape. But at the end of the day, if we're all in disagreement about where we live, that could be the reason why a lot of us fight each other all the time.
Yeah, that's a good point. Anyways, thank you guys. I'll be jumping out because it's 1 in the morning. I don't have much time to go to bed. But it's been a
Sleep well,
pleasure talking to you guys.
Sleep well, Oswald.
Good night. Bye.
Okay, I just want to say something. I've chosen a location. It's from Skegness to Skull Head Island National Reserve. It's a 30-kilometer line from Skegness to Skull Head. I want to do a measurement with a laser of 30 kilometers.
So 18 miles.
water
You want
body.
to do an 18-mile? That's a good one. Yeah, I've been to Skegness. There's a military base. I don't know if it's still there. There used to be a military base there.
Yeah. That's
How
what I'm
far
planning
away
to
is
do.
it from you?
Yeah.
Yeah. How what's the longest one that's ever been conducted?
The one I know
How
is
far away is
28
that place
miles,
from
I
you?
think. 28 miles,
How
I
far
think.
away is that place from you?
Sorry, the place Skegness. It's because I want to go with someone. I don't want to do it alone. And I thought someone here who lives in England we can do it together.
How far away is it from you, from where you live?
I'm just getting that right as we speak. In a car, it's about 1 hour and 58 minutes, which is 96 miles away.
All right, just so you know, it's more important that you do it several times because you may not understand what conditions are present.
Yeah, that's why I want to do it with someone.
It may be hot there. There may be some extra humidity there. So it's important to understand what the weather is when you go there. You want to do it as on clear day as possible where the visibility is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just want to do it. I want to do it with someone. I don't want to do it alone.
Yeah, so Skegness is on the coast anyway, right? On the east coast, right? And then there used to be a military training camp that we used to go to there for our training. And then so you're going to do it from there, and you're going to do an 18-mile laser beam test, 30 kilometers, 360s are 18 miles, yeah?
Is that the longest anyone's ever done?
No, the longest is 28 miles.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, I think I'll do a 30-kilometer one, 18 miles.
Yeah, do
Is
that
that
one
okay?
first. Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, yeah. Where's Skegness? Where? Skegness.
If someone could mute me in the side chat, I can post a picture. I've taken some pictures, and Google Earth even gave me an elevation thing.
Well, that'd be nice. Yeah, Skegness.
Can someone unmute me in the side chat real quick? Because I was muted before.
Well, if you're at water level, then you're at sea level. It doesn't really matter what the elevation is.
Oh yeah, but I just want to show the picture of where it's going to be, where it's going to end at. I just want to show the line that I've drawn. I was
I don't know
probably
how
going
to
to do
unmute, but
maybe even
I'll
at
put it,
one point I
I'll
might do
put
a
it next to
40-mile one.
Skegness.
Yeah, I can't send it in the side chat. Oh, there we go. So the heading is 123.73 degrees. I don't know why that's in the background.
Interesting. Yeah, Skegness was the first time that I'd ever experienced working in the desert, because I had a desert theme with tanks and everything. All right. Yeah, Mark. Yeah, that was brilliant. That was.
Well, Skegness has the most sand. Is that what you're saying?
There you are, then. See.
Is that what you're saying? Because that's the first
Yeah.
beach I ever went to.
Yeah, it wasn't. But we weren't at the beach. We were on a military training camp, as it were, and they had a desert theme there with tanks and that there as well. Okay. Yeah, that was good. Found that really, yeah, very learning. I learned a lot that day. But you don't have to go to Africa to see a desert. You know what I mean? Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So have you got any of the equipment ready, or you're going to get that in later on?
I don't have any equipment. That's why I'm saying I want to do it with someone.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then you're going to have to find another flat earther in England, or not, a friend. Yeah, you don't need a flat earther. Just find a friend, get a couple of your
Yeah,
mates,
just
and
get a
then.
friend. Tell them, say,
The thing
hey,
is, I need someone
somebody
on
tell
the
me.
other side. I can't just leave my equipment there and then go and take a car around the other side. Like it's
Well,
going
no,
to
you're
still
going to
get
work
this one.
together, aren't you? You're going to work with the people you know, obviously.
Yeah, I have to do it with someone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're going to do it with your friends. Yeah.
You can make a joke about it. You can say, these stupid flat earthers told me the earth was flat, and I'm going to prove them wrong with this observation. And then when you prove it right, then you both can be like, oh my God, it's
I'm
flat.
open. Yeah, I don't lie, so I'm not going to really say that.
Well, why don't you just tell the truth? You're trying to measure the earth flat.
Yeah, of course I'll tell the truth.
You just say that. Yeah. Just say you want to prove that the earth is not a ball. Or prove the earth is a ball, for that matter.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's lying. You're just acting, and you're doing basically you're making a sales pitch. And hey, if you prove it's a ball, then bring it back here and show us, man. Maybe we can finally shut down the server.
Mm.
We make jokes like that too, Sleep. Where we're like, hey, you got Earth curve measurements? Great, we can finally shut down the server. Let's see them.
If I found a curve, I don't think any of you would believe me.
Well, let's see what you do first before we start giving up. You're giving up before you've even started. What's going on there?
Look, if you want to do that test, you should contact Techno Viking. He has
Techno?
he has some plans. You can buy a laser for about $50 and a chip for $20. You can get a 500 milliwatt laser, and then you can use that to shoot that distance. So about
Yeah, I just need
$70.
it to. I just need the laser to point in the right direction.
Yeah.
That's why he said talk to Techno Viking next time you see him in here.
Yeah, he has links for buying those things.
I was thinking one day I could do like a 40-mile test.
Yeah, that's great, man. I plan on doing a 93-mile observation with a camera
Yeah,
as soon as I
I
ever
think
get
I
my
might do a
laser back.
200-mile laser test.
I don't know if you can do 200 miles. You got to remember light diffracts and it spreads out and the cone breaks.
Yeah, but if it's flat, then it's going to measure as flat. It doesn't matter about the refraction.
Not refraction, diffraction.
Oh, diffraction doesn't matter, does it?
It does matter because the potency of the beam will be lost. It'll be losing its strength, the potency. You know, we want it.
Oh, I thought you meant
Right.
diffraction, meaning like it.
The diversion.
That beam will
beam
spread
starts
out
to spread
wider
out
and
wide.
wider and wider the further
Yeah.
it goes.
Oh, I thought you meant something. I thought you said refraction.
No, diffraction, which means that the beam itself, its potency starts to lose itself as you increase the distance. Yeah, the diversion starts to increase. Okay. So
Yeah,
the
I might
focal
need one that doesn't divert then at 200 miles.
focal potency of the beam starts to diminish as you increase distance.
Yeah, I just need some like advanced 200-mile laser that I can do. I don't know if it
Can you
exists.
afford? Can you afford that equipment? Or
Yeah.
You might want to rent. You might want to rent it.
Probably rent. Yeah.
Yeah, because buying would be a very big commitment. There, you buy it, and now you've got it for as long as you want. But how long are you going to use it for?
Yeah, and then I can point it at the moon.
But for fun,
Yeah.
if you ever just wanted to go out and make your quick measurement, you could get you and a friend and go out to that area that you have highlighted, and you can get a mirror and you can use mirror flashes to flash each other.
You're sounding like a
mirror
pretender
flash.
flat earther. Though. He's sounding like a pretender flat earther though. Sounding like a clown every time he speaks now.
I always make jokes. I'm quirky person.
200 miles, 200 miles, and
Yeah,
then
I know.
to the moon, 238,000 miles. Yeah, but the claim is there though. I mean, the NASA bunch, they say they've done that. Hit the moon with a beam.
Yeah, and they have not.
No, they have not. Yeah, they're lying.
We know that the hardest thing that you're going to face if you do 200 miles is you're going to have to face diffraction limits, and then because the air has thickness to it, you risk the extinction of light over distance.
Yeah,
that's just
The
the way
sun
it is, man.
disappears due to diffraction.
The sun's doing whatever it's doing in the sky. We don't know what the sun's doing.
It's just speculation.
Well, you gotta say that you're speculating before you say stupid stuff like that.
The moon is made out of cheese. I don't get it.
Yeah, she's glitching out into the Glober territory again. That Glober indoctrination is still in you. You haven't got rid of it completely yet. I understand.
I don't believe in it. Don't worry.
Let go of certain words. Jen, when we were learning flat Earth and getting all the junk out of our head, I mean, how long were we using the word planet for Earth?
I raised it immediately. I stopped immediately, like a robot. Yeah, and
I still use it on accident sometimes.
The same with gravitational force. I stopped that back in December. I don't use gravitational force anymore. It's either lateral force or acceleration force, but not G-force. I don't use that word anymore. So there's certain things I remember. I made a 48-year error. So for 48 years now, I'm going to hold myself at the high standard, and I don't use those words. Okay, no planets, no globes.
I don't use planet, but gravity. I'll use gravity all day long. And I'll ask
Yeah.
the question, well, does gravity make the Earth a ball? Oh, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
well then let's
Yeah.
go measure for curvature. And if it measures flat, then whatever gravity is, it only works on a flat Earth. So I'm fine with gravity.
Yeah. I don't use gravity in the way of like forces and that, like gravitational force. I don't
Gravity
use.
is just what is it? It's W over M, or is it
Yeah.
W times M? It's one of the two. But gravity, what is it? Weight equals G times M, I think is what it is.
Yeah.
And so if gravity is just W over M and F equals ma, then A is just F over M.
Yeah.
It's the same
But
equation.
actually attributing a force by using the word gravity, I don't do that anymore. See, that's what I mean. So when you're riding a motorbike,
Gravity is just the acceleration. It's not a force.
Well, but they do say gravity. G forces.
The force is weight. Weight is the force, but gravity is just the acceleration, 9.8 meters per second
Yeah,
squared.
right.
So
Yeah,
if
the
that's
G
the
force.
acceleration, then the force is weight, right? F equals ma.
Yeah,
W
I
equals
understand all that.
mg. Math is the same.
You're speaking my language. The only thing is, I don't use the word gravitational force. I don't use those words. I say acceleration
There's no gravitational force.
or lateral force. Yeah. G forces stop. I stopped those back in 2015. Yeah, and that's it. So I'm like that.
Like when they're like, oh, they're floating around in space. I'm like, oh, you mean like a 0G plane? They're just free falling?
Yeah, we call that the vomit comet, weightlessness simulated aircraft. So you can experience a little bit of weightlessness, while still dropping, because the plane is still dropping. Interesting, that, yeah.
But yeah, anyway, I digress.
Yeah, so did I. Yeah, I haven't been to Skegness in a long time.
Yeah, out in the ocean in Skegness is a bunch of windmills.
Yeah, windmills. Do they have a lighthouse out there as well? I think.
I think so, but there's in the water, like in the distance, there's a lot of windmills, wind turbines.
Oh,
on the
okay,
ocean.
wind turbines, right? Yeah, because I know they've got a lighthouse there. Hopefully, it's still there. But yeah, wind turbines, that'll be a new thing. I haven't been there, so I didn't know that. I haven't been there recently. Well, it makes for an ugly sight, doesn't it? Does it look weird, or do you think it's nice?
I think it's nice.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah. I wonder how much the local people are benefiting from that. Who benefits? Who paid for it? Another scam right in front of your eyeballs. I bet you. They're scamming you there. You know. Yeah, I'd question that. I'm going to look into that Skegness now, and those wind turbines. Who owns them? Who benefits? How much did it cost? Are they still paying off the loan? And you look into that, and you find another governmental scam.
I think the type of laser I'm looking for might be like $500 or £600 or something.
Yeah, are you looking online? Are you?
Not right now. I'm just thinking that it's going to be probably expensive because I go to the extremes. You know me.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then it's cool. I don't know you, but we're getting to know you. But yeah,
Well, everyone
you're going to
here.
be. Yeah, well, I've been here a longer time. I don't know you yet. I'm getting to know you. But anyway, yeah, like I said, you can always rent. If it's going to be a problem buying, why don't you just rent for the day or for the week or something? Look into renting if it's possible. Yeah. And then maybe try and find some flat earthers who have got laser beams, you know, laser guns, and then you can borrow it off of them. Have a look around. Because you're going to need the laser beam, you're going to need tripods. There's a few equipments you're going to need. Okay.
Okay. You know what's funny when you go on YouTube, you get like flat earthers debate the CEO of NASA. The Congress all put out the narrative to push anti-flat earther content whenever you search it.
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, it's just like how the media through this. There was a Congress video you might have already seen that pushes
Yeah, I
anti-flat
have.
earther content.
Yeah, the CEO of YouTube at the time was asked what is she going to be doing about the flat earth content that's totally drowning the YouTube. And she said we're going to put obviously flat earth is not flat content and get the algorithms to kick in and push that forward instead. Yeah.
Yeah. All of them are just pigs. Yeah, they're just all pigs. All of these people up high up in the government and just people who want to, you know, milk us. Yeah, like get rid of the flat earth content. They're just pigs.
Well, it's worked. It's backfired because since that time, you know what? At least 10 books have been produced, published. You know, so flat Earth ain't going anywhere anytime soon. And you know, the numbers have increased. So it's just that it's backfired because it's generated interest. I love it. Whatever they tried to do, it's worse for them. It's a no-win situation for them. Okay, it's a win-win for us.
When I'm like ready, when I'm ready, I'm going to debate the CEO of NASA myself.
Okay, well, good luck. Put your best foot forward, of course. Flat earthers love the odds. We like all the odds, man. We go for it. We love that challenge. Going against the odds. That's us. We let our integrity speak for itself. Exactly. Earth is measured and utilized flat. That's it. There's just no two ways about it. It's not considered. Earth's curvature and rotation is not considered in anything we do. You know? I'll tell you what would be funny if the main media, right, puts out the news that the Earth is indeed flat. There'd be people wouldn't believe them. People wouldn't believe them. Wouldn't believe the media. That'd be funny. That.
If the Earth really was flat, you know, I mean, as in like, if the norm was the Earth is flat,
And everybody realised
if
that.
the
Yeah.
norm,
Right.
yeah, they'd be trying to prove it's like a globe. The people who are globers now would be trying to prove it's a globe.
Yeah, but it would never work because we're measuring it flat. You see, it's measurable,
Physically
isn't it?
doesn't work. Yeah, it physically doesn't work.
Yeah, physically it doesn't work because, and again, the globe isn't working physically because we're measuring it flat. So it would lose. This is what I mean. Such is the design of this Earth. You cannot fool the people for so long. You can fool some of the people some of the time, but you're not going to be able to fool all the people all the time. That's not going to happen. And that's what's happening now. We're waking up. Yeah.
I don't know. Well, I mean, if the Earth is flat, hell definitely exists beneath us. So we know all these people are gonna go that have been lying to everyone and being like milking everyone.
Yes. They don't think there's a hell, do they? They don't even think there's a
No.
creator at this point, you know. But it's there.
Under the flat Earth.
They're going to be punished. They'll be punished. They'll get their just desserts. But they seem to think it's worth it because they're leaving their family, you know, their offsprings you know, to pick up the mantle when they drop it. Of course.
Yep.
They're handing it over to their next generation.
Yep.
And the gatekeepers and that. Yeah. But hopefully the revolution would have kicked in long before then, and they would have been kicked out.
Yep. Yeah.
And a little bit of kumbaya may be experienced for some period of time.
Yo, what up?
What up? Hi there.
Oh, what's up, Jen?
Nice. What are you doing? Where are you going? You're driving.
I'm driving home. Dude, fucking thunderstorming.
Yeah, I heard that on the news, actually. You're having a hard time over there with the weather. We've got it quite pleasant this morning. It rained a little bit yesterday, but last week, man, boy, the heavens opened up. It rained non-stop for 4 days. Biblical proportions of rain.
Do you wanna know something?
Yeah.
I just looked at the NASA CEO debating flat earthers. There's no flat earthers in that video, and it's like one of the main videos that are being posted and advertised on there. It's just a guy talking, and it's got nothing to do with the flat earth. They're just talking about the moon landing, about UFOs being captured and stuff, like pictures of
Alright.
UFOs. There's no flat earthers on that video. That's like, and everyone in the comments is saying, "Oh, we got clickbaited."
Yeah, well.
And the comments from Globers.
Yeah. Flat earthers know better. They're busy off enjoying the flat earth. That's why.
Swimming in it.
Yeah. They certainly know, and they're enjoying. Yeah, I heard someone in the main media making a comment that flat earthers know something, and then he went and then went on to ridicule us after that. Though. Silly ass.
Oh my goodness, bro. There's actually a really good music called The Shores of Antarctica. It's like a
Okay.
theme. It's not a theme music. It's like it's just. It's not like instrument kind of stuff. It's more like a creepy. Hold on, let me go and get it.
Yeah.
It's by
Don't give-
Yugaseen.
Okay. Well, don't play it because copyright strike. So don't play it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. Creepy music. All right. Doesn't prove shape of Earth. Antarctica's all
Yeah.
flat anyway. It's all flat, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Antarctica. It's flat region. There you go.
Yeah.
We live on a flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen. There we are.
Yeah.
There is no down under. At the bottom of a ball, south.
Mm.
Hey, did you hear about that Oliver Tree guy?
No, please tell us.
I only heard it like briefly that this guy went to Antarctica and then he died. Like apparently they killed him because he said some stuff about Antarctica. I don't know what he said though.
Oh, yeah, I heard that. I heard that as well. But like you said, I don't know. How long he was there for. What that was all about. It was just strange. Yeah, I took it to be. Could have been a bit of fake
I remember
news.
what Mr. Beast. Honestly, it all does feel fake to me. Like these big YouTube channels that talk about Antarctica, it seems like they have to play an important role in their narrative. Like Mr. Beast. Remember, he went to Antarctica, and then they tried to play it off like he didn't really. They didn't make a big deal out of it, but he did the same thing as the final experiment, apparently.
All right, yeah. You see, they're trying to substantiate the globe. You see, this is why they do that. That's why they're doing it. It's all an attempt to substantiate the Earth globe. That's what they're doing all the time. Okay? Because in order to keep the lie alive, they have to lie all the time.
One thing that I definitely find significant, just being in the community for only about like 5 years right now, is just seeing how they tried to spin the narrative on Antarctica. I remember before the final experiment, before it was talked about, which was it started being talked about around like early 2024, right?
That's
before like the conversation became really big, 24 hours of daylight. It was never 24 hours of sun. The Globers came in and started saying this would have to be the case if they were on a globe, but they literally had no evidence of that yet.
Yeah,
and that's why they went.
The evidence they had was a couple of videos that they split into different smaller clips, and they were all fake videos and on loops. That was the only material available when we looked it up. I remember very well. You know?
You know the name of the dude that dropped him?
Go on.
Anthony Powell. Anthony
Yeah.
Powell, he
Thank
worked
you.
for Disney.
Yeah, well remembered.
Yeah.
Well remembered. Yeah, Anthony Powell. That's right.
Disney and National Geographic. He works for both
Yeah,
of them.
and National Geographic. There you go.
And Will Duffy, the person that did TFT, he was in contact with. I know for a fact, Anthony Powell sent Will Duffy footage of the 24-hour sun before they went to the final experiment.
There you
So
go.
we know that Will Duffy and Anthony Powell were like in direct communication, whether it was emails or whatever.
Yeah.
He gets all the files, but we don't. We don't get any files. But Will Duffy and Anthony Powell, they get all the files. But we get nothing.
So exactly.
Yeah,
I got you back on that one because that's exactly what it was for me as well. Because we were looking into it in 2016, 2017, looking into the Antarctica, nothing but fake videos. You see?
Yeah, I've seen the fake ones. I know which ones you're talking about. The sun repeats. Like the pattern is like you can make one of the layers opaque or whatever that word is.
Yeah.
Slightly faded. Oh, the opacity. My bad.
Yeah, opacity. That's it. Yeah, that would be Dave Wise's
Yeah, it's the
favorite
same
word.
exact. I remember that.
And then there was a proper explanation as to how that video was made. There was one video that gave us a breakdown of how they faked it and how they put it on a loop. That was a good one. That was an education because the sun was CGI'd into that image, by the way, and then it was moving across the sky. You know, the white ball with the spikes, sun rays spiking off the ball. That was all white, too clean, and yeah, you know, it was interesting.
You would
anyway,
think that people, you would think that people claiming to be in Antarctica could just provide actual footage of the 24-hour sun. These people were in Antarctica faking it. Like, what are you talking?
This is when Jaron questioned the McMurdo base because when they looked at their time-lapse photography, it was only lasting like 18 hours, right? So they were asking, why is it we don't get to see the 24-hour, right? And then they replied saying,
that's right.
Yeah, we can't do 24 hours because we don't have the bandwidth. Then Jaron suggested, why don't you do 2 12-hour stints? And they never replied. There you go. So
yeah, Jaron did a live stream talking about his camera. He sent his camera to a repair shop and he said he got it back with 5 hours of black screen on his attempt of capturing the 24-hour sun with a P900, which was the only footage I would even care about. All those 360s don't matter. But he's going to fuck up 5 hours with the only P900. It's like, wow, dude, that's just mind-blowing.
Yeah, so Antarctica was well
5 hours missing, 24 hours missing.
Oh, he's cracking up. Yeah, he's driving, so he broke up. Can you say again? You broke up.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if I'm here now.
Orko, you got windscreen wipers going. That's what it is. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I could hear it. I thought it was his indicator relay going, but that would have been a very old-fashioned car then. So it's his windscreen wipers. Yeah.
Yeah, Jen, you know about. You can speak like you can speak on this topic because they've just been messing with everybody's idea of this place, and they fail every time. Every time they want to go talk about this place, it's like, what is this? What is this weird buffoonery that they're getting into?
Yeah, exactly. and again, the TFB didn't prove the shape of the Earth, unfortunately. You know, and I'm still out on their material. Still skeptical on that in itself. I have to go there for myself to see that. I'm not accepting what they put down. That material is very suspect in my book for now.
Yeah,
and then
I actually sat and watched like probably over 24 hours of the TFE stuff, and a lot of the stuff is this is the conclusion I had to come to after actually requesting McToon to send me everything, requesting that he reaches out to Dave McKeegan and Will Duffy, and then they make their stuff accessible and public. After going through that effort and getting absolutely every video I could watch and actually watching it all, I still can't confirm the time of day that they actually like arrived at Union Glacier. I can't make this up. I can't make this up. I can't correspond the footage with the time of day.
Yeah, that's right. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
it's actually bizarre. It's like there's literally missing hours. There's a missing 12-hour live stream. There's body cam footage that cuts off at the perfect moment. It's like bizarre. Jaron cuts off his camera right before he gets off the plane. Dave McKeegan cuts off his camera right before he gets off the plane.
Yeah, why would
I'm
you
like
do that?
watching this stuff like I don't know what time it is. None of them are telling me what time it is when they land in Union Glacier. You know, so
Yeah, I mean,
this
yeah,
very
you
strange. Like
wouldn't do
such an
that.
important part of the trip. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody wants to know. They're watching. Why would you cut it off? Why? You know, it's part of your transparency
Yeah,
here.
this is Jaron, is a supposed flat earther. He just filmed his entire flight from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier. Before he gets off the plane, he turns off his body cam.
Yeah.
Right as the plane lands and it's time to get up and get off, he turned off his camera.
Yeah,
Dude,
I don't know why
this
you
is the
do that.
pivotal moment. This is how you prove. This is when you prove. Right here.
Yeah.
You stepping
Yeah.
off the plane in Union Glacier.
Yeah. One small step for flat earthers, one giant leap for humanity, if you will. Yeah? Did you like that one?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just it's so much phoniness. There's so much phony stuff. Surrounding
Exactly.
TSC.
Thank you. Yeah. Too much. It's just, it's not clean at all, is it? That's why I said I'm still out. Very skeptic, mate. Especially as there was no material before then. And then the insult to add insult to injury, it's on the year 2024. They give us the 24-hour sun in the year 2024. You know what I mean? Come on now.
Yeah, they had 200 years. I mean, they act like it was so hard. We didn't have the ability. Yeah, right. I don't believe that for a second. You should be able to see the sun at, like, you don't even, the Arctic Circle is like what? Probably like the 67-degree latitude, 23 degree. The Earth is 23 degrees tilted in their model. So yeah, you got to be at the 67 degree to see the sun. You're saying that nobody's ever seen that before? Like 200 years and no one saw the 24-hour sun for 67 degrees latitude.
I want the material. They've been down. They've been over there, right? They've been down there supposedly in Antarctica for the longest of time. They've signed the Antarctic Treaty. There would be enough time-lapse photography even by the 60s, but it's nothing. 1960s videos. Where are they? Where's that material?
The government probably has tons of material, stuff that doesn't comport with the globe model.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Tons. That's the real disclosure. I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah, a whole bunch of us tried to look for good videos, and we only found the same ones that were faked and split up and cut into different clips, and they were doing the rounds on YouTube. That was it. There was nothing. Only the 24-hour in the Arctic Circle, and we had one guy. What's his name? D Marble. He did one, right, and then two individuals with the same name, separate. Sergey and another guy called Sergey in Russia, two different people doing the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Right? But then in Antarctica, nothing. Fake videos.
You know what's really funny to me? This is what really blows my mind about all this. There's a much more interesting observation, which is the 24-hour moon for 6 months. Apparently, the moon is overhead nonstop in Antarctica for 6 months within the Arctic Circle. 67 degrees south latitude. The moon is in the sky for 24 hours straight for 6 months straight. Like, what? Where's that? We don't have
Yeah,
that yet. Are you
yeah,
fucking
wow.
serious? We don't have that right now. That's been
No.
going for 200 years. We've had the opportunity to document that observation.
It's weird, that is. Wow. That would be very, very strange if that was the case.
Yeah, if we're on a ball, right? The moon is in the sky in the Antarctic between October to March, or some shit like that. It's like no, it's from March to October. You can see the moon 24 hours in the sky in Antarctica, according to the globe. That is the consequence of being on a ball with a radius of 4,000 miles. And there is literally no evidence. Nobody can prove this has happened.
That's right, yeah. And it's not often discussed either.
See, what I think happened is it is easy to fake a 24-hour sun. You got Chinese sun simulators, you know, for like $9 million, you could rent sunlight now. They can send a drone that acts like an artificial sun. Like you could pay like $9 million to bring sunlight to where it's dark. Like they literally have this.
I've seen
service.
those videos from China. Yeah, I have seen a few of those.
Yeah, so like a 24-hour sun, yeah, big whoop. Like, okay, can you fake a 24-hour moon? Probably not. It would probably look fake as fuck. But a fake 24-hour sun probably could pull it off, and probably not that hard. You know?
Yeah. So yeah, without going there yourself, you've got to be skeptical.
Science. Who got these dipshits? Who brought these dipshits together to do this fucking fake science, bro?
Yeah, they came out of nowhere, didn't they? They came right out of left field. Will Duffy, unbelievable. Yeah,
$400,000 to do some dipshit science.
Yeah, right out of left field. It was
yeah,
it was stupid from the
They're
start.
laughing at us right now.
Oh yeah,
they're laughing.
Well, only a little bit, because it did backfire in a massive way. It imploded because it didn't prove globe, you see. So and we weren't concerned as much. Flat earthers weren't that concerned. So it was a flop for Will Duffy in the end. Anyway, a waste of $400,000. And then, you know, certain shady characters were revealed to us during that period. So, you know, it had a little bit negative effect on the flat earthers, because now they've split up a little bit of fragmentation's gone on. Okay, fragmentation's happened. But then some books have been produced. Okay, that's good, published. So, you know, we're still intact, still integrity. Flat Earth is still rolling on. The Earth is not a ball, and we haven't gone anywhere. Damage control now, NASA. So we're still hitting them where it hurts.
Yeah, what do you do? What do you do about that? Nathan's friend, that was a plumber or electrician or something down in Antarctica. He was stationed down there for like 2 years.
Right.
And he said
I remember that. Yeah, that's right.
He did an interview. They did an interview, a live interview.
Yeah,
he
and
said
he said
never
he'd
seen
never
no
seen it.
24-hour sun.
That's what he said. Yeah, he said he'd never seen one. Yeah, there you go. You see, unless So what do we do about that? That's why the jury is still out. You see, for me, on this.
Right. What are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to take that guy's word and his story and his claim and just throw it out the window now?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. In front of all the other things that have gone on, you know, that have been underhanded, right? In spite of all that, you're going to get you can't, can you? You can't. You can't. You just can't do that. It's not. They're not convincing enough. Sorry.
Right. You can't throw that away.
No.
There's been more than just one person that has claimed that too.
That's right. That's right. And the fact that we looked, when I say we, that would be us from the Hangouts. When we were on the Hangouts, right, a whole bunch of us, we were looking into this big time, and we couldn't find any
material that showed us a 24-hour sun. Everything we looked at was fake. Everything. So we didn't have it. And then we started asking, what about National Geographic? How comes they've done the North Pole and not the South Pole? That's a massive alarm bell right there. What is going on? Let's keep looking. We didn't find anything. Jeren covered it, didn't find anything.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, Jeren, you see, because when Jeren was doing it, we were covering it then as well.
At one point, I remember I was watching a live stream. Jaren spoke about how he spoke to someone on the phone. He had him on a live stream in the past, he said. And the person said that they work in Antarctica throughout the year, and there's a curfew. There's a 12-hour, every 12 hours you got to go inside because of a harsh environment. And he was just digging on the curfew angle. And then they go there, and then they disappeared for a day straight. Then they jumped back on. They said, our Starlink went down. We're going home now. We're going home a day early. Right?
That's right.
They did one live stream. They live streamed for 4 or 5 hours. They disappeared for a day, came back and said they had to go home. So I'm convinced that they're not allowed to talk about the curfew because it's part of the NDA when you try to do a scientific experiment in that part of the world. They weren't allowed to talk about what they actually did while they were legally.
I remember that interview.
They're actually they have to lie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that interview too.
Thank you.
So what's funny is, to me, they all had their cameras, some of them live stream. Critical Think, Jaren, McToon, they live streamed the plane that they took from wherever they live to it was actually Santiago. But what's weird is,
that's right.
They
Santiago.
made it seem like their connecting flight was straight to Punta Arenas. If you watch everybody's footage, they skip Santiago, but they show you the flight, get boarding to go to Santiago, but they act like they're going to Punta Arenas. And then they pop up after there's no evidence of them being in Santiago, oh, we're going to Union Glacier now. We're in Punta Arenas and we're going to Union Glacier. But they were in Santiago for 3 days and there's no evidence. Not from Jaren, not from Whitman, not from McToon. It's bizarre.
Yeah, they didn't do it. You see, they didn't do a good enough job in documenting the timeline. They didn't do it, did they? They didn't do it. Not good enough. Yeah, and that's what it's all about, the timeline.
Consistency. Pivotal moments of your trip are just completely absent,
Yeah, that's wrong. Yeah.
Because they went to Santiago, signed an NDA, and then they couldn't disclose on a live stream the time of day as they're landing in Union Glacier, because then people could speculate, cross-examine different people's cameras and see anomalies in the angles, the azimuth angle, which indicates the time of day. I swear to you, dude, it has to do with the azimuth angle to the sun reflecting the time of day. That's why they can't show you that 12-hour live stream. The first one that was on Rumble, it doesn't exist anymore. And I guarantee it's because it's literally when they stepped foot in Union Glacier the first time, and the azimuth angle to the sun is probably wrong. I guarantee that's why.
Right.
McToon deleted a video off his channel.
You're highlighting a lot of discrepancies and anomalies which need to be answered. You see what I mean? So the jury is still out on this. Yeah. Right. And anyway, definitely no curvature. There was a lot of flat ice that I saw. Flat. Right, guys, I've got to get ready for work. So I shall be back maybe in 12 hours. Bye for now.
All right, peace out, bro. Yeah, and I got screenshots of MC Toon saying that he has no telemetry data. This dude said he was going to bring a GPS. He said he was going to bring a laser level. You know, the whole trip was based on being able to know where they were while they're flying around. And this dude is quoted saying, I have no telemetry data. Like, why did you go? Why did you send this guy that doesn't know what to do?
Did Whitsitt ever? Did he ever publish the terabytes that he had?
Oh, oh my God, dude. You just reminded me. That's where it really gets worse. The terabytes. Yeah, dude, I know the whole thing. It's 7 terabytes that got sent from Will Duffy to Whitsitt. Whitsitt's, whatever program he was using to render the 360 files, which was like an INSV or something. His like installment of it wasn't working, right? So
yeah, it wouldn't finish.
Yeah, he said that like it got corrupted during the render, and then Riggs was involved. Riggs somehow got the 7 terabytes from Will Duffy, and then Riggs was able to bounce everything because Riggs. And why does he get Will Duffy's 7 terabytes? That's just so strange.
Well, yeah, because as soon as Whitsitt came back, he went on. I think he went on. I don't know if it was Flat Earth Fridays or it was something, but he wasn't even home for like 4 hours. And he's like, "Oh, just give me time, guys. Give me a couple days. Let me, see my family. I promise all that stuff is going to be out." And he promised everybody for like 2 weeks straight. And then I think everyone just said, "You know what? Fuck it, dude." And ever since he's came back, he hasn't done anything. His YouTube page is like 2 years old. I mean, he hasn't done anything. He had that one debate with Jaron, and I think he went on fucking Timcast, and that was it.
Dude, let me see if my memory serves me. Check this out, because I remember this was all going down. Dude said he needed money for an external hard drive, right? He was gonna download everything like onto an external hard drive. So he was asking for money for that. And then he was asking for money for the software that he needed to bounce everything.
Yeah,
right?
and then he
said he had
came
his own
out.
body cam. One more thing. I'm sorry.
No,
Go
yeah.
ahead. I remember. Go ahead. What?
No, I was just saying. Then he came out and did like a GoFundMe. He said he's having family issues or something too.
Right. And then he had a. That's right. And then he had a camera that had a GPS tracker on it, and he said he was gonna upload the telemetry from that body camera that he had during the trip. And he asked for money to the type of software that he needed for the telemetry. That was a whole nother thing. That was like another reason. People sent him money for each thing, and we never got it. The stuff that he ended up putting on his channel was Will Duffy's footage. So it's like, the 360 cameras that they set up, it wasn't even like, oh, here's one for Whitsitt, here's one for Jaron, here's one for MC Toon. You all get your own 360s. It was like, I don't even know. There was like one 360 where it looked like there was like 12 cameras. And then there was a 360 set up somewhere else, like outside the campsite, right? And that's the 24-hour sun footage we got from Will Duffy. And then there was a 24-hour time lapse from Dave McKeegan, which was shot on like a 1 frame per minute type of camera. Like that was the one that was not a 360, and that was the first footage that dropped. And it was 1
that
frame
was
per
the
minute.
one.
That was the shittiest one. That was the stupid.
Yeah, wasn't the sun was smushed? Remember?
Everything was distorted.
Yeah, and when the sun went almost to its apex, it would get real smushed, or when it was down closer to the horizon, one of the two. But I remember that, yeah, that was a big deal too, because the sun was all smushed, like it was an egg shape.
Correct. On top of that, there was absolutely no scattering of light due to atmosphere, like no changing of colors in the sky as the sun went from 33 degrees to 13 degrees over 12 hours. The sky didn't change a pitch. That's insanity. You must be out of your mind. And then we have footage from, like, the north, the sun changing 10 degrees at 80 degrees
Right.
north latitude, and the amount of sky, the amount the sky changes color is like why doesn't this happen in Antarctica? What's so different?
Right.
And
And
really, there's no excuse. So that's just ridiculous.
Right. And I don't know I don't know if it's true or not, but I remember seeing something where somebody pointed out that there were a couple clouds that repeated or something. I can't remember what it was, but it was off McKeegan's 24. He's the one who had a lot of issues.
Yeah, you're talking about what dude was calling like a cloud, or whether it was a cloud or a lens flare or glare. I don't know. I honestly think that that is evidence of it being fake, personally, but I don't think that's like, I don't know. It's not a good focus point because you can kind of like hand wave it, because that does happen with glare sometimes, but I don't know. The other thing is, like, dude, I have footage of McToon, like, there's like, when he's live streaming, just things behind him, like there's like mountains glitching behind him. There was like a mountain that was jiggling, and they're like, oh, it's because that's where the line is being stitched on the 360 camera. I'm like, dude, the stitch is like on the other side of the frame. It's like, they just had all kinds of excuses for everything wrong.
No, I haven't dove into all the details about that and everything. But the one thing that really made me upset about that entire trip was, and I'm just speaking from what I observed from the video archives, was when Whitsitt couldn't breathe steam from his air. He couldn't see the fog from his breath, right? Which I'm okay with, because I've been in cold environments where when you breathe, you can't see your own breath. That's fine. I don't have a problem with dry, cold air. It made me mad that he knelt down and he claims that he drank some tea, but he was hitting the baby. Like, that was obvious.
Yeah, that pissed me off too. That right
Yeah, a lot of
there is
people.
what that turned me off of Whitsitt big time. And I used to love Whitsitt, and that kind of pissed me off. I was like, dude, why do you gotta lie?
And you don't have to say, oh, like, they're like, oh, there's no footprints in the snow. That's not snow. That's ice. Like, I'm okay with that. There's no precipitation there. Everything's frozen over hard as a rock. Fine,
Exactly.
perfect. But
Yeah, a lot of people don't know this.
Right.
What I want to say
I'm just
one thing
saying,
about.
like, don't make weird stuff up. Like, when he did that, like I don't know. Like, you want me to speculate a little bit? Maybe he did that because he knew it was a wash, and he couldn't say it because he had an NDA. So he did something to make it unbelievable, right? Maybe, I don't know. But that's giving him too much credit in that sense. But I haven't seen the whole footage. Like, you guys sound like you've looked this over pretty good and thoroughly and everything. And he used to have an archive on Telegram, but I don't know what happened to it. It was like all broken down into folders and everything. I don't know if I deleted it or what, because I was cleaning up my social media. But that was my biggest thing, was like it's dry, like he said it was dry. Like, leave it at that, bro. Like, people don't understand that that's a dry, cold climate. Okay, cool. But then to go and try to make it so you can breathe your breath, Like now what? Now you're shilling for your audience?
So when all that was going, yeah, dude, you're right about everything you said. While all that was going down, he was like, "Look at the Owen Benjamin interview." I had a fog in my breath during the interview. So he did an interview with Owen Benjamin, and it wasn't live streamed, right? So that's just a total missed opportunity, like swing and a miss. If you had actually live streamed an interview with Owen Benjamin while in Antarctica, that would have like you would have gotten crazy amount of super that you just don't know how to market yourself, I guess, with your platform. Because that's just dumb. And then he spoke in past tense. So while he's in Antarctica, supposedly, he says to Owen Benjamin, yeah, when we went down there. Like he Freudian slipped and spoke about being in Antarctica in past tense while he's supposedly in Antarctica, like blowing fog breath. And the fog breath that he's blowing during the interview, he has like a hot cup of tea next to him, like the whole time. Like you can't tell if it's the tea or his breath. It's like the dumbest interview ever, too. It's like they don't. He doesn't even try to show Antarctica. Like he's just completely zoomed up on his face the whole time. You can't even tell where he is. So yeah, that happened. And like, dude, you're in Antarctica and you're talking to Owen Benjamin, and like you can't like show us you're in Antarctica. You're just like face all up in the camera saying, "Oh yeah, when we went down there," like speaking in past tense. Like that's ridiculous. Like, what are you doing? Just messing everything up. Yeah, and I like had communicated something towards McToon about how like the elevation angle to the sun at solar noon while he was there, it's supposed to be like 30, 31 to 33 degrees or something, right? I forgot. But Witsit jumped on some Discord call and he said that the elevation angle to the sun was measured to be 40 degrees, right? So when McToon went to go respond to this claim, he said the reason that happened was because the app he was using wasn't like his phone wasn't calibrated. You're talking about MC Tune, the guy whose whole website is dedicated to theodolites and sextants, celestial navigation, elevation angles. This dude goes to Antarctica to take an elevation angle of the sun with a theodolite app, like this unprofessional, unscientific retard, right? And then the angle that he is saying was measured, it was 40
Why
degrees.
did he just
Why would the sun not match the globe model? Like, it's
what, why didn't he just bring a protractor and a string and a washer?
because I would disprove the globe. But dude, there's no evidence of anyone even trying to measure an elevation angle while they were there. The closest thing I could find was Dave McKeegan saying that his sun tracker mount wasn't working. And the sun tracker mount is programmed to rotate at 15 degrees per hour, and you set it to the time of day and the latitude, and it'll keep the sun in center frame. That's what a sun tracker mount is designed to do. And he's on camera saying, I can't get my sun tracker to keep the sun in center frame. That's what he says. So you got two reasons why that would happen. Either the sun tracker mount is broken or the sun is broken. So you get to pick. And in my opinion, they sent a sun simulator, fake sun, some bullshit, something that wasn't comporting with the sun, the regular sun. They were on a ball.
Well, we've known this for a while that the sun doesn't move at 15 degrees per hour. No one's ever measured 15 degrees per hour. I know that's what they need because 15 times 24 equals 360, but no one's ever measured that 15 degrees per hour ever. Okay, I can say no one's ever done that, but I have yet to be presented with the evidence for that, and so have a lot of other people in this server.
I mean, it's like a rough estimation. You know, it's not exactly, but you know, the sun does come back around every 24 hours. But you know, 15
Well,
degrees isn't really
that,
given an actual
but
measurement.
let's say you're measuring a portion of the sky, and you measure like 45 degrees of the sky, right above your head, from or we'll say 60, 30 degrees to the east and 30 degrees to the west of solar noon. If you measure those times every other hour, every hour, you're not going to get 15 degrees because of the angle of your perspective. It's gonna the time is gonna spread out more. It's not gonna move 15 degrees the further along the day that it goes. That's why I'm saying no one's ever measured 15 degrees per hour. But I can say no one has, and I would love for someone to bring to me like proof that someone has measured 15 degrees per hour. You get what I'm saying though? Like by the time it
They're
gets to like
saying
30
that
degrees
the
per
sun
hour,
doesn't rotate at 15 degrees per hour, and honestly, I disagree. I just I'm curious what exactly it rotates at if it's not 15 degrees
so
per
from solar noon to the next hour, it'll be 15 degrees. And then the next 15 degrees will be at an hour and 5 minutes. And then the next 15 degrees will be at an hour and 15 minutes or something crazy like that. Like the time stretches more and more because it moves away from you throughout the day. It's not
Yeah,
it's
okay.
not a
I got it.
complete circle around you.
I agree with that. Yeah.
So by the time it gets to 20 degrees on the horizon, it's going to take like an hour and a half to set. Not, or I shouldn't say an hour and a half, like, well, however long it's going to take. Once it's at like 20 degrees or 30 degrees from the horizon, that's when a measurement should be taken, right? It should, from 30 degrees, it should take 2 hours to set, right? I don't think anybody's ever taken that measurement.
From 30 degrees, it should take 2 hours to set. Yeah, man, that's a possible test. It's a possible test, and I'm sure they're going to say that the sun refracts as it approaches the horizon and it slows down the sidereal rotation before it intersects the horizon. They're going to say some bullshit like that, so it doesn't match the calculation. Refraction, looming sun should be
So
below
they
the
should have a
horizon, but you
calculation
can
for
still see it.
They should have a predictive calculation for that.
Yeah, they have all the things that they need to say to pretend they're on a ball already. If the sun should be below the horizon, and you see it in real life, there's a reason why that happens on a globe. It's because light is bending and the ball makes light bend, and that's why you can see things. You know, I was talking to somebody about, there's some place in the Northeast by Greenland where it was supposed to be like sunset time. Like there was like a captain of a ship saying like, "Yo, man, I'm over here. I see the sun. That means the sun should be at this angle for you based on how far you are." And the people were saying they were able to see the sun at a certain latitude. It was like 7 degrees off from the calculated globe angle. Those kind of phenomena probably happen all day. You can probably Google some random person claiming that. All you gotta do is type in elevation angle of the sun not matching globe calculation. Probably tons of observations.